Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better.
really big fucking hole coming right up. Really big fucking hole coming right up.
covert specialists' best tools are secrecy and fear. We are the boogeymen of the military world. When we come for you, there's nothing you can do. Going radio silent. We're the best suited to deal with the worst. Our only directive is to achieve our objective. No questions, no red tape. The intel and contacts we acquire are more reliable than any big dog in a suit.
Hey, stay alert.
They open more doors than any warrant. Say goodnight, desgraçado. Someone has to get their hands dirty to chase the rats out of the darkness. We are Ghost Eyes. We find our enemies in their homes, and we make them disappear.
It's playoffs day 4 here at CL, and today is going to be a rather spicy one because not only are two teams going to be forward towards the lower quarterfinals, but we're also going to be saying goodbye to two teams. Unfortunately, today will mark an end of some of their runs for this season. So I'm Ginny, your host, and joined on the desk by none other than Whippet and Gibson. And we were kind of laughing earlier because in the clip, it mentioned that someone has to get their hands dirty to get the rats out of the darkness. Now, Whippet, do you want to come clean here? Do you want to tell us what you did?
I think that's maybe not for the pre-show of my stories around Paris so far, but it's pretty applicable. Yes, I've had a few run-ins with them so far.
Quite literally, quite literally. Well, unfortunately though, two teams, they're not going to be here next week. Well, not next week actually, because we do have a little break. We're going to be back after the major, so there's quite a lot of Rainbow Six Siege action coming your way. But two of these teams, unfortunately, there's no more safety here, Gibson.
No, the training wheels are off. The safety nets are gone. This is it. This is your team's last chance to give yourself a chance to continue playing competitive Siege in this calendar year. If you don't win today, your competitive year's over. You can scrim, you can get ready for maybe trying to qualify for some other tournaments, but this is it. So if you lose, you're going home. And I'm going to put it this way. These are 4 good sides that are playing today. Yep. So today could go anyway.
So this, if you snooze, you lose?
Oh, absolutely. This is the kind of the scariest point for lots of teams when you look at how double elimination brackets work. Yep. You go into your first play day and you have that confidence and you're always expecting to win. But when you have that knock to confidence, you go to the lower bracket. Now it's a single life elimination. You lose. You make a single series of mistakes and that's your run done. That's Challenger League over. You've worked a year to get here and now it comes down to a single best of 3 series. Lots of pressure on for these teams.
Ouch. When the run is done. That hurts. Okay, that hits a little personal, so I'm going to let it sink in for everyone. And we're going to be talking about what we're going to be looking at today because, unfortunately, we do have 4 teams out of which 2 we're going to be sending home. And the first game is going to be DUNLIMITED versus DEATHROW, followed up by LAN Party Hotels versus JLINGZ Esports. Now, when we're looking at that first game that we have coming up today, DEATHROW versus DUNLIMITED, both of these teams were actually quite close. It was 2-1 for both of them. The game seemed very much equally matched. It was very much just, Tenstar having that incredible performance on JLINGZ, Ascend having, incredible performances as well. But then when we're looking at LAN Party Hotel and JLINGZ Esports, those are the teams, however, that went 2-0. It felt like maybe we haven't really seen their full potential.
Right, so when it comes to JLINGZ and LAN Party Hotel, there's very different circumstances when it comes to those 2 results. Let's be completely open and honest about it. I think JLINGZ probably should have won that game. Over the 3 maps. LAN Party Hotel, they just got outclassed on the day. Now, the best thing about being outclassed on the day is it gives you a lot of tape to go back and work with to get and improve. The other matchup, though, is the one that really excites me. And I know it's got Whippet going too, but this is, DUNLIMITED are the most aggressive team in Challenger League, and it's not even close.
I mean, you love what I call them. I call them the CAG of Challenger League right now. The way they play is unmatched. I mean, as you said, that level of aggression, they take risks and they see opportunities. They get a single opening and they commit completely to it. And they push Tenstar to the limit. Aside that when they played Ascend earlier this week, Tenstar looked to be world beaters and DUNLIMITED forced them to the deepest waters I have ever seen the MPL champions go. And it needed JLINGZ to bail them out with an ace clutch. I mean, we've all probably seen it on social media, how incredible that was. And then a 4K to follow up. And another ace as well. They needed someone to stand tall, and that was against DUNLIMITED. And the pressure they put on teams, DUNLIMITED are going to be a real problem in this lower bracket.
Yeah, it felt like that was kind of the theme that we had last week, right? Individual performances showing up, clutching it out for their team, whereas on Monday, it was kind of like the opposite, where it felt like every single player on the winning team were stepping up, they were doing their roles, they were making sure that, it was a more of a five-man effort rather than an individual one. So looking at the fact that we've seen those changes on Monday, are we expecting those changes here as well today?
Well, today it is not just about the individuals, it's about a couple of players on each side that we'll touch on a little bit later, but it is one of those games where it could go either way.
Yeah.
To me, stylistically, the two games couldn't be any more different. Game one, all-out aggression against a team that has a bit of structure that backs on two players. And then in the other game, you have Lampard Hotel, which are another structured team taking on JLINGZ, which, as you like to call it, they enforce the buddy system.
I mean, the thing about that JLINGZ matchup that gets me excited with them is that buddy system. They play for trades, they play very well together, and they're a difficult team to define when you kind of try and prep for them. They didn't, what the matchup that they had against Makers, I mean, it was an unfortunate series of events that occurred, and I do think they've a lot this show. They looked very dominant in that one. They caused a lot of problems for Makers. I mean, they were forcing what a lot of teams or a lot of people perceived as the favourite side coming in this one to dig deep for solutions. And if they can keep that run of form going, it will be a difficult day for Lampard.
Well, running with the theme of Monday, we're going to be having a look at all the rosters so we can have a little sneak peek at every single individual that we're going to be expecting to be showing up today, starting off with DEATHROW. Now, DEATHROW, I know, Gibson, you love this team.
Look, this is a team that, when you look at the stats, a couple of players stand out in particular, Swaz and Shukri. But I just want to point out, Swaz only joined this team in September. He came in and after what was their Nat season, and he's made a really big impact. And to me, they're the team that over the course of the next 12 months could grow astronomically. Like, they're this good already, and they've got a lot of experience there too. GoRank has been in the scene quite a while. You have Frenchie, who I think is pretty much the leader of France, the way he plays, leader of the player, not leader as in the best player of France, just to kind of clarify my point.
Thank you.
But when you look at the way they perform, right, Swaz and Frenchie both have got the highest, scores so far. But the one thing for me is I'd like to see more composure from them in the late game. We saw it against Ascend. They had multiple opportunities to go ahead and win that one. They took a 4-2 split on the very first map.
Yeah.
And weren't able to really capitalise on it. So for me, I want to see them show more composure in the late game and be able to make a run through that lower bracket.
Well, they're going to be playing up against DUNLIMITED here with it, and that's, again, a star-studded roster. If anything, this is one of the teams that we were very scared of coming into this.
I mean, the way they played the groups was a terrifying force. I mean, no one expected what this roster would look like because we hadn't seen them play in a national system. They came from open qualifiers and they stormed their way through groups. And this is a side that have been together, or at least a core three of this team have been together for a long time. And I have a lot of expectation for them to be the problem result for lots of teams. How do you deal with their aggression? How do you deal with them getting in your face and always trying to press that advantage? I mean, Hypex, one of the best players on this roster. I mean, look at the stats coming out that one. High KD, high cost, but they are just going to be in your face. That's how they play, and it's a difficult one to prep and judge for, as I've already mentioned.
Yeah, Lampard Hotel, however, is also a team that we've had a little bit of a peek at last week. It was specifically on Thursday, but they fell short against Wild. So what can we expect from this roster today?
When they played against Wild, they played against the most on-form Wild I've seen in a while. Contrast to what we saw last time from Wild, this one. But they had a tough day in the office. And one of the big kind of players that kind of stood out to me was Hunt Baby, who was able to find impressive individual performances, whether it was in clutches or getting rounds close to clawing back. So there's a lot of potential with this side. They couldn't show it against Wild because I think what Wild done to them was kind of just smother them in that matchup. They didn't give them any room to try and impose their structure or what they wanted to do game plan wise, and they'll have a few more openings against JLINGZ to try and get that game style to work.
Yeah, you said a rough day in the office for Lampard Hotel. It was an even rougher day at home, I would say, for JLINGZ Esports, considering some of the issues that we had going on. It felt like we saw glimpses of what they could do here, Gibson, but we didn't actually see their full potential.
We saw more than just glimpses. At times in that matchup, they were playing some of the best Siege we've seen all of CL. The problem again was finishing. They got a 6-1 lead in one map. They were 5-2 up in another before some issues that was outside of their control came into play. They're such a good side, and the way they play, as I said before, is as close to perfect for their style of play that we have seen so far in Challenger League. Once again, though, same as DEATHROW, finish, finish, finish. You can't play 60% of a game perfect and then not really play to your best, your potential best, or you'll lose every game you play. You need to show that form from start to finish.
No more match point Montes.
No, never.
I mean, Turco, one of the best players that they can have mechanically, and they decided on match 20 against Makers on Skyscraper, let's throw him a Monty for 4 rounds. I mean, it's decisions like that leave question marks in the air.
Yeah, that one left Demo up, I think, for a few nights. Yeah.
Demo, me, Whippet, you, Ollie, everybody was a little bit upset at that one, especially when you looked at Turco's stats that were up on the screen. His KD and the way that he's playing, you consider the fact that he had multiple rounds on Monty, and then there was a couple of rounds where he didn't even play. Those stats could be significantly higher.
One of the highest impact players JLINGZ have, and again, match point Monty, it's a bit of a curse. I don't rate it at all.
Well, maybe the stats could have been higher, but we have a chance to be looking at the stats. We're going to be starting off with a head-to-head between DUNLIMITED and DEATHROW. I know you guys really want to highlight not just individual players, but rather, what are you calling it again, Gibson?
The dynamic duos. These are the players that make these teams tick when you watch the way they play. Shukri and Swaz all the way through the group stages. Look at those scores, 98 and 101, close to, that baseline level. And then you look at the KD, plus 30, plus 32, both players having a massive impact. The costs are really high as well. Now, the one thing I want to point out about the cost of these two players is it's all or nothing with them. They're either going to go and win you the round as a duo, or the cost is going to be low. There's no middle ground with these two, and that's where I want to see them improve. I pointed out before, Swaz joined this roster in September. He's only been there for 2 months, and he's already got this really good chemistry with Shukri. And I want everyone at home, when they're watching this game, just watch how the two of them play in tandem with each other.
Yeah, well, we're looking at DUNLIMITED as well, Whippet, and Hypex got a nice cost.
Yeah, he does. It's a nice one, you can say. But I mean, kind of in a contrast to how these are kind of the engine of this team. Rorik and Hypex continuously always have an impact at every single stage. It's why you don't see Rorik with the highest number on that KD stat. But watch how he'll play. Watch where he ends up in these kind of bizarre moments. He'll end up down main stairs on Clubhouse, for example, when you least expect him. He's a very Route 1 player, and Hypex is that more traditional, aggressive, in-your-face style who makes the space and opens that up. They're not a traditional duo in the sense that you were highlighting with it, but they have that ability to find massive impact, and with the way DUNLIMITED play, they have they can always make good openings.
Yeah, but Rorik is so confident as well. Yeah. Like, there's different levels to when you talk to someone, they show confidence. When you talk to Rorik, he will look you right in the eye and he will say, we're the best team in CL. Like, he genuinely has that belief that they're such a good side. There's no calling out other players. It's just, we as a team, we're just better, and we're going to go prove it. And once again, this is a side that didn't have a National League. They played their first competitive siege of the season here. So
it's impressive. I mean, their first taste was actually in qualifiers. I think they made it through in the last qualifiers as well. So they've had a nice little compact run of competitive siege. They've really kind of been showing how good they are.
Yeah, so hopefully today, it doesn't actually end that story, because it sounds like quite an interesting one indeed. But again, unfortunately, we do have to send 2 teams home. And it's not going to be both teams from the first game. It's going to be one of them, okay? By the way, just, make sure everybody gets that right. But we have another team that we're going to be sending home from the second game. And that's going to be JLINGZ against LAN Party Hotel, which, again, we have a couple of dynamic duos that we would like to highlight. Starting off here, Gibson, with JLINGZ.
Yeah, well, okay. We'll start with JLINGZ again. It's Turco and Draw. Yeah. Look at those. Look at the stat line again. 78 kills for Turco, and he hasn't played. He's played Monty for 4 rounds, and he didn't play. Was it 4 or 5 rounds last week as well? That stat line could be significantly higher. You talk about Draw. Then Draw. Some people would say he was the most underrated player coming into CL. Whippet and I have always been under the opinion on his day he is up there with the best gunners in Europe, like, without a doubt. He's been an incredible addition to this team. So keep an eye on those two playing, in particular that buddy system that we spoke about. So they're not necessarily on each other's hip, but they're always within maybe 4 or 5 seconds of each other. So if one gets in a gunfight, it's like, yep, I need a little bit of help. The other one is there in the blink of an eye to either, get the clean kill, or at the very least, trade it out. And just look at Turco's cost, 75%. That means 3 out of every 4 rounds that he plays in, he has a big impact.
Yeah, so not on each other's hips, but on each other's heels, maybe. I think that would be a good description. Yeah, LAN Party Hotel. I know, Whippet, you're like a big fan. At least you were last week, so looking to see if that translates to today.
I feel like every time I've been really heavily backing a side, they've not had the best of results. But I mean, in that duo, you saw that Ivan was kind of playing in that more traditional entry role with a higher entry. But Hunt Baby is one I want to keep your eye on for this matchup when they play. he is going to find a clutch. I mean, he is in that support role. He plays that smoke further back in sight, and is always kind of left to work the impossible, and done a great job against Wild when he was able to get like a 2v4, calm that situation down, and just win it out completely. If given space and opportunity, he can be that huge late game player.
So it feels like we have, for both games, kind of like opposite play styles matching up against each other and seeing which one's going to be winning.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. JLINGZ, crazy, DUNLIMITED, crazy. Then you've got the more structured sides on the other side. So if you're the type of player who really enjoys seeing these go together, this is going to be a really good night of action.
Oh, I couldn't agree more. I'm really excited for this JLINGZ matchup because, let's be fair, they're going to be fueled by revenge. They really want to make a deep run now. I mean, we've seen that on social media, how this is going to drive them what happened in that Makers matchup. They don't have an easy time against Lamparty, who I feel like can put up a fight against them, but there is a spark on there with JLINGZ right now, and I really feel that they are going to be able to have that kind of momentum behind them. I'm excited to see them play.
Oh, you're doing it again.
Oh, no.
You did it again. You backed the team. Well, I guess Twitch Chat, you know exactly what team not to put your channel points on, because he's done it again, unfortunately. Unless you've already put your channel points on the team, then I'm sorry for your loss in that case. Well, most exciting game of the evening?
DUNLIMITED DEATHROW for me, 100% straight off the bat. That's going to be fireworks.
Fireworks.
I agree. It's going to be a spectacle, but I think for the storyline in me, I'll have to watch that JLINGZ. I want to see how they can recover from what was a pretty heartbreaking loss, and if they can use that to fuel this, what could be a monumental revenge tour in that lower bracket.
Oh, that sounds very exciting. We have two incredible games coming your way. Unfortunately, today will also mark the day where we're going to be saying goodbye to two teams, but two further teams are going to be able to push it a little bit deeper into that lower bracket. We're going to be heading to a break, and we'll be back to break down the first game, DEATHROW versus DUNLIMITED. DUNLIMITED against DEATHROW. It feels like both of these teams at this point are on DEATHROW because unfortunately one of them is not really, but they're just going to be going home. They're not going to be in the competition. So we've had a chance to look at the rosters. We had a chance to kind of discuss what we've seen from these teams last week. But I think what we haven't really diving into is the fact that the play styles that we're expecting to see. So when it comes to DUNLIMITED specifically, Whippet, what is it that we should all be looking out for?
It's their kind of trademark aggression at this point. It's the way they like to get in your face, and they see openings that lots of other teams might not necessarily take full advantage of. I mean, they get one pick and all of a sudden they decide, let's just cascade and make an execution work. And I mean, for the team stats coming up here, one, I already touched on it, but Pipex is going to be one of those players that is in that more traditional role, and he'll be looking to get that opening pick and try and be that problem. Rorik also has a very good start on entries. They're finding 8 so far, and I really am looking for them to get that opening pick and dive on all the space they've made, and they're going to cause absolute chaos, and it could be a massive problem for teams.
But it feels like, Gibson, this is going to be the opposite of what we're going to be seeing most likely from DEATHROW, considering how they like to play their Siege.
Well, DEATHROW usually have 2 roamers on nearly every single defense that they play, and it is Swaz and Shukri. And that can be a bit of a problem when you're coming up against a side like DUNLIMITED who like to go straight towards site. So when you look at the stats of these players, Frenchie is the one that I'm going to highlight right now because he is that bomb chassis player that they have. If you think about Leader, who is playing in EUL right now, they're the same type of player on defense. They like to play as close to the bomb chassis as possible and really show some composure and slow down the attack. So if Swaz and Shukri are going to go on the roam, he is going to be the one to watch. And I think we actually have a clip that I want to show you of how aggressive aggressively he does play on the bomb chassis from the game against Ascend. Now, I will point out there's a lot of errors on the side of Ascend that lead to him winning this one, but just watch the composure. He's playing by the bomb chassis while the rest of the team are pushing from below those stairs. So, Frenchie, he bides his time, he waits. He gets the first push, he gets it, he repositions himself, takes on the third one, and he almost knows that the third player is going to swing, even though you shouldn't in that position. So, with Unlimited being a team that go right towards side, he could actually be the front line of defence for the side, and that's not a role that Frenchie is supposed to play. When you're the bomb chassis player, you're supposed to be the last alive, the last one standing.
I mean, you want to have that player who's reliable in those last kind of few moments. In that 1v3, for example, he was fed one by one. I will say that's a little bit of a caveat to that one, but if he's put under direct pressure early, you might lose that anchor, you might lose that kind of comfortable presence on site, and if Unlimited can be disruptive to the rhythm that DEATHROW want to bring, that could be where they can find some success. Just making everything a little bit more uncomfortable and high pressure very early in these rounds.
Yeah, and that kind of seems to be Unlimited's specialty, making it uncomfortable early on. They get a 4-0, 5-0 lead even a lot of the times in the games that we've seen them play. So then again, I think it comes down more towards that mental strengths from DEATHROW, because they're going to most likely potentially be facing a couple of rounds losses earlier on. So do they have what it takes?
Yeah, that's down to GoRank. He's the player who's going to really calm them down, and he's a player that I hope really turns up today, because he didn't quite play to his potential in that game against Ascend. So look towards GoRank to be the calming presence inside of that team. But once again, both of these sides arguably would have been playing in the upper bracket had another player on the other team just decided to win. You know, JLINGZ just decided to win, and Deadshot for Ascend in that last map, he just decided that they were going to win. So let's see if one of these teams can have a player who can step up and make that decision.
So it's going to be a matter of who decides to win today. Which player is like, oh, yeah, I'm going to turn on my monitor and like want to press all the correct buttons at the same time and position myself in the right time. Unlimited seem to have that potential, especially early on in the round, but it's going to be about that consistency, isn't it?
It's easy for them to come out in a matchup and say, especially in a best of 3, and be able to get those 4 rounds, 5 rounds in succession. But when it's a best of 3, it's not one map. You have to keep that going in a long series. And if DEATHROW can figure you out and slow that game down, that's when question marks have to arise. You know, are DEATHROW going to be able to control the pacing? And if Unlimited can kind of read into that and adapt with that, because if they're not in control of tempo, they tend to struggle with controlling the overall flow of a game, and that's where the successes come from.
Well, I love that you mentioned maps, because with the power vested in me in broadcast, I'm going to be able to push up the maps on the side. Oh, this way. There we go. Sorry, I don't want to poke you in the face. Looking at Chalet, Bank, Oregon, it feels like Chalet and Oregon is something we've seen time and time again throughout the last couple of play days, but a little bit of sprinkle of Bank in there.
It is, and if you actually look at the way DEATHROW ban their maps, there's no surprises. Like, Cafe and Clubhouse have been insta-bans. Like, not even, third, a decision late in the ban phase. No, the first 2 maps they ban every single time is Cafe and Clubhouse. They like to play Chalet. They've played a bit on Bank. And they've played more Oregon than anyone else through Challenger League so far, and their record there is 50-50. So going there against Unlimited on that last map could be a bit of a coin toss. It
really could be. And I'm looking at the Bank pick, and I'm just kind of looking at this going, that's a map that has a lot of options for teams. You can, there's a couple of approaches that work for different teams. There's lots of variety, and you can play either aggressive or slow it down. So to me, Unlimited might have a very fair chance at having a pretty big result here on Bank.
Though DEATHROW played Bank once in the groups and they won it. So their record there in CL is 100%. So something to think about.
See, as long as you guys are disagreeing on who has the better chance, it's a good thing, because that means it's like the teams are like equally cursed. So I think it like balances it out, and then it like brings it down more towards the team's performance rather towards you guys saying on the desk, which is a good thing, because you said you're going to stay away from it, but looks like you can't do it. You can't help yourself.
I try to not back teams too much, because they always end up losing when I put a bit of confidence and faith in them. So I think I'll try and play as neutral as I can. But I've already said too many positive things, it feels like.
I remember you having like a jersey of a specific team, under the desk, and you're like ready to, that didn't work out. But looking at the first map that we're going to be seeing here, it's going to be DEATHROW's pick. How detrimental is that first map going to be for this entirety of the best of 3? Because Unlimited looks like, this second map, third map, Oregon, Bank, it's pretty chill.
We're in a bit of a strange world at the minute. Normally you expect teams to win their pick, but in CL so far, we've kind of seen the shoe be on the other foot, where teams end up losing their pick and then they're forced to win the second map.
Yeah.
So to me, although I would argue that it's very important you win your pick, for DEATHROW, I do think it is vitally important. I don't think they want to go to that coin toss that is Oregon. They've played it 4 times. They've shown a lot. You're playing against Unlimited, a hyper-aggressive side. they're going to want to win this on too. And the fact that they've won bank, they will have some confidence there.
And I really think for DUNLIMITED, they need to come out of the gates absolutely swinging. They're a team that has been good in best of ones, and so far we've seen them push the limit against Tensor in a best of 3. I think they really are, they kind of want to aim to get this done in 2. That way, I think it suits their style better, and it gives less rounds for DEATHROW to be able to figure them out and slow down the tempo. Fatigue's a factor that plays into it, and for DUNLIMITED, the style of play they have is going to be a little bit taxing because it's very aggressive and it's very kind of all in. You have to fully commit to it. So for them, they need to come out of the gate swinging, and they need to get the first map at least in the bag.
It feels like, you mentioned here that they don't want to give them too much of an opportunity to figure out how it's going to be played. But if anything, both of these teams already have quite a decent amount of tape on them. We've seen both of these teams go all the way to 3 mappers on their respective play days. So in that regard, is there a potential that maybe one team is more prepared than the other?
Well, I would say it's easier for DUNLIMITED to prepare for DEATHROW because they've got way more tape. As we said, DUNLIMITED, they didn't play a national season, so you're kind of relying on if you've played against them in scrims, what you've seen in CL. And even then, with the way that they play, they rush to 4-0 leads, 4-1 leads. It's the style of play that they have. They want to put you in a mental pit early on, and that's what they've been really good at doing. So, yeah, definitely the prep for DUNLIMITED is going to be much easier than it would have been for the side of DEATHROW.
But we know that DUNLIMITED likes to just rush onto site. How much is that prep going to be playing a factor into this?
I mean, to compare it, Tensor are a team that liked to prep, and they got caught out by what DUNLIMITED were doing, and they weren't doing anything that was necessarily different to what they showed inside the groups or even the qualifiers. It's just the fact that they rely on small little changes. They always try and get in your face in different ways. They never take the same approach twice, and if that's going to be a factor, that could be a problem for DEATHROW. Again, as Gibby was saying, it's going to be way easier for DUNLIMITED to prep for this one, in my opinion.
Okay, so it feels like DUNLIMITED potentially here a little bit tipping of the balance. But again, DEATHROW, they've proven themselves against Ascend multiple times, and we've seen what they're capable of. It potentially could be enough for today. But the pressure of the fact that there is no safety net, as we mentioned earlier, like you said, the training wheels were off. I like that one. There's no more training wheels because if you... whoopsie, you're kind of gone. You're out. In that regard, there is a lot of pressure on these players to perform today. Is that going to impact their playstyle? Maybe take less risks. Maybe, once you lose a couple of rounds, we might see early timeouts.
I think if you're a player, you got to live by the pressures for tires. Try not to get yourself under any pressure whatsoever, because at the end of the day, you go out, you play your game, you have fun. That's the one thing that you notice when you look at the best teams in the world at the highest level, teams that win SI, teams that win majors. They don't really let the pressure get to them. They get into really sticky situations, but they stay calm. They back themselves. Highly emotional players in best of ones can be very good, but I think you need to try to keep the emotion to the minimum whenever you are in a situation like this, because it can be a detriment to the team.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to play to the match, not the pressure, not the occasion, right? This is, for a lot of these players, they've worked a long time to get to this stage. No one wants to have it end so early, so try to not focus on that one, because you can find yourself getting yourself in a mental block. Every mistake will cascade and be a problem. So for these teams and these players, it is kind of all about keeping your head as clear as possible.
Well, which team is going to be rising to the occasion? We're going to be finding out as we're going to be heading over to a dynamic duo of our own, Ollie and Demo.
Ginny, thank you very much indeed. Welcome back, everybody. Playday 4 of Challenger League here. And I, for one, can't wait to get into it. You all right, Demo? Oh, falling for it again. Falling for it again. Anyone that knows Demo knows that he loves that gag. Can't wait to get stuck into Playday number 4 here. We've got a couple of good teams heading off against each other. And tonight, for the first time, we are in the lower bracket, which means, of course, that we will be saying goodbye to 2 teams this evening, Demo. One of them is on the screen in front of you right now. DEATHROW or DUNLIMITED. Pick your poison. Seems as though our social vote has gone with DEATHROW, backing them to be the victors here.
Yep, here we go. First team to be eliminated. Who's it gonna be? Who is it gonna be?
Tune in.
I'm a man who's not afraid, to say how it is.
Say how it is.
DUNLIMITED has to home today. There's no way.
So
there's no way.
For anyone that's familiar with Demo's casting, I'm sure that you all are. For anyone that watched Challenger League last year.
Yep, they're missing a player, by the way. Top right. Where is he?
I mean, he's one of the only players with the camera as
He's
well,
not
which is a
there.
little bit of a worry. Demo does like to lose his mind. And Helios Gaming last year gave us all a lot of entertainment. And I think that DUNLIMITED are probably the closest thing we've got to that this time round.
But here's the thing about Helios Gaming. As much as what they did last year, weren't they also one of the first teams to get eliminated?
Yes.
So that's where I'm going off. I just think DUNLIMITED last week, as good of Siege that they did play, I would still say that I think the bad plays outweighed that. I think that 1v5 that JLINGZ, I can't shake that. That sums up that sums up the team. I think
tough one to shake.
It's people are always going to remember you for the bad things that happen, never the good things. That's just the way it is in life. And personally, I don't know, it's hard to say, but for DUNLIMITED, just that 1v5 is just, it shook me. It really has shook me, and I don't know. I thought they played good last week. I thought they did.
Well, they played well, and they played well on Chalet as well, which is going to be map number 1 here. We've got our bans coming in now as well. DEATHROW going to be starting off on the defense here.
I think Swaz is a real talent. I've been very, very impressed with that man. I think he's been top tier, getting stuck in, especially against that Ascent team. And we've talked about Deadshot being, you know, one of the next up and coming in the French scene. I think equally Swaz at the moment, he's playing some top tier gameplay. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what he can perform tonight.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
I like the bans that we've got so far. Dokkaebi, Wamai, Ying, and a Valkyrie. Leaves a couple of things open.
Alibi's up.
Alibi
Swaz will be loving it.
is open. We've commented already this season at some length about the old Alibi crutch that seems to be infiltrating in a team, or potentially sometimes there's more than one in a team. We're going to see Alibi played here. But of course, with the Wamai ban, which is something that we occasionally see, but we don't always see, it leaves other options open for the defenders. Now, I'm not saying that any of those options are being brought here, but things like a mirror window, things like a Echo, bringing the Yokais, all that sort of stuff is on the table and available.
So we head to our top floor defense as our first choice, generally seen as the last picked in the current meta with Chalet. Top floor is very easy for the attackers to get a plant down. That's because there's a blind spot. Mostly that's why it's very, very easy. Looking at DEATHROW and their setup, it's as B-Tech as you like. There's nothing here that is like, oh, that's interesting, that's new. They've got the basic walls reinforced. Their lineup is very just, do I use the term bland? It's just, it is what it is. It's what you expect to see.
I do worry about the lineup when you start talking about a top floor and you start talking about that blind spot. No C4 here,
well,
which is already a little bit of an alarm bell. Sure, we've got the Toxic Babe canisters. You'd just like a little bit more.
They're trying to play across. They've got that extension in towards Fireplace. They've also extended downstairs in towards Kitchen. I assume that they would have some shotgun holes being made as well, so they can utilize those. Maybe towards the main breach. No, not even anything. So they're just down. I assume they're down there just to stop players nading, but they've already just lost 2 players. One of them down to an 8-ollie. DUNLIMITED just walked in.
This is how DUNLIMITED play. They play fast and furious. They've got good control of Solar here should they want it. Frenchie is going to do his best to try and bide a little bit of time here. Toxic Babe canister to cut off the push into Bathroom. Angle held there onto the Solar window. He knows someone's out there, but there's not a great deal that he can do about it right now. Rorik, he's waiting for his time to shine.
No nades.
Remove that default. He's used a couple of nades already and to great effect.
Yeah, it's quite important that there's no nades left for DUNLIMITED, because eliminating Frenchie on that top solar stairs is a bit tricky whenever you can try and hold the window swinging from Bathroom, and also just front up anyone who maybe wants to walk up the stairs also. Nades would be the best way to eliminate him, but maybe DUNLIMITED are not worried about the smoke. Let's pick off everyone else. Frenchie does expose himself, and DUNLIMITED, Ollie, they're going to gift it a very, very free round already here in our first round of Chalet.
Flawless round there for DUNLIMITED. Nothing standing in their way. They had everything that you could hope to have.
That looked too easy.
On that attack.
Did that not feel too easy?
Big opening kill, I think, with the nade. And then as soon as DUNLIMITED see that hole in that opening, they hit the go button. We know these guys to be aggressive. We know them to not be afraid at just boldly walking into sight or into the map off the back of whatever information it is that they have. You know, it's very difficult to tell that, oh, they've got these cracking pre-placed drones and they know what's going on, or they just don't fear anything.
They didn't even enter the site. All the kills they got from was either obviously downstairs inside a kitchen or just sitting on windows. And that is, again, one of the reasons why we probably don't see top floor, Ollie, is the window gameplay is big. You have a double window that cuts off both bomb sites. it crosses it. It's the same reason why we don't see Clubhouse, we don't see the cache, is because you have an area that you can cut off the bomb site into two. That's what you do not want to have as a defense, because then you're very limited in your space. It becomes very claustrophobic and you can't really move anywhere, and then you're in a sitting duck essentially for nades from below, which you can understand. That's the way DEATHROW were trying to play, was stop them from nading below, give them that window control, let them have it. We'll play static, we'll stop them from getting the nades in, but if you lose the players downstairs, you lose the players downstairs.
Could you say that DEATHROW were a little bit DUNLIMITED in their setup?
I'm walking tonight.
Walking where?
Out of the studio.
Just off?
I'm not having that tonight. None of that.
It's only round 2. Come on.
Exactly. You actually thought,
Get him in early.
If you didn't tune in to our last Playday on Monday, I did mention that Ollie's very good at the one-liners. And basically, he didn't give any one-liners on Monday night because he was put in the hot seat. And now he must have sat down last night, had a think to himself and thought, okay, what cringe can I come up with today? And that's what we've got. Any more coming, hopefully?
Oh, maybe. Got a few lined up. See if the opportunity presents. Switch things up. Round number 2. And the top floor was no good at all. Instead, going to be going to bar. Again, slightly different lineup. I do worry about the lack of denial. No nades. No smoke this time either. Although, with the way that DUNLIMITED play, is a smoke really something that you're going to get a lot of value out of? You can, of course, area deny, but you're never going to really be looking at denying a plant from going down because that really isn't their style.
They went all in on just defending library. You have a player inside suicide. You have, obviously, that top fireplace being held. There is a lone roamer towards Solar who's just picked up high picks by himself. Nobody with him from DUNLIMITED. He was looking to crash walk in as that nuke, and he's been shot down. Shukri, he doesn't know how important that is because that's really taken, I think, the steam out of DUNLIMITED's attack. They would be relying on Nuke being able to pounce and being able to backstab whenever everything's being tossed in towards library and just walk in and pick up free kills with people who aren't even looking at him.
Gorant did a good job of holding on to library there for a little bit of time. Did deploy a couple of those keeper barricades to keep himself safe. We mentioned earlier with the Wamai ban, it does open other things up, and one of those things is an Azami. Don't always get to see Azami be played, and that's one of the reasons why it can be very effective at holding into library. Although, we have seen DEATHROW drop out of there fairly quickly, as it has been taken over here by DUNLIMITED. Ground now being gained. Still got a player at the top of Fireplace, though. Prime going to be in position here. He too will drop himself back. So DEATHROW have done a reasonable job there, but there's still quite a bit of time here, Demo. 45 seconds. It's a long old time to have library control.
I still think they need to get a few more picks, though, Ollie. I think they need to find something else. Nordman may be looking for that Jaeger, but Shukri gets the better off him. A great engagement. There's somebody in sight again. Just people walking in. DUNLIMITED were so good at it against 10-star, and they fell for the trap every single time, and DEATHROW perhaps suffering the same effect.
Diffuser going to be called outside now as the last couple of kills fly on in. Gorant being credited with both of those. Got to be cautious of any doorway that looks directly into sight. You need to keep a close eye on that because DUNLIMITED, they will just go for a little bit of a look and sometimes be rewarded. At least that round for DEATHROW, they were only rewarded with a kill, as DEATHROW have managed to grab one back here.
They have indeed. Again, I think that first important pick for Shukri was massive, eliminating that nuke.
And that's one of the problems with DUNLIMITED's playstyle, is there isn't a lot of trade potential.
The thing is with DUNLIMITED, I think whenever things go well for them, they look really, really good. Like we seen in the first round. How good was that first round?
It was flawless.
But one thing that they struggled with against 10-star were if they're not taking that early lead in terms of the kill advantage. Well, even still, there was obviously a few times in Border that we've seen even the kill advantage didn't help them. But for the most part, the rounds that DUNLIMITED win, they're very clean. They're very straight to the point. There isn't, I think, a big reliance on clutches, to say. And whenever things don't go right for them and they lose that opening pick or a piece of utility gets eaten up, they're just, dead in the water. They're stalled.
They're a big opening pick team.
Like me and my first driving lesson. Just
a few stalls.
God, my first driving lesson. What a moment. I honestly thought I was going to die.
Are you not a very good driver then?
No, I know. I'm at the start, obviously, you're like, I'm driving a car. What's to stop somebody just ramming into me on the other side of the road? Because that's what driving is. It's a mutual agreement that you aren't just going to go and just drive in the other side of the road.
It's true.
And I think that's what I thought about and I panicked about. That I'm driving along a road, every time I see a car, I'm like, I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. but I'm here. I'm still living.
Maybe driving's different where you're from, because, I mean, that's never really crossed my mind, I'll be honest with you.
Just the way I think. Look at this.
Nice maestro camera there.
Yeah, I think that's also quite an underrated one. I think against a team like DUNLIMITED, where we've mentioned, they'll jump in windows, they'll try and slip somebody in the backside. Just having a piece of information that's a bit random, isn't it?
Yeah.
But that actually covers off 3 entranceways. It covers off the window jump-ins, the 2 of them, and also the staircase. It's quite good.
And it soaks up a nade. Nordwin's dealt with it already, but it has cost him.
Yeah, but now they know he's there, I suppose, which is probably the trade-off that you want, is knowing that, hey, they're looking to jump in West Main. Now we're ready for it.
Shukri's looking a bit dangerous tonight, isn't he? That's not the first time he's been involved in an opening pick. Managed to grab himself a nice little kill there onto Rorik.
Good pick. Nade's gone.
Again, another nade gone, so with one already being used, it does only leave 1 remaining. Army, just going to see if he can get himself an angle here on these main stairs.
Same angle.
The hop up from Shukri. He's already got one from there, Army. You can't be gifting him another. And it's the hard breach demo.
Oh, out of everyone who swings, it's the important one, the Thermite, who's essential in opening up that main wall. There's the nade will be rolled in. Doc, asleep at the wheel. Could have maybe picked up his teammate. Swaz finally gets things going on. He gets his first kill, but I'm sure there'll be many more to come for him. But again, DUNLIMITED. This is what I mean, the stalling aspect of this side. They lost that opening pick, and it just goes from bad to worse.
Hypex has a chance at trying to grab a couple back here. Isn't looking to play too active on this spot and is going to be going into a horrible crossfire, but does pick himself up one along with Nordwin. 2 versus 2. All of a sudden the tables have turned and it puts a lot of pressure on these 2 remaining defenders, Frenchie and Prime. Vertical angles being held here on the reverse. Frenchie going to find one onto Hypex. Nordwin, he's done a lot already in this round, but he's got a whole lot more to do. 30 seconds and 2 kills to find. Going to use the silent step now so that he can move nice and quietly, but with that hatch being reinforced, it doesn't leave him with too many options here.
It leaves him with just single doorways or a staircase. It's one or the other. He's going to opt for the window jump in. Instead, he will be spotted out now. They know exactly where he is. They can set up that crossfire. As soon as he jumps in, only he will be shredded by the 2 heavy operators still left up alive. Nordwin, and he pops Ollie, but as we know, it's just going to be walking blindly into a crossfire. And DEATHROW stabilized. They look a little bit shaky there in the mid-round, Ollie, but again, I think they've done a lot of the heavy lifting in that early game, being able to stun and slow down DUNLIMITED, and you will get rewarded for it. It's one thing that I think that obviously on Chalet, whenever we've seen 10-star go up against DUNLIMITED, straight to the point, aggressive in their face, upset the apple cart of DUNLIMITED, and you'll be rewarded with a very, very good scoreline.
You look at the tools that DUNLIMITED brought in that previous round. They had everything they needed. They had the Thatcher, they had the Thermite, they had nades. There was nothing really missing on the wish list of what you need to attack onto that site, but they didn't try to attack onto that site. They were just looking to get cheap kills over the top of reinforced walls. There was no intention to clear that top floor and to enable the breacher to get the wall open.
It's in my mind, for those attacks, it should just be take from library, which nobody will be holding, which again was correct. You go from library, open up office wall, clear office, do a bit of a half clear. You don't really have to fully take above. If you want to, you can go for it. But then just get that kitchen wall open. That is the important thing, is that kitchen wall, because it opens up everything. Everything opens up. The defenders don't have a lot of safe positions that they can sit in. Well, obviously, they're going to have positions that they can't sit in, but if they were to set up or peek their head up, they'll just be taken clean off their shoulders.
Back to the top floor. The only site so far that DUNLIMITED have been successful attacking. And it did come off the back of a real nice opening nade from Rorik. He was able to thread it through and deal with the little bit of defender presence that we had. Oh, Swaz, be careful there. Upside down repel. There's also a guy in mud. You need to be extra cautious here, but Nordwin, he's going to see it that he's taken out and finished off. DUNLIMITED, what is it about this site demo where they just start at 1,000,000 miles an hour?
Early map control, but without really taking the map. It's a bit strange, isn't it? And they, again, have just picked up kills from realistically just windows, isn't it? Swaz, I mentioned, I think he's a top-tier player. It's always, whenever I comment that someone's doing really good and I think they're going to do really well, this happens all the time. All the time.
Good bit of damage there in onto Prime, but little stim pistol back up, no problem whatsoever. It's not a bad way to use Doc against this aggressive side where you know you're likely going to get yourself into quite a few engagements in the early part of the round. Keep yourself nice and healthy. Nordwin now looking to make his way in through mud. We'll have the option to make his way up library stairs as well. And finally, we're starting to see some focus on getting this breach open. We didn't even get to this point in round number 1. We haven't really got to this point in any of the previous rounds either. Still just slowly but surely setting up, as we can see that DUNLIMITED got that library control now.
They've set the thermite charge to the very far left off the wall, so that's going to probably not be the most ideal position, because you'd want to open up the wall that now Army's going to open up. But the reason why he's done that, Ollie, is now opens up a crossfire line onto where the other 2 reinforced walls are, looking towards blue. That's going to give you a clear line of sight onto the diffuser, hopefully, from somebody playing blue stairs. So that's one way that you can do it. So they've got the main breach open. Now it's really up to DEATHROW to see how they want to respond. Remember, they're a man down. And is this the worst case scenario, Ollie? A roaming dock to do the job?
You don't really want to be relying on a roaming dot. GoRank, he might be able to pick up IWI here. Depends on who gets the heads up first. A couple of shots exchanged, but he is going to dip himself away. Drops down the hatch, thinking about chasing the kill. But the plant is going to be going down. Hypex and Rorik, they're going to be cleaning up onto site here. Shukri, he's let the plant go down, but he didn't really have much option. GoRank, he's in Narnia for all intents and purposes. He's got a long, hard rotate to make his way back. Army through the wall is going to take down Shukri. And GoRank, well, he won't make it up those library stairs. DUNLIMITED showing us that they are more than just a quick rush team. They can also get the plant down and play that objective.
Yeah, once again, just showcases the issues that top floor struggles with. It's too easy. Get that plant down, Ollie. You have that blind position. You can cut off piano from a window. Obviously, double window still a thing. Too many issues.
Too many roamers.
No. Yeah. It's not the case with too many roamers. It's more just they were ready. DUNLIMITED were ready. We've seen plenty of times teams just fold under a single roamer coming in out of nowhere.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs
Back
as they can.
to the bar then. Strange, considering we've seen Chalet a couple of times, and we have seen Garage be a fairly popular choice.
I like Basement.
It's a little bit of Snowmobile.
I think Basement is good. You've got Kaid and you've also got Bandit open. So you can try and trick. You've got plenty of defenders who make Basement, of course, quite easy, Azami being a massive one.
Mirror?
Not as much.
Still an option.
It is an option, but I think Azami is great for that Basement. A lot of tables that you can place them on. You can also, again, just block up the breach. You think about it, sometimes we would see ace charges go down onto walls, impact Ricken comes in, and then you can just plug up the hole. It happens. It could be a possibility, but DEATHROW not opting to go down there, and I'd be surprised if we see them go down there even the next round, Ollie. I think they'll probably go to Kitchen after this.
Yeah, I think they'll just stick to the rotation, won't they? They've obviously got a plan and an idea of how they want to play Chalet on the defense, and I mean, it's not working terribly for them. Currently 2 for 2. Now I've gone for a little bit of a change up in this round, though. Nice little deployable shield there from Frenchie. It just gives a little bit more security inside of the site. We know that DUNLIMITED are more than willing to just walk themselves in and have a little bit of a challenge.
Yeah, they had Banshees last time, and they've actually sacked off the Melusi in favor for the Thorn, which 2 operators do similar jobs. One a little bit more potent than the other, obviously with the Thorn gadget being able to kill crouch walkers, whereas the Banshees don't have that luxury.
Oh, goodness me. It's like a jump scare. GoRank. Count your lucky stars. He's still alive. We're playing the Warden. Always a real difficult spot to play in this. That is going to remove... Oh, no, it doesn't remove the Azami barricade. It was a little bit too far away, so he has still got that security. Frenchie, just getting itchy feet inside of the site. Probably feels like he's going to get pushed at a moment's notice here. C4 primed and ready in the hands of GoRank if he does choose to use it, but there isn't any initial pressure coming in here, and these keeper barricades, they can just keep regenerating.
Difference is this time with the DUNLIMITED attack. Look at Rorik over towards Office. That was the man that I believe got picked off very early on whenever they were attempting these plays the last time, and it was a crucial position. All of the distraction right now for DEATHROW is going on towards Library, going over towards Fireplace. They're probably not going to be ready for a nuke hitting them at the final few seconds, so please remember to keep an eye on this nuke, because that's going to be the game changer.
Nade comes through to remove the shield. Swaz can look to play a little bit further up on those library stairs, but it will have given the game away now. Rourke's position is known. It doesn't matter. He goes for the swing regardless. Takes Swaz down. Prime now knows that he's going to be getting pushed from multiple angles. He's going to be holding on to the window, but it's not good enough. Nordwin takes him out of the game. Frenchie going to be on the site. He too gets cut down in a slew of crossfires. Gorank, you might still have control of Library, but you've fully lost control of the site. DUNLIMITED, 40 seconds to try and push on through. Gorank, it's going to be a very difficult task for him here. Nordwin going to be playing on the top of those library stairs. Does pick himself at one. IWI going to be getting that plant down. Finds a second.
Not again. Not again.
3 kills on the round. If he can take out the planter here, might have had a bit of a chance. The plant will go down without a hitch, however. 1 versus 2 in the post. Gorank looking to see if he can catch anybody jumping out of that double window. Not going to have much information on site. No bulletproof being brought. No camera utility. Just going to hit the drop and hope. Hypex not going to be moving. Just holding the angle nice and firm. IWI has made himself a little bit safer. Got himself into main lobby there. Hypex just going to be holding. It's a patience game here from DUNLIMITED. And Hypex's patience, it will reward him. Gorank gave it a go, but it wasn't good enough.
Once again, worrying from my end. After what DUNLIMITED did last week, and then you start seeing 1v4s into 1v3 into 1v2, and
almost.
It's same issue for DUNLIMITED. They do so well to get that plant down and set themselves up just to hold crossfires and trade off each other, but they just go in for the kill just one by one, and it's sure you got away with it that time, but we've seen before it's a recurring theme.
It is. I think there's definitely criticisms that you can throw both sides here. I think DEATHROW's operator lineup and site selection hasn't always been the greatest.
DEATHROW, for me, are making it just too easy for DUNLIMITED.
Yeah.
I think the setup from DEATHROW, I think most of their defense setups are very basic. I think very easy to read into. You're going to know positions. You know, look how easy it was to take control of Blue Shield, for goodness sake. You know, knew exactly what to do. They knew a guy was in Fireplace. They knew a guy was in Suicide. They knew everything. And again, for DEATHROW, it looks as if they're really crutching on finding that opening pick. Shukri, again, was out hunting for those kills on the Jaeger, but didn't come this time. Instead, he's the one who actually ends up dying. And that just kind of... You know, the big thing about losing Shukri is it's not about who's died. It's about that you haven't killed DUNLIMITED. And you've gave DUNLIMITED the extra man. And we mentioned before, you need to get in there and ruin DUNLIMITED's ideas before they really start to get going.
They're one of the more effective teams with that extra man compared to how they are when they haven't got that extra man. When they've not got that extra man, I think they struggle quite a bit. When they've got that extra man, it's an entirely different side. They're going for a slightly different approach this time. Previously, when we saw them attack into kitchen, they brought a Thatcher. There's going to be no Thatcher in the lineup this time. But we didn't even get to opening up walls, really. There wasn't any sort of hard breach going down. It was just a, let's all peek the guy that's holding the horrible pixel angle above the reinforced wall in kitchen. The angle that looks onto those main stairs. Shukri will be doing just exactly the same. He picked up 2 kills. Why wouldn't you give it another look here and now? I highly doubt it'll be rewarded this time. Nade there just getting sent in. Isn't going to do too much damage. Still trying to remove those players above. Now, we've gone a little bit more for that library approach demo that you were asking for last time. And they have actually started to work their way in now. So this is already looking a little bit better.
Can open up that angle again, all it looks to be with that Thermite charge in the very far left. No, okay. Instead going for the middle. Opens that up. I mean, again, he could have went for the very far left side because you don't really have to have half wall open for this take. You don't have to plant upstairs, you have to plant in the kitchen or the dining. That Kide looking for the C4 over the top. No, looking for the trick instead, and there goes the nade to follow up on that. Shukri takes a lot of damage, but the wall gets electrified nonetheless. Ollie, it's going to work out for them. That's going to stop DUNLIMITED for a time. They need to get the EMP grades from that Lion, rotate it down, Ollie, and try and find where that Electroclaw really is.
That's going to slow them down quite a great deal. Prime is going to be able to juice up his teammates there and give them a new lease of life as the Lion scan comes out. It's not going to do too much for the meantime. Another nade comes through, but it isn't going to pick up the Electroclaw. Use them!
Oh dear,
oh dear. This is not looking good at all. Army, stunned. Finally, we see the EMPs rotated in.
My goodness.
You can hear them going off, and No doubt the wall should be getting open now, but look how much time that's taken, Demo. We've got 20 seconds left on the clock, and we've got all of Smoke's utility. He's only now going to start sending out Toxic Babe canisters. Still has one in pocket. Smoke's going to come in to try and cut off the line of sight in the site. Shukri going to pick himself up a great C4. Hypex is still going to be above. Nordwin is the one to keep an eye on. He has the kit, he has the diffuser, but the kills start flying in. DEATHROW. Line him up and knock him down, Demo.
I don't understand. Electroclaw on the wall. Right? Sure. You're about to put it down, it's been electrified, whatever it is. That shouldn't be an issue. You still have a minute to go. You have a Lion who has 2 EMP grenades that was not used for upstairs. Instead of doing it that way, they think, oh, we'll try and toss some nades in. But they wasted 3 grenades and still didn't get it.
I think was it placed bottom left as you looked at it?
Yeah.
Wasn't an extravagant placement by any means.
Just EMP grenades. And look, first EMP grenade, hit it, bang,
yeah.
No problem. Just, oh. You bring them for a reason. You bring them for a reason.
It was obviously an intention as well, because last round when they attacked that site, they brought the Thatcher for that exact purpose. They just never got to that stage in the round. Still a 3-3 split. There's a world where we could be watching this and it would very easily be a
10 seconds left.
5-1 to somebody. Haven't seen the cleanest siege on either side so far. DUNLIMITED. Let's see how you approach your defensive rounds.
So we have this extension where we have that aggressive shield towards the piano doorway. Ollie looking towards blue stairs, looking in towards library. This is, I think, probably more of a comfortable strategy that I prefer and I'd like to see, in my opinion. I think again, the issue with bedroom is it's very easy for attackers to take control and then plant. You're basically trying to just stop them from even getting into the building with this strategy. That's the purpose of it, and you're really looking to play aggressive. You're looking to go gung-ho. You're looking to get these kills. And DUNLIMITED, again, they've set up the correct way to do so. Plenty of openings, plenty of holes that they can utilize. DEATHROW, how will they combat that? Oh, a Nook crouch walk. Where have we seen this before?
Just about everywhere.
Ban your Nooks.
Utility going to start coming in. He can plug up the hole there. Hypex has dealt with the crouch walking Nook.
Oh, that's from the openings of the wall looking down onto the fireplace stairs. So, I mean, with all these different angles you can gain, you're looking to play aggressive. You're looking to give them absolutely nothing, no map control whatsoever. DEATHROW have probably realized this and thought, okay, how do we combat this? Solar take. Has to be a solar take. However, solar takes are very, very tricky, Ollie, to do if you cannot place your utility correctly. And right now, that seems to be a bit of an issue. There's concrete barriers that's causing issues. They've got triple stacked ADSs for this reason, Ollie. Nordwin's very safe right now, if you think about it. And if they can maybe get somebody below to rotate and assist him inside a kitchen, he could be golden. Is there anyone downstairs with him? There is. Rorik's downstairs with him.
Just repositioned himself as well to maybe get a bit of a better angle. Rorik, where is he going to keep an eye so far? We see a player rotating up there to new balcony. He's going to make a rotation up library. DEATHROW have almost been shunned out of that take.
Changing things up.
They're going to have to come up with some ideas, and they're going to have to come up with them fairly quickly. There's only a minute here left remaining. 4 versus 4. Rorik got himself in a nice spot here at the top of library. Shukri will be inside of library. Rorik's got a little bit more to worry about. He's unlikely to be able to make that transition over toward Ivy and that deployable shield. Instead, he's kind of just got to pick his angle and work from here. Will be droned, so good work there from DEATHROW. But again, you're chasing shadows. Rorik, he can rotate himself off, maybe look to go up main stairs now. Hypex is going to pick up his kill over onto Shukri. Frenchie does make his way on in. Will give the game away slightly. Swaz, he's joining the party as well. Kills now really starting to fly through as Rorik will be successful on that roam in taking out Swaz. Frenchie, he's just gone for a bold hop into sight. Picks up a kill onto Nordwin. He could look to try and get the plant down here if there is sufficient cover, and that's exactly what he's going to do. There's no C4 in Rorik's hand, but he has the red ping. The shots come through from Army. That's going to render the diffuser cold on the ground. 3 seconds, nothing you can do. Army credited with those final 2 kills.
DEATHROW not really knowing what attack they wanted to go for, Ollie. we've seen that DUNLIMITED really set themselves up for everything. They had those extensions. They tried to combat those extensions with the nuke. Nuke doesn't work. Okay, let's then go solar. Oh wait, they have way too much utility. We cannot break through those lines. Now we have to go and do a library take with a minute to go. Never going to work. Never going to work. You don't have time. Didn't have the information. That was apparent as ever, Ollie. No information on where those defenders were located. And then you just run out of time because you spent so long trying to figure out what to do.
It's kind of disappointing because you expect teams to be able to operate as little splinter groups. You know, you don't need everyone on solo. You don't need everyone on library. You just need a couple of people here, a couple of people there, everybody working in harmony, as opposed to trying to rely on that crouch walking Nook to get themselves that entry. Because GoRank, for all that there was a couple of drones knocking around his feet, he was relatively solo in that endeavor.
10 seconds remaining.
Worrying times to see DEATHROW lose that top floor defense, isn't it? Or lose that top floor attack, should I say, where, as we know, DUNLIMITED's very clean. I think we've been able just to showcase how it should be attacked and how easy it can be.
I've been pleasantly surprised. I thought the DEATHROW were going to come through tonight and have a little bit of an easier time of things here.
Because I thought they looked good against the sand, I think. I mean, it has to be said, I think Swaz maybe not dropping the same numbers at the moment. Ollie, what, that's into round 8, only 4 kills for the main entry. You know, that's where we need Swaz really starting to activate it if he wants to try and battle back against DUNLIMITED, who really everyone in DUNLIMITED right now is all he's putting in a shift.
He's in a hot seat here. He's got a good chance at catching somebody wandering stray, but will he be given that opportunity? He's actually hopped himself straight in. GoRank this time, picking up the opener onto Rorik. Should do something here for DEATHROW to give them a little bit more confidence to move forward. A little pre-fire there from Swaz as well as Hypex. He got caught just trying to come to assist. IWI, not in the best of spots here. Going to go for a little bit of a punch hole, but it's not going to be the best thing to work with. Nordwind does still have control of the top of the library stairs, but for how long? The utility is now going to start to come on through. The nade
Good EMP grenade.
easily deals with the shield. The EMP prior to that to disable any Jaegers.
Wasn't in any even way, but that's what it is. Works well, gets the shield. DUNLIMITED. Honestly, I think whenever you lose those 2 opening players in the first minute, you're probably thinking, let's just get it over with. Because I think trying to battle back against this in a 3v5 with the top floor slowly being torn apart by the nades and the utility, it's going to be a tricky one. I think DEATHROW, it's going to be down to them to win this out. They have all the pieces ready to make the puzzle. But let's see if they miss any pieces, Ollie.
IWI's got a great chance at a freebie here. No, Shukri comes off the drone at the right time. Direct trade, Army. Again, could do some damage. 50 seconds left to go, and he's firmly on the flank here, but it looks as though he was well known as Prime swings and takes him out. He was ready to collect. Nordwind in the sight. Drone going to give the game away. Only a matter of time now. Swaz, you asked for a little bit more from Swaz demo, and I think he delivered in this round.
Yeah, DUNLIMITED losing the first 2 players immediately after a minute. Honestly, at that stage, it's you're preying on misplays from the attack, and if DEATHROW don't make any misplays and they just keep the trade game up, yeah, no issues at all. Yeah, really rough one. Honestly, I think that's probably a round where DUNLIMITED go back to again, which it looks as if they're going to go for that. They're going to go back to bar. It's one of those rounds where you sit there and think, oh, well, we just lost 2 engagements. Let's just go again. Let's play a bit more safer. Don't give those 2 engagements away. That's going to be a different round.
Attackers need to locate.
That's the mentality. Always sticks by him. I think Secretly said it very well a few years ago. He said at Siege, it's RNG, which is very true. This game, it's RNG. It is. Anything can happen to you. You can just get shot through a window. That was through a wall. That was through another window. It happens.
Through a window, through a wall.
Into another window. It can happen. And
something that I always think is really important to bear in mind is it just all depends on how you play on the day.
That's my line. Stop, you get your own one line.
It's your line that you've not said for goodness knows how long. I'm trying to get you to say it again.
I'm not giving you the credit, or I'm not giving you the
satisfaction.
Yeah, that's it. I'm not giving you that. My new one-liners are, that's brilliant. And that's so good. That's some of my best ever.
Do you think we'll hear those tonight?
Or maybe Planting the Bed. Honestly.
Plant on the Bed, yeah.
The Christmas album will be out soon with all the favourite top hits. All the one-liners from this season.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
The bonus track is Plant on the Bed.
Planting the Bed. Oh.
Featuring #1 hit singles such as Brilliant.
Coming soon to your Christmas stocking. Get it while stock lasts.
Well, DUNLIMITED.
Running it back.
Giving it another go. And so far it's worked a little bit better.
Yep.
45 seconds. They've
Nobody
played
out in Narnia.
a lot more reserved here.
Lost contact with Gemini.
4 nades, 6 flashes. With the EMP grenades, more than enough to eliminate the ADSs and the Aruni gates. No Wama, of course, makes things a little bit easier. But then you kind of substitute in, of course, the Izami Ollie, and this is where she's really good in library because of that one cabinet in the middle of the room. Rorix gave himself up for pennies, Ollie.
Not good at all. Hypex will find one back. This little trade there on to Go Rank. The battle for library is fierce, but IWI can keep replacing those key barriers as long as they keep regenerating.
He's done left. That's it. Whenever this last one gets eliminated, Ollie, that is him in the open. Doesn't have that safety anymore to hide behind. Will activate the gate, Ollie. That's going to slow them down. Just again, probably another Gemini clone's going to have to wait to be redeployed, or he could just firm it all. Yeah, that's also another option for him. But look at the positions from DUNLIMITED. Just keep an eye on. Probably looking at IWI. He's in the hot seat, Ollie, inside a small box. And oh, he gets eliminated. Swaz gets the better off him. That's a big, important kill from Swaz. That's really going to dictate now how the pace of this round's going to change. Army will respond with a kill onto double window. Frenchie was maybe looking for a quick jump in, Ollie. Well, they do have the library control. Nordwind takes a swing. He himself gets battled back. Oh, Ollie, this is on a tightrope right now. Who's going to stumble off at first?
Well, Swaz is in a bit of a tough spot because he might have library control, but no one's with him right now. He doesn't have the support. Now, he's waiting for that to come through as the drones work ahead. Shukri, maybe looking for a little bit of a hop in here as well.
2 nades left, Ollie.
Can start to try and displace these players upstairs, but 20 seconds, not a lot of time, really. Hypex is still in a good position to challenge here onto library. And he has an ADS to boot, so at least one of those nades could get ripped up if it is taken that way. But Shukri has instead gone for a much more lateral approach. He's going to instead try and take Army out there, but he gets taken out from that top floor. Hypex with the swing picks up 2-3 on the round. Prime, you might be headed toward the site. But you're out of time.
DUNLIMITED, running it back, works a lot better, safer, more reserved, utilizing the utility at your hands. Yeah, much, much better. Bit of a weird one again from DEATHROW.
The stall out is horrendous, isn't it?
It's not more the stall out, it's the stall out and then the change up of going for different ways that you don't even know. You don't even know if that's safe. That's the thing that gets me.
Oh, you know it isn't safe because there's a reason why Swaz isn't moving inside a library. It's because he's being held from Fireplace.
And then the guy walks in lobby.
And gives himself away.
Yeah, it's
very odd.
Confusing from DEATHROW. And the thing is, well, if you're going for the library take, which, again, they did the last attack, where's the pressure onto the Fireplace balcony? Why is the Sledge not utilizing the nades on that double window? I do think that, I'm pretty sure Hypex, he did find somebody, though, towards Office, didn't he? Because remember, he
got 3 kills, so he must have...
Well, he found somebody from Office, I think, after they lost the first man. And then there was nobody else from DEATHROW who actually went that way. And if you're playing Fireplace, if you're that player in the hot seat, which was Hypex, if you know that nobody is pressuring your Fireplace double window, you're golden. Because that means that all you have to do is look one direction. You've got a 180-degree cone. That's all you're working with. You just have to basically look that one way and that one way the whole time. Whenever you know you're starting to get pressure from behind, that makes things very difficult. Because then you're trying to hold 2 angles at the one time and they're both going opposite ways. It's all about adding layers as an attacker to put the pressure on the defense. You never want to feel comfortable as a defender if you're against a good attacking side. You know you're against a good attacking side if you're just scared the entire time. It's like coming against BDS and ranked. That's that experience if you played against them. Because that's what it's like. You're never safe. You don't know where you're going to get hit from. It's the exact same thing here happening, I think, for DEATHROW, is that they're not trying to hit DUNLIMITED from every angle. They're so one-dimensional.
Round number 10. 1 round away from guaranteeing an overtime here for DUNLIMITED. DEATHROW, however, got a little bit more of a ways to go. Rorik inside the bathtub there. It's the slow nature of DEATHROW's attack. It really contrasts the way that DUNLIMITED like to play, because DUNLIMITED are very aggressive early on the attack. Coming up against this, DEATHROW on the flip side, much more passive. I mean, sure, they've managed to get the breach open.
Yeah, which was...
And it hasn't caused them any problems.
Exactly, that's the difference, Ollie. Sure, it may be a little bit more slower, but it is more controlled and a lot more consistent, as we said, the DUNLIMITED. What a swing from Rorik. Swaz off the board. Oh, a pick that you really shouldn't be giving away for this kind of attack. It's all about slow and patience and keeping that man advantage as close as you can if you're DEATHROW, but giving kills away to DUNLIMITED in such an easy fashion. And another one, Ollie. That's a player who was on the office balcony, gets eliminated now. Also, what's going on with DEATHROW?
Well, DUNLIMITED for the time being, they can just keep retreating back further and further into Solar, waste this utility, waste this time. There's even a hatch to drop if they want to hang around for a little bit longer, but Rorik, he's likely going to make his way down those Solar stairs at some point. Nordwin, he can choose to hold on here for a little bit longer and see if he can find more. Picks up one and a down onto Prime. Make it 3! A flawless round for DUNLIMITED. They lock in a map point.
DUNLIMITED just unfazed. A lot of the rounds that they have won tonight have been so comfortable. There hasn't been a round, I think, that they've won all. They were probably sitting here thinking they shouldn't be winning that. They shouldn't be getting away with that.
There was maybe one on the defense, but
what one was that?
Since they've got over onto this, sorry, one on the attack. Since they've got over onto the defense, they've run away with this game.
I just look at them and think, yeah, it's been clean. It's been right in the money.
Timeout for DEATHROW. Is it a little bit too late? There's definitely an argument to say you could have taken this timeout a couple of rounds ago, because things haven't been going well for a couple of rounds here for DEATHROW.
You probably should have taken it on that bar that you lost.
Yeah.
You shouldn't have been going into this next round while losing that one, because that round you're probably thinking, oh wow, this is actually, we're doing really good. We've got that early pressure, we've got that control, we've taken library, and then everything falls apart in the final few seconds. That's a round where you take the timeout. Pressure's on. Keep in mind, everyone, please keep in mind, whoever loses this game, you will never see again. Well, no, well,
that's a bit dramatic.
Yeah, that is a bit dramatic. You'll never see them again in this season of CL. You should let me finish. It's like we've just sent them away into an island, never to be seen again, off onto the boat to Skull Island. Gone. It's like that kid from, do you know that kid like Chicken Nuggets? It's like, you never see this face again. That little guy like bacon.
Yeah, true. Mm-hmm. Trudy, I think her name was. Or Trudy, something like that. A little bit of Goyo action.
Basement, finally.
Is that going to be the answer? I mean, DUNLIMITED, they don't really need to go searching for the answer. They're being forced into the basement here due to the success that they've had elsewhere on the map.
No Kide, no Bandit. They do have the mute, but isn't the, you know, the fully direct counter to any hard breach. It's just kind of a bit of a soft counter, which easy enough to be EMP'd, whereas the electrification, you can just destroy the gadget straight up. I mean, DEATHROW, they do have the EMP grenade, so a single mute jammer shouldn't be an issue. They've got the Ossa, which typically does scream. We're going to try and go for the snowmobile, but with the Ying band, I suppose that's going to be quite difficult for DEATHROW to really have that big impact in these basement attacks.
Well, an Ossa shield has been placed down and the breach opened nice and quickly. You would look for a little bit more than just the Ossa if you were going to look to try and get a plant down behind that. You'd want a bit more disruption going on around. So we do look to things like Ying and maybe even Glaz in some circumstances to provide some of that disruption. For the time being, Swaz going to be clearing this top floor. Going to easily get himself into an engagement here with Hypex. Hypex swings through the wall. What?
I'm sorry, Swaz, you've got the kill, but Hypex, what he's just done, my goodness.
How did he know?
Heard the vault animation, didn't he?
You got to feel bad for Hypex there. He's just hit a live shot
even
through the wall.
Gorak knows as well. The nice shots came in.
Yeah, he knows he's been done.
Got the echo cam above. Swaz, did you not hear that? It's a free piece of utility, mate. Nope, instead he's actually looking for the player trying to follow up on the yokai drone. Bro ran to go in and died instantly behind him. Unlucky. It's a bit wholesome, isn't it? Wholesome chat.
Ah, the music. We get the speakers shot usually quite early, so you don't often get that nice little ambience. It's a very strange approach here from DEATHROW.
Too slow.
Very slow. We've got a minute left to go.
So they've locked themselves into the snowmobile plant because they have no intention of taking big garage, no intention of taking trench. All of it's going to be coming for that B bomb site. The issue is, with this bomb site, is it is very, very easy to C4. You throw one C4 just at the breach, that radius is going to hit all of the plant positions. It's going to hit green bins, it's going to hit if you're just planting on the breach. Even if you try and push a little bit deeper, you're going to be planting on a soft wall, which again can just be C4'd.
I'm not sure why the smoke's been thrown in there. We do know that there's going to be players in connector and looking through. Surely this is just a freebie for Army. He's still got his yokai drone literally calling out directly from him. The diffuser is now cold underneath of a yokai drone. Kills are starting to fly though, so it may not matter. 3 versus 2. Nordwin got a lot of work to try and regain the control here and starts. IWI takes one out. Shukri making his way down these main stairs, but there's so much information. Demo, what a shot onto Nordwin. Bulletproof camera or not, it is not going to matter. Locked into the 1v1. IWI, you have the shotgun. You've just got to keep yourself alive here. You've got a couple of seconds to hold on. Shukri hasn't got the diffuser, and he's going to be searching through the drone hole. That will not be good enough. We're going to see map 1 here go to DUNLIMITED.
Yeah, you see a minute to go on the clock if you're the defense and you're just ready with the guns. You know they're going to be coming in from that snowmobile, and they were ready. The information, the echo cams, the bulletproofs, opening up that single wall, using the kill holes in it. You like that position from the Warden? Jumped up on the table, have that elevation looking down onto the remaining attackers, just scrambling in the bomb site. A good hold from the defense, a bit of early aggression. I mean, Hypex, that shot he had, you know, that cracker. You have to take what you get given. So yeah, DUNLIMITED, very straight to the point. The rounds that they won were so on the money. Whenever they won a round, it didn't look as if they struggled whatsoever. But DEATHROW just on the attacks today, too slow.
Yeah.
Not being able to stick to one idea. It seems to be if the slightest bit of inconvenience, oh, scrap that, let's do something else. That doesn't work. You have to commit to it. No matter what happens, you have to commit to it. You have to die for the badge.
Well, maybe the pressure of the lower bracket is getting to our teams. We're going to throw this one back over to the desk and see what they have to think about it.
DUNLIMITED are pushing DEATHROW even further down. DEATHROW, because they win on DEATHROW's map pick. So Chalet is secured. Bank is up next, but DUNLIMITED, they did what we didn't expect them, and that is actually slow it down.
Yeah, and I think we had a little talk before, and we said that if DEATHROW try to play DUNLIMITED at DUNLIMITED's game, it's going to be a whitewash. It's going to go straight, you know, it's going to be an easy one for DUNLIMITED. But DEATHROW have tried to force DUNLIMITED to play their game, which DUNLIMITED are doing and winning.
Yeah.
I mean, DUNLIMITED played a really different style of season than what we perhaps expected, but it was basic, simple. They'd done everything right, and on the offense, DEATHROW just didn't have solid answers. They couldn't figure stuff out, and we saw them time and time again stalling out and trying to go for something different, and they just didn't have it set up, and they kept running into these brick walls and had no solution for it. And what was kind of a swap of roles in terms of playstyles for these teams.
Yeah, we said it was going to be a clash of playstyles, and that's exactly what it was. It just felt like a little bit of a switcheroo because, you know, DUNLIMITED were the ones playing slow, DEATHROW were the ones trying to go aggressive. They didn't really have that ability to stick to one plan. It felt like they were maybe a little too nervous under the pressure.
Well, you heard the casters bring it up on the desk. Ollie and Demo were saying the fact that it's inconveniences, maybe abandoning plan A a little bit too quickly and trying to change everything around, and it didn't really work for them. One thing that I think both sides will be very happy with is their open and pick conversion. We had one round, the whole map was won by the team that didn't get the open and pick, and that was all the way to round 9. So the map played out. But old school, open and pick wins.
A little bit, you know. Normally, you know, it's historically opening pick tends to have a huge advantage, especially on the defensive side. But stats rolling in, there's high picks. Absolutely clutch game player, showing up big. 12-7, 82% cost. 2-1 on that entry, which is such an important stat line as well to be able to find that opening pick and make an impact. DUNLIMITED, they played a level of siege that I don't think we expected them because it slowed it down. It was not what we expected stylistically from them, and I'm really impressed with how they played it out.
Yeah, we've highlighted Frenchie and Swaz earlier in the pre-game specifically, but it feels like this time around DEATHROW, they've really struggled, not just in terms of having those individual players show up, but just the entire team.
Yeah, I think it was Swaz and Shukri up on the top, the 1-2 punch, but just was a better performance by DUNLIMITED. In particular, high picks went hard. 12-7, 2 entries, 82% cost, and time again, it was just really clever the way that DUNLIMITED players were almost manipulating or baiting the players from DEATHROW into specific places where they could get easy picks.
I mean, that's easy to do when you're given opportunity and space to do it. The amount of times we saw that attack on bar games down below where there was no pressure mezzanine balcony from DEATHROW. There's simple things and simple steps that they were missing out. And I mean, when you're in the shoes of DUNLIMITED, you know, you see an opportunity, you see space that your team or the opposition are giving, you take it, take full advantage of it, and that's what they've done. They weren't hesitant at taking advantage of what space they saw, what opportunities, what openings. And while normally we see them do that in an aggressive fashion, they've done it in a lot smarter way today.
Yeah, and it's DEATHROW shoes who I don't personally want to be in, but you know, they still have to walk a mile or two depending on how you want to convert these maps. And the next one up that we have is going to be Bank, and that is DUNLIMITED pick. We said, if anything, DUNLIMITED with the play style that we're used to, that very aggressive, you know, fireworky play style, it's most likely going to be in their favor. But DEATHROW, they need to do something here.
Yeah, DEATHROW need to break that serve now by winning this map. Considering the fact that they have got a 100% win record whenever they come here, it might play into their favour. But space is the point that Whippet brought up. Bank has a lot of big open spaces that DUNLIMITED could really take advantage of. And something DUNLIMITED aren't afraid to do is to try get the pick from outside the building, and Bank is a map where you can do that pretty easily.
I mean, think of that top floor, the amount of window play you can have directly on the site. DUNLIMITED like to try and take that Route 1 approach, and they don't need to be in the building to do so. And the fact you said space. This map is huge. There's lots of open areas, and there's lots of ways to move around it. Think, for example, of how effective an Oryx can be. All the hatches you can make, all that late round impact. A Nook as well, super impactful operators. We saw DUNLIMITED actually use a lot of Nook on the offenses on Chalet, and DEATHROW didn't bring her out at all. And on a map like Bank, when you're given all that extra space, expect the operator to either be banned or super influential.
Well, is DEATHROW going to be able to find the space to give themselves a breather and push this towards map 3? We're going to be finding out as we're going to be heading onto Bank with our casters, Ollie and Demo.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you very much, Ginny. We are going to be running through Bank right now. DEATHROW versus DUNLIMITED. DUNLIMITED 1-0 up on the series. I'm not sure after Chalet if we are going to see all three with this one like we did last week, Demo. DUNLIMITED, they look in a slightly different league here tonight, despite what the social vote on the screen may look like.
It's not the same DEATHROW we've seen against the Sand, Ollie.
Really isn't.
It's not that same tenacity where they're potent in those engagements. I think the kill department has been lacking today, has to be said. And against a team like DUNLIMITED, who we know will have the gun skill. I mean, DUNLIMITED are just playing their siege. Like I mentioned, they haven't looked phased. I think even though it says 7-4, DUNLIMITED, some of the rounds they lost was obviously down to them, but there was just more rounds being lost to DEATHROW because they were kind of all over the place. They didn't look as if they had a clear game plan. Everything DUNLIMITED went. You know, they had the game plan. If it didn't work, it was very obvious, you know, why it didn't work. But for DEATHROW, it looked as if they could do something, and then they just kind of throw it out the window and they do something else. It's weird. They never chance their attack they're going for.
We're going to see a Monty ban. Of all the places, Bank is one of the ones that you would expect to see a Monty ban on, but still there are so many things that you can look to try and remove. Dokkaebi coming through is a bit of a no-brainer.
Monty's very good on Bank for a couple of reasons. He was great on 2 bomb sites, in my opinion. I think he's obviously, basement, stand behind him and plant is very obvious. That's going to be a go-to. But even for like a top floor, he's just good at like solo pushing up spiral stairs and just gaining information.
Yeah.
That's what it is. You know, it's a big map. You want to be hunting roamers. Monty's going to be able to do that as the human drone. Castle, a ban. I can't remember last time we've seen the Castle ban, but it does make a lot of sense for Bank. Bank relies very heavily for attackers on windows, and then Castle is being brought in for the defense to block up those windows and not give away those lines of sight. It's also really good for the tertiary bomb sites. If you're looking at Teller's Archives, if you're looking at open area and kitchen, it's going to be important to castle off some doorways, stop anyone kind of crouch walking in. And, I mean, I guess for DEATHROW it kind of tells us that they're looking to play really aggro on the attack, because you don't ban Castle if you're not ready for that. Like, if you know the Castle's there, it's going to be there's going to be big openings. It's also going to change the strats for both sides.
It's almost mandatory on this site in particular, a Castle, in my opinion. You think about all the different ways that you can play those castle barricades, whether it be blocking off the double door, blocking off the single window. There are just so many options.
Yeah, like double door not being able to be castled off is going to be tricky to deal with, because now somebody could walk into janitors, for goodness sake, and just open up an angle straight into the bomb site. Single window, like you mentioned, can be easily broken through now.
And it's strange to see DUNLIMITED go here first after the castle back comes out.
Yeah.
You'd think you'd go somewhere a little bit safer.
You don't have that same extension towards elevator, lobby, double door. It's usually castled off now. Yeah, it screams crouch walk central to me. And even with Echo being banned out as well. The information, because again, Castle is not only there, obviously, like we mentioned, about blocking out sightlines, he is also there for information. If you know a castle barricade gets broken, you know somebody's pushing that. So it is going to be really difficult, I think, for the defense this game. I think it's going to be an attacker-sided Bank. This is what I mean. Look at this, immediately straight up. He knows he can swing Blue Ollie because that barricade isn't going to be castled.
I think the DEATHROW need it to be an attacker-sided map, honestly, because with the way that we saw their attacks play out on Chalet, it was not the greatest. We'll have to see how many advantages they can take here, knowing the lay of the land, knowing what they're going to be going into. We've got the 0 again. This time, it's often that we'll see a 0 on Bank. It can be brought to really gather a lot more information. You've got those Argus cameras and, more importantly, the secondary hard breach here.
Not as much as what I think we make it out to be sometimes. Because for me, whenever I think of a team who plays Bank and only plays 0, the first team that... I can't really think of any other team apart from Rogue. They're the only team who I think bring it 6 times out of 6. I don't think you can say the same for other teams.
Are there any other teams, though?
What in the world? There is, believe it or not. We do have quite a lot of teams.
I thought we just liked Rogue.
It's just the team I think of. So yeah, it's the end of 0. It's good to see. It is a good operator. Hard breach gadgets, the information. It's going to be crucial. Oh, Rorik, be careful. There is players in the skylight. IWI should have been feeding that through to him, to be honest.
Army's going to pick up the first kill onto Swaz. The crouch walking Nook has not worked. Castle barricade or not. Maestro still able to get the job done. A little bit of a drop-off there as well, as quite a good deal of time has been burnt. Hypex, you are fortunate to be alive, my friend. He's going to get taken out here as the swing comes from GoRank. Can now start to try and manipulate these vertical angles as more damage is being taken as defenders scurry back to site.
So that's 2 minutes wasted. A lot of utility also being used up by DEATHROW. They don't have a lot of time, but thankfully for them, the hatches have already been opened up by the defense. That does cut down about 10 seconds or so, and now it's just a matter of fact of getting the drone work done. You have to find out where the remaining players are, how many are going to be in the bomb site, and then being able to execute appropriately. Single window is a crucial thing now. I think you need somebody rotating towards that single window, towards Copier, to cut off really any of the vision and any crosses or sight lines that the defenders may want to be holding.
Well, drone's going to come inside there and gather a little bit. IWI's got himself
He's in a dangerous
spot away. It's a real
Danger
hero
man, here he
zero
goes.
spot here. He could come up with a slew of kills. He also could just get taken out very quickly indeed. 10 seconds left to go, and he is nowhere near his time to strike just yet. It takes the swing, takes goal rank out. It's going to be the start of the kills that do come as a flood. Army, he's going to be locked into an engagement there with Frenchie, as a hatch drop was all that was really an option. Defenders coming away with that first round done limited. Castles or not, making it look fairly straightforward there.
Yeah, just time management not being there for DEATHROW.
Again,
same thing that happened to them on Chalet. Just takes them too long to really get things going. And DUNLIMITED, I thought they played that well, considering that they don't have the castle. It looks as if they have a plan B, and that's the mirror windows upstairs only that were being utilized. And the mirror windows, again, it's similar to castle because it denies things away from the attackers, essentially. Because a mirror window is something you don't want to peek at. And if you know that there's going to be mirror windows above, immediately that's what you're going to have to use the utility on. That's what you're going to have to burn through. Same thing you can say for the castle barricades. So I suppose that's probably the comparison that you would make. I know that's a bit of a stretch, but it does seem to be their plan B with wasting time. DEATHROW, losing that crouch-walking Nook has to be a topic of conversation, Ollie. That opening kill stat has to be mentioned.
They brought it up on the desk. The opening kill in this game so far has often led to a round win. Both of these teams do very well from in front and quite poorly from behind.
Indeed, yeah.
It's not uncommon. It's a very siege-centric thing that we often talk about.
The best teams in the world can make magic happen out of nothing. Isn't that's the way we view the best teams. Horrible things can happen, but they always end up winning a round. What did we say about the NIP team in 2021, whenever they won Invite? The amount of times where they were behind, and then they just pull it out of thin air was incredible, and that's what wins you games. Right now, for both these sides, well, obviously we'll see DUNLIMITED on the attack, but right now, both the teams, they don't get that opening pick on the attack. They are just, where do you go?
Well, they've gone to the top floor this time. Army picking up that opening kill once again onto Shukri, removing a couple of those nades. I think Shukri actually had 2 in pocket as well. It's Swaz that's already thrown one, so a good deal of utility lost there again. And, you know, we talk about the opening kill and how important it is, Demo. Something else that's not happening is there's no trades.
No, that was one thing I did want to mention in Chalet, but we didn't get enough time to really mention that, was the opening pick. Sure, it's all, we mentioned opening pick, oh, you've lost the first man, but a lot of times if you do lose that opening pick, we see a lot of teams just refrag it immediately, which does keep it, you know, level, but you're still losing that man nonetheless on the attack. We're not seeing that at all. You're allowing defenders to stabilize, knowing they have an extra man, allowing them to rotate around. The castle ban, we have to mention this again, Ollie. It's usually a bit of a killer for the top floor. With no castle, I'm surprised that we went up here and not down towards the basement. If you know you're not up against the castle, I think that the spiral stairs in towards Kanto is your easiest option, because you know banana windows are not going to be castle barricaded. The 2 double windows on the site are not going to be castle barricaded. You should just be playing windows. All day of the week you should be playing windows, but DEATHROW are, again, all over the place.
Hellbent on this vertical control, throwing the nades from below, which isn't really working. We've got Frenchie out on the windows right now. Prime in main lobby to keep him somewhat safe. But they haven't got the fortune of numbers here to really commit the players in the right zones, because they've lost those couple of picks really early on. Swaz maybe finds himself a little pick here. But at the point where we're using Selma charges to burn through Rooney gates, it isn't a great sign. Swaz still looking to try and work his way up, but that was always going to happen. Hypex, he just waited for his time to strike and hit from that main lobby. Not only is that Frenchie down, but it's also the diffuser cold on the ground.
Look at this.
Swaz, it's got timeout written all over it if ever I have seen it.
No parking.
Prime, he's going to get himself taken out. It's important to note that Swaz hasn't given up there in this round. He's just thought, you know what, we can take this time and have a discussion, because we do have a timeout, but we don't necessarily want to use it in round number 2. But they need to do some soul searching here, Demo.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, two back-to-back bad attacks, has to be said. I just think you've banned the castle for a reason. You know that the only ways that you would play the castle barricades in this top floor is to block off the double windows on the site and block off the banana windows. That's what you use them for, is it not? Right? So then why are they not attacking into that? Why are you not going in towards lobby, opening the Kanto wall, putting people on the rappel? We see it work really, really well because you're forcing all of the defenders then either into Janitor or into Meeting, both of which don't have a good eye on anyone pushing up towards Spiral Stairs then. And as soon as you get Spiral Stairs control as the attacker, you control everything.
It's game over.
That's it, because you have so many different angles that you can sit and hold, and then you can swing in. The swinging's easy. That's the only issue that I think obviously defenders don't like about that top floor is there's a direct way into sight. And if there is a direct way into sight, you should be utilizing that. Yeah. They've done these bans, which is really good ban for starting on the attack, but they're not taking advantage of it.
10 seconds to go.
Well, let's see if they can take advantage downstairs in the basement. This is the third choice site here for DUNLIMITED. Given the bans and the available operators, it makes a little bit of sense. Hibana being available. Sure, we've got Cade, we've got these things available, but with Thatcher being a thing, secondary gadgets being a thing, you're not really going to be looking to electric claw onto these hatches. Instead, DUNLIMITED are going to go for an extension. Now, something that you would quite like for this extension demo is potentially a castle. So again, it leads into that your defense is going to be slightly weakened here and you're going to have to do things a little bit differently. 2 hatches open there inside of open area. Not too many people playing on the site as is to be expected, but the rest nicely reinforced. We've actually left elevator soft as well and open for Nordwin.
So your run-of-the-mill roam game that we're used to seeing a lot of the time. Just opening the hatches, denying access to server. Or not server, but denying access to the plant from server. DEATHROW, how will you approach? It's DEATHROW, that's the team we want to see appear now. It looks as if they're going to go for the roam game challenge only. Players located above, they will open up the 2 hatches that were reinforced. I think DUNLIMITED, they're happy enough with this. I think DUNLIMITED have been a good side with just realizing whenever the jig is up, and they've been able to get out of dodge.
I think that's something that they have done well, is they've been able to roam and know when to actually drop off. Frenchie taking a load of damage there, but he's going to do the job against Rorik regardless. Swaz is poised, ready on these main stairs to do damage as well. Hypex, next player to fall. Things already going a lot better here for DEATHROW. IWI going to try and make his way up these stairs and find something to keep his team in it, but it's going to be very slim indeed. Takes a huge chunk of damage for that kill onto Swaz. Frenchie, pretty low. Shukri, not full health, but still a long way here to go for DUNLIMITED. The pre-fire from Shukri was only ever going to end one way. Army, you're going to have to clutch and it's going to have to be spectacular, but he won't get past the first. Shukri 2 kills there on the main stairs. Much better from DEATHROW. Very direct. Where has this team been, Demo?
It's incredible how much a round dictates on who gets opening pick. Or just a game in general between these 2 teams. Yeah, it's... wow. DUNLIMITED just torn apart. No refrags from them.
That's the most confident I've seen DEATHROW move all night.
Yeah, and DUNLIMITED, I mean, they're set up for those crossfires specifically. Whenever those hatches get opened up above, it does feel as though the player inside of elevator, the mute, kind of just there by himself because he kind of cut off. He doesn't really have the potential of doubling up and, if you know somebody's in main stairs, swing. So the only thing about the top floor, or for the bottom floor, if you're going for that roam game, is you need to be confident with it. You need to be able to take it to the attackers. The whole point of that is to fight. That's what you're there for. If you get ignored, it's great, but you should never be expecting that teams are going to ignore your strategy. You should always be ready for a fight. But no, all credit to DEATHROW. Finally, we get something from them. But we need more of that. DUNLIMITED going back to the open area, this mirror strategy that they play above Ollie. It's good to give them a bit of map control. It's able to kind of add these layers, because if you look at the top floor, look at the kind of layers that DEATHROW have to go through. You have to burn through the guy inside a banana with all the concrete barriers. Once you burn through him, then you can start working on the mirror window. You burn through that. Then you have to go through the Wamai and the shield on towards the stock trading doors. That's the layers that you're dealing with. And guess what? That's not even the bomb site. Then you have to go through the bomb site process. And that was what ate away at DEATHROW's time, was all of these different layers being set up from DUNLIMITED.
DUNLIMITED are good at setting up the mini-games that need solving for DEATHROW, and when you're going up against a team like DEATHROW, you need to be giving them that sort of problem-solving to do, because we know that they're a little bit slow on the attack when things don't immediately go their way. Rorik, inside a double at the minute. I did think he might go for a run out, and he is going to go for it. Picks himself up one, but doesn't realise there's a second. Oh, the fluster. Adrenaline pumping through the veins on the run out, and unfortunately for him, he's going to pay the ultimate price.
Wow.
Great swing from IWI, and he can drop himself off now. Nordwin, I think, has opened up that mirror window from below.
How is he allowed to do that? Are they not ready for that? And again, right, there's 2 layers down, but you've lost 2 players, and there's still the 3rd layer. Well, okay, never mind. Swaz has just walked in on it. Didn't even drone it. I don't think he even droned it, Ollie.
Just crouch walk in.
Just crouch walk
it's
in.
the safest thing to do.
Seems like it.
I mean, he's got a great little yellow ping there onto Hypex. Hypex is...
He was looking for the holes to try and kill somebody jumping in double window.
I mean, there's nobody jumping in double window. We can confirm that for the time being. Levels out to a 3 versus 3.
2 changes this time. All right, DEATHROW have actually got some kills, and next up, they've got a bit more time. Surely this will be better. Has to be.
It's the time that really does it, isn't it? Depends if they can get themselves in the right position now. We're going to have Swaz jumping into the Iana clone, gathering a little bit of information here. Prime going to be down in the basement for the time being. Frenchie does have 2 Selmas, so he can try and open up this wall a little bit. There's actually no holes above for an impact trick either. Nordwin going to be inside of Tellers here. He has a great chance at playing spoiler. He doesn't necessarily need to get the kill here. Even if he just takes off the Selmas, he's done a really good job. Won't get visual on that Selma, but certainly gets a visual onto Frenchie and is able to down Swaz. Caught out, not able to provide the cover. A lot comes down to him and Prime now as Swaz searches out for this player inside of Archives. Won't find too much damage and will be taken out by Army. Great pincer movement there. Real good teamwork showing through from DUNLIMITED. The diffuser cold, 13 seconds. Prime, 1 versus 2 here. Army and IWI know exactly where he is. They also know where the kit is, so this should be fairly straightforward for them. Prime going to crouch walk his way into sight. Little hopsy up from IWI, and he's able to easily take him out. A little bit more time isn't going to do it, DEATHROW. You need more than that to execute onto that site.
They need the drones working in the final minute. That's what they're lacking, Ollie. Once again, they push into Skylight to open up the quad wall, and they've been caught out by just a guy sat in a corner holding an angle. Last time it was a man in Janitors. This time it was a man in towards Tellers. Huh.
I thought it was really lacking in that round. They got the top floor control, but there was no vertical.
Well, they lost. Who did they lose? They lost the sledge, did they not? Because it was the jump out, wasn't it? It was the jump out. Yes. It was the first pick.
Yes.
They lost the sledge early on, but again, I think whenever you know you can then just open up quad wall as easy as it is and then maybe taken towards Archives. I think Archives is a crucial location that needs to be taken by attackers for that attack, because keep in mind, everyone opens up that triple wall. It gives you a way into sight. It gives you an angle to stop anyone playing inside a kitchen. It's a great pause to take up, but DEATHROW have just been very negligent of taking that.
10 seconds to insertion.
3 rounds to 1 for DUNLIMITED.
5 seconds left.
Looking pretty hot here on the defenses of Bank, all things considered.
One thing as well you have to give credit for DUNLIMITED is they are exposing DEATHROW. They're doing the same things over and over again, and that is the lack of information. They know they're not being droned out. They know they can sit in these positions that's going to gift them kills. Like DUNLIMITED, we mentioned before whenever they played against 10-star, if you give them what they want, you're done. You cannot give this team anything. Like I mentioned, I think DUNLIMITED, they have their weaknesses like every team. I think they can be exposed. 10-star's shown that. But if you aren't exposing DUNLIMITED and you're not putting them in the hot seat, tricky. And once again, who got the opening pick?
Well, it was the jump out, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm. Telling you, just don't believe it. These teams just cannot play from behind.
There's quite a lot going into this stock control right now. Hypex still has a Wamai in there. There's a direct focus here onto square stairs as well. Currently nobody out there on that rappel. Swaz just seeing if there's anything that he can grab here.
Oh, well, DUNLIMITED's won. We know that. 4-1 the round, isn't it? They got the opening pick.
I don't know why Swaz is peeking that with off the back of just no info whatsoever. Like, he's waiting for the drones to come through, but they're just a little bit too far behind. Frenchie, however, he's picked himself up too, got himself firmly into stock.
Shukri. He's stumbled into Janitors. Is this going to work out for him, Ollie? This is a big moment. No! Holding on to the wrong side of the rotate. Auroric eliminates him. And DEATHROW, all of that hard work that they had to gain that man advantage has been... It's done because there's been a wanderer. We found another one.
It's been given away. Prime was caught in main lobby as well while all of this is going on. Literally got teammates in sight. He is going to turn his attention here. Does manage to connect onto Army. It wasn't looking good, but he corrected. Nordwin now knows that there's going to be a threat on these main stairs. Rorik coming in from below as well. Could prove to be a bit of a pinch, but it's not going to be enough. Frenchie has said enough is enough. Picked up 3. Prime secures the last. We've booked the trend demo.
We have.
The opening pick hasn't rewarded a round win. On the contrary, DEATHROW have fought from behind, and it was, I'll be honest, all off the back of Frenchie.
Pretty much.
3 big kills in that round.
That Zero you have to mention about the Zero. He got 2 picks from 2 different players trying to flank from lobby because they're Zero camp. Do you not see immediately as soon as somebody's in lobby, he knows what angle to hold every single time. So there's the value that you can see out of the Zero that we were mentioning about that operator. Showcases that. One change that I was going to mention the last time, which actually is happening now, Ollie. Can you actually, let's play spot the difference. Can you see the difference? What was I going to mention about what maybe DUNLIMITED were lacking?
The dock.
No.
The mute.
Yes. It was the mute.
I hedged with the dock because you
should have went with the mute. And the reason why I wanted to pick up on the mute was, look at where Frenchie got his 2 kills from. It was from the stock windows, 2 kills. And he got it from opening up that single wall so easily using the Hibana pellets. If you have that mute jammer, that's not going to happen. And it's good to see DUNLIMITED have realized that. You need to hold that position. I personally think that that stock position was gave up way too early from DUNLIMITED's perspective.
I think it was given up, well, was it given up early or did DEATHROW do a good job of dealing with it?
No, it was given up early because they didn't have the mute jammer.
But playing the game that was in front of them, DEATHROW did a good job of identifying that.
Of course they did, but I think that they should have been struggling a lot more because that is not an easy position to clear out of. You have typically the shield, which isn't actually here. Because they forfeited the alibi, they have brought in the mute, and that means they don't have the shield. So it makes it stronger and it makes it weaker. It has its pros and cons. I was even mentioning about even the mute to combo the mirror windows that they had in the open area defense. I was mentioning that, thinking, you know, maybe a mute jammer would be nice for the mirror windows, but then I was thinking, oh, but then they have to remove the shield operator, and then they can't play that shield. So I was going through the motions in my head, and they've went for it. It's just, do you value that shield? How much do you value that deployable shield? If you don't, and you'd rather have the mute, and you think you can play flexible enough in that position without the safety, then go for it, sure. Let's see how it works.
GoRank's got himself onto the rappel. And has been taken off the rappel.
How dare you say that about GoRank? Look what you've done to him.
IWI, he's binned him there. All the way from Janitors.
Yep.
Nice little line of sight straight on through.
A lot of dot gameplay tonight. Been a staple pick.
IWI 6-2 as well. Shukri.
Nades from below.
No doubt looking for some nades from below. There is nobody home, my friend. Unfortunately for you, and to be honest with you, there's not a great deal of utility knocking around there either. We've got a couple of bulletproof cameras, but I'm not sure if you're going to be able to effectively clear those out. Bit of a crouch walk up these main stairs. This is what you were asking for a couple of rounds ago, Demo.
Nordwin's the danger man. He's inside of elevator. Should be easy enough to get rid of him, though. 1 nade is all it takes, and he's gone from that position. But they need to drone him out. I really hope that they should be ready for a player in that pause. They've got a guy on counter rappel who will now begin to open up that wall. Hope so. There we go. Frenchie swings. Swaz will eliminate him with that simple nade. And oh, IWI tries to get the kill back, but he himself will be denied. Better basics from DEATHROW, and that will give them, Ollie, a great lead going into the final 40 seconds.
Frenchie's on a tear in these last couple of rounds. Picks up another onto Army. Rorik left holding a really long angle. Will eventually put an end to the madness that Frenchie has been dishing out. Hypex on those main stairs as well. The diffuser easily recovered here. 25 seconds and Rorik still has eyes on. Neither player inside of the site though, and no ability to deny. So there's going to be a straight gunfight here. That DMR dishes out the damage even at such long ranges. Hypex hasn't got the information though. No one is going to be coming from the bottom of those main stairs. Now turns his attention, focusing on that elevator corridor. Takes out Swaz, picks up a second. Fantastic work from Hypex. The diffuser cold. Shukri, he's left with nothing left to do. Great recovery from DUNLIMITED.
How they pulled that one out, I have no idea. DEATHROW did everything right. They pushed the way I wanted them to, which was going up in towards Kanto, taking Spiral, knowing you don't have to deal with the castle barricades and everything that goes into that. But I think the one big thing that they were lacking was just the window presence. That was where they really faltered.
One player on window, someone rotating later on into the round to Skylight, maybe.
I think you place 2 players on the windows, one of them holding the diffuser, and you try and swing in that way. That's the way you do it. Because you have to also remember, if you look at where Rorik was getting those kills from with the DMR, whoever's on those windows can just shuffle over to the Skylight ones and stop him from doing that from that perspective. It's all on the same wall.
Yeah. Well, they lost Gorank so early, didn't they? Gorank was the window player. Yeah. He got sat down quite early on. And the rest is history. 4-2 to DUNLIMITED. Poised and ready here. Switching sides over onto the attack. DEATHROW. Last chance saloon for them, Demo. They need to make this defensive phase count, otherwise they will be out of Challenger League. This is the lower bracket.
Never to be seen again.
And DUNLIMITED have already won map 1.
Gone, but never forgotten.
Never to be seen again until potentially next year.
Or invitational qualifiers, perhaps.
Or a myriad of any other things.
Any other... We've got a lot of siege. A lot of siege. So... DUNLIMITED. On the attacking side, they've looked clinical, Ollie, whenever they set up well, and they've not given away that first pick, which is probably the best storyline that we have right now for DUNLIMITED, is things must go right. If things don't go right on the attack, go next.
And they've been kind of almost vocal about that as well in the way that we've seen them play. You know, it's not that they throw things away if things don't go well in the first couple of minutes of the round, but there's certainly a little bit less try going out there, isn't there, sometimes? So far they've taken good control of this top floor. There isn't any roaming presence really to deal with. Nope. You're looking at players on half stairs, and that's full really it.
Yeah, full
You're going to be ringing the mirror window. You're going to be ringing C4s, 3 of which you're going to be playing fairly site-centric. You've got the Vulcan canisters. There shouldn't really be anything that holds DUNLIMITED up here from getting to the meat and bones of this round quite quickly. It does all come down to the positioning.
Of course, they have the Thatcher, so the Kai Claw is not going to be an issue. And on the positioning, like you mentioned, Ollie, I think for the attackers, it's probably more crucial than the defense.
Yeah.
I think a player going alone into Garage is necessity. It is a necessity if you want to really stop the denial from happening. But DUNLIMITED, it's all about the time. They burned through 1 Goyo canister, it would seem to be. They will now open up those site walls, but there's still C4s. There's still 2 more Vulcan canisters to get rid of also. There's a player eliminated. There's 1 C4 gone, Ollie. But they still need to eliminate those fire canisters. That is the issue.
There is still a little bit of time for that. Got a couple of nades in Rorik's pocket. He could maybe look to deploy in that direction. Swaz playing a bit of a dangerous game directly underneath of the hatch. Seeing some fire there on the main stairs as that area is briefly denied.
They're going to go for a backdrop. They're just going to ignore all of that, it seems to be, Ollie, because it makes sense. Why waste your time burning through all of the fire whenever you know you have the man advantage especially? Backdrops are very risky because you know it's just going to be a kill fest. You know you just have to trade kills back and forth, but if you have the man advantage, it's going to be great, and that's exactly what they're going for, Ollie. Dropping the hatches, looking to play for kills, and there it is, DUNLIMITED. They get the first pick, and they just dominate in their rounds.
I love the self-belief that we're seeing in this DUNLIMITED side at the moment. They have got such confident calls where they get the opening pick and that's it, it's go time. Everybody is committed. There is no hesitation and people are very quick to be in the right position at the right time. A very speedy rotation there from Nordwin, it's got to be said. He was hanging around inside a server and he used his heart breach gadget. Fantastic. But immediately, as soon as the call came through, bang, he's over into main lobby.
He is the bait. He is the bait.
Well, I mean, he still got a kill through it.
He did.
It still worked out. But as soon as that job is done, it's, yep, now I'm straight over to main lobby.
Because that Cad was the first pick, wasn't he, as well?
Yeah, Cad was gone.
And that's whenever they know, okay, we've got the first pick, we have man advantage, let's go back hatches. Yeah, let's go for it. And look what it's done.
DEATHROW, slightly earlier timeout here.
Can I make a cringe joke?
Cringe away.
They're on DEATHROW.
Oh, brilliant.
Stop that.
Things are not looking good at all for DEATHROW here.
How much you want to make a bet Ginny says a DEATHROW pun?
Oh, it's guaranteed.
It's, yeah.
It's guaranteed. I think she made one in the pre-show.
Did she?
Yeah. 5-2 here for DUNLIMITED. 2 rounds away from advancing through in our lower bracket and 2 rounds away from sending DEATHROW home. Must be said, the confidence that DUNLIMITED are moving with at the moment, it's great to see. DEATHROW, is that timeout going to be enough for them? Previously, when they took a timeout in Chalet, it was good for a round, but not much else.
One thing I do like mentioning about DUNLIMITED, and I always get filled with joy whenever I say this, is I cannot pick their best player. And I'm not saying that as a mean thing. I'm not saying that in a horrible way. I'm saying that it's just one of those teams where everyone's on it.
Anyone can clutch.
Just anyone on their day can do it. Same way that you can look at some of the best teams in the world.
Such as?
FaZe.
Very true.
BDS.
I mean, GOAT.
Yes, but Renchi has his day. LMs has his day. We've seen, we've seen the life games.
It's true. It really is true. And I agree with you. I don't think that you could really single anybody out on DUNLIMITED and say, hands down, they are the best player or they are the most valuable player to the team.
It was like 10-star on the other night.
Yeah.
It wasn't the first Playday for 10-star where it was certainly one-man army, but then you look at the difference whenever everyone is playing good. That's one of the best feelings in the world, is whenever you come off a performance knowing that everyone done their part. There's not a single weak chain in the link. Everything is strong from top to bottom.
Rorik knows that somebody's playing inside of there, and he's got a good idea that it is going to be his Army. Army feeding that drone information across to him. Slightly slower round, all things considered, here from DUNLIMITED. We're about to approach the halfway point, and we haven't yet seen a kill. Rorik is going to be the first to give himself away, though. Swaz comes to the aid of his teammate. Hypex will be there to trade it back, though, and he's made his way up the stairs and picked himself up a second. IWI shuts Swaz down. That top floor control has now disappeared. DUNLIMITED, such a great job of refragging that kill onto Rorik and continuing to take control.
Yeah, hit them where it hurts only, isn't it? That's just having everything ready. The contingency plan, if we do lose somebody, we know exactly what to do.
Frenchie now's got to make his choice. Does he debate going up the main staircase? He's now the sole survivor as Nordwind has made it so, taking Prime out. Frenchie's had a great game so far, but I'm not sure if he's got almost an ace clutch in him here. Hypex doesn't even give him the option, doesn't give him the opportunity, Demo. 3 kills on the round for Hypex. It's map and series point here for DUNLIMITED. This one's flying by. I thought we were going to be in the trenches on Bank, but DUNLIMITED seem to have somewhere to be.
Yeah, DUNLIMITED not even looking phased. They know this is their map. This is their game. I don't see a way for DEATHROW to come back. DEATHROW tonight have just been not at the races, even with Chalet.
Not the team that we were expecting.
No, it's not the same team that we've seen up against Ascend, which I think gave them a really good run for their money. It's strange because we looked at that Ascend and DEATHROW game and we said both teams, played really well that night. Ascend got rolled over against 10-star, and now DEATHROW's getting rolled over by DUNLIMITED. And it was funny because then it was 10-star versus DUNLIMITED went up against each other as well.
We've not seen consistency yet inside of Challenger League. Any team that has done well one week has done poorly the next, or poorly in week one has done well the next. We are yet to find that consistency and that team that is running away with things. Here in the lower bracket, if you hope to make it all the way, you have to have that consistency because you can't afford to have a good week then a bad. You really only get one chance when you are in the lower bracket. DEATHROW's chance is now. Match point for DUNLIMITED. And they're bringing a little bit of fun here, Demo. We're getting the Ying thrown in for good measure.
Yes, indeed. The Ying, which was banned out in Chalet, but is going to be opened up on Bank. Just adds a bit of an oomph into the old motor of the engine. I wonder where they're going to actually utilize the ink, because there's a few different ways I've seen it being used. One thing that I've actually liked at the moment has been using them on the main stairs skylight. And you know, you can get that vault prompt, you just jump straight onto the stairs. Use the Candelas in that element to clear top main, and then sending the Ying in has actually been a very nice way of doing so. I don't know if they're going to go for that, of course, but it is certainly an option.
Swaz has just hit Rorik with the high. Got him on a great entry. Rorik really getting caught out there.
And then this is I believe this is the first time we've seen DUNLIMITED lose the opening engagement on the attack ollie.
They have been very good at it so far.
But generally, whenever this happens, we know what follows, and it goes from bad to worse for DUNLIMITED.
Well, DUNLIMITED have been the only team here tonight that have been able to fight from behind. I think we've seen DEATHROW have done it once, potentially, but DUNLIMITED have done it a couple of times. So they've got to try and make this remaining utility really count. They've lost a couple of nades there on Rorik. It does seem to have slowed them down a little bit here.
Yeah, that's what I worry for.
There's a lot of roamers just hiding away, isn't there? It's going to be a nightmare to try and deal with that. Hypex has got himself into stock, though. It sounds like he's got Ying over his shoulder.
Oh, they're just going to
crouch walk in.
Yeah.
This could be disastrous here. IWI is going to approach here onto Janitors. The Candela providing the perfect sound cover. Shukri will take Nordwind down, though. A Lion Scan comes, but it might be a tad too late. Kills continue to fly as Hypex does his job. IWI going to pre-fire there onto Gorank and take him out of action. Prime now left, along with Shukri. 2 versus 3. Holding this long angle from Elevator. Nade just going to push him back a little bit. It won't be too much of a risk to his health. Of course, is playing the dock. No more nades remaining. Hypex, he's been on a tear all game, and he's going to continue here and now. IWI closes things out with a nice short, quick swing on into sight. DUNLIMITED, they advance through our lower bracket, and we have to say goodbye to DEATHROW.
All credit to them. All credit to DUNLIMITED. Unbelievable in that last round, Ollie. Me and you seen it from a mile off. DEATHROW didn't.
Scary stuff there from DUNLIMITED. They have given themselves, themselves a bit of a statement, given themselves a little bit of a reputation there with that one, I think. I think there was a lot of people sat at home watching this. Certainly the social vote said it, 60-40. A lot of people were thinking that DEATHROW would come through and have a slightly easier time of things here tonight. I thought that as well. However, DUNLIMITED, you surprised us, and it has been a pleasure to watch. We're going to throw this one back over to our desk. They're going to break it down and set us up for game number 2. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few.
DUNLIMITED live to fight another day in the lower bracket, but unfortunately DEATHROW have been sent to their graves. We're going to be saying goodbye to DEATHROW as the first team to drop out here at CL Playoffs. Unfortunately for them, but DUNLIMITED, they have absolutely deserved it. They came out swinging, to say the least.
Yeah, brilliant performance by them from start to finish. You kind of got the feeling after the second or third round that DUNLIMITED were going to go ahead and get that one. Whippet was as brave to call a 7-3 scoreline, and we didn't even get that close. It finished 7-2, and Owe and Hypex were the absolute stars of that one.
I call that 2 rounds in as well. I mean, from the outset to how Bank was getting played, it looked like DUNLIMITED were in complete control. And DEATHROW, to their credit, they got themselves those 2 rounds, but they never looked like they were actually in that map. DUNLIMITED blew them out of the water, and it was that kind of, that flow. I mean, the way they moved around, especially on the defense of DUNLIMITED, the way they controlled space and used every inch of map, DEATHROW had no real way into it, and our MVP for this one is going to be IWI.
Well, it's as if you guys know what you're talking about.
Sometimes.
Sometimes. I don't know. My predictions haven't indicated that sometimes. That's why I didn't say who I was going to back for this one.
Okay, so that you must be feeling very happy now. And, you know, DUNLIMITED themselves must be feeling incredibly happy. So let's hear from Rorik as we have an interview ready with our player to see how they're feeling about today's win. Hello, congratulations. Hello. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm fine, but I don't really feel, not right now. I don't really feel like any good emotions.
Aw.
That's all I can say.
Maybe eventually they will sink in. Let's go back to last week, because unfortunately those were actually not any good emotions. What were the points that you were able to identify that you had to improve on?
I think it's clutch situations, because unfortunately last game against 10 Star on border we throwed very hard 1 versus 5 against Jax, and we were tilted, and I think we lost game because of it. We need to work on it very hard.
Yeah, today you guys seemed like a completely different team. We really expected you to just be running onto site, getting picks, and just making everything very fast. But instead, you guys were able to slow it down, and it looked more like there was a lot of thought and planning that went into it. So how were you able to do that in just 1 week time?
Actually, we knew what maps we will play today. Like, it was clearly Chalet, Bank, maybe Zim. We expected Zim Park also, okay. But we prepared Bank very hard. We expected Castle ban. Actually, we wanted to ban Castle, but they did it first. I don't know literally what to say, because we just had some ideas, and we did it in game as well.
Yeah, you guys did. And talking about maps, actually, it's quite an interesting point, because we haven't seen that many maps from you guys. So how deep is your map pool? Do you want to give us a little insight?
No, I don't know what to say.
No, okay, no.
I don't want to spoiler.
Okay, no spoilers, no
leaks.
leaks. Okay, fair. I respect that. So no spoilers then, it's okay. But what are you looking forward to in CL? Do you want to spoil anything in that regards?
Not really much to say, because I think we will see. We will prepare for next opponent, of course, and it will be a good game. I promise you.
Well, if it's anything we've seen today, I know that it's going to be a good game. So I really hope that you feel a little bit happier and just, be proud of yourselves, be proud of your team. You guys really deserved it. You did incredible tonight. Enjoy your evening, get some rest, and we will see you back after the major.
Thank you.
Thank you. Once again, I'm not getting any leaks from any of these players, man. Nobody wants to talk to me.
No, they're not going to. There's a lot on the line here inside of CL, but that's the thing about that side, DUNLIMITED. Rorik, it just epitomises confidence. He's got that real confidence, Yeah, we won the game. We expected to win the game, so I'm not really too happy. It's job done. You get the feeling those guys aren't going to show any emotion unless they actually win Challenger League itself. And it is just the fact that there is so much confidence, and I think because of the fact they didn't have that national season, we didn't see a lot of them during the year, a lot of people overlooked this roster because they just quite frankly hadn't seen a lot of them, and they have come out and shown that they're a very gifted side, and I'm looking forward to the lower bracket. That's a side that I want to avoid.
Yeah, but also it felt a little bit when we were looking at DEATHROW and how they were performing today. They looked a little lost. It felt like they just couldn't get all the pieces to just work out together as a whole.
They couldn't get it functioning as a cohesive five-man unit. On Chalet is a big example to me, is when they ran into any resistance on what their attacking strategy was, they changed it and they tried to go for something new. But they hadn't got the pieces in place to do that. And time again, they find themselves running into this problem where they've stalled out, they need to make a change, and they try to make that change, but they don't have enough time or positions or resources to make it work. And it was almost like, unfortunately, it was out of form for what we've seen from this side so far. And I mean, Rorik touched on it. That castle ban.
Yeah.
They had castle banned away, and they didn't utilize that. They could have played way more aggressive on those windows. They could have attacked that top floor, which DUNLIMITED brought out a fair amount of times on their defense, and they just didn't. And that's going to be something they have to look back at. You had this operator ban and you didn't take full advantage of what that opened up.
Yeah, and it is a little concerning to see that, DEATHROW, they were not taking advantage of anything that they were giving themselves. The success that they were setting themselves up for, it also felt like they were just a little lost. Their attacks didn't feel like a cohesive unit. So it begs the question, what happened there to this team? Because if anything, when we saw them last week, we're like, oh, that was a really good game.
Well, they're DEATHROW, and they didn't really have much of a case on attack, if I'm being brutally honest with you. One of the things that they were very good at was getting the diffuser down. I can't remember them getting the diffuser down once in that game whatsoever. Yeah. And then with them being on DEATHROW, their defense was much, much worse again, and it really is going to see them leaving the tournament. But when you spoke about structure, there was a round in particular where on attack, it just really frustrated, myself and Whippet to watch. Round 2, you had Frenchie on the windows. You had a player inside of lobby, Prime, who was in position to prevent him from getting ran out on or shot from lobby, because that's the only real place that you're vulnerable for when you're playing that position. And then a player on square. So you're doing 3 different attacks all at once. And then Prime decides to leave lobby, and 10 seconds after he leaves the lobby, he gets swung, and Frenchie's taken down in the window.
Yeah, and once you lose that player in the window, all that direct pressure is completely gone. It was one decision that cascaded and unraveled that round, and that's kind of what they done throughout the entirety of Bank. They spread themselves too thin. They had too many ideas floating around, and they couldn't focus in on one particular point or one particular push. They tried to do a little bit of too much of everything.
Yeah, and DUNLIMITED, however, they're the ones who have proven to us exactly what they're capable of. If anything, they put out a formidable performance. DEATHROW, however, unfortunately, the first team that we're going to be saying goodbye to here at CL on playoffs day number 5. Matt's is number 4. Matt's a little bit difficult. It's not my strong suit, by the way. But yeah, that's it from us for this game. We're going to be coming back with LAN Party Hotel versus JLINGZ eSport. It's coming up next, so don't go anywhere.
He's going to be searching through the drone hole. That will not be good enough. We're going to see map 1. But he's going to continue here and now. IWI closes things out with a nice shot.
Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better.
covert specialists' best tools are secrecy and fear. We are the boogeymen of the military world. When we come for you, there's nothing you can do. Going radio silent. We're the best suited to deal with the worst. Our only directive is to achieve our objective. No questions, no red tape. The intel and contacts we acquire are more reliable than any big dog in a suit.
Stay alert.
They open more doors than any warrant. Say goodnight, desgraçado. Someone has to get their hands dirty to chase the rats out of the darkness. We are Ghost Eyes. We find our enemies in their homes, and we make them disappear.
Welcome back. The second game of this evening, which also happens to be the final game before we head right into that major action. We have LAN Party Hotel against JLINGZ Esports, and let's do a little memory refresher here. Let's start off with LAN Party Hotel, Ollie.
Well, LAN Party Hotel went up against Wild last week. And I'll be honest, I don't feel like we saw the top of that team. It wasn't a great game, really, for LAN Party Hotel. I don't think we saw their full potential, especially given what they actually got to show us inside of the group stage of Challenger League. It didn't really translate through against Wild.
They took too slow, realistically, didn't they, to really get going. By the time they started playing some good Siege, Wild were already won it, pretty much, haven't they? They had so much breathing space to finally win out that second map in Chalet. So I think for LAN Party Hotel today, it's all about being able to get off on the right foot. The same way that we talked about 10-Star Ollie on Monday night was they needed to get off to a good start. Yeah, I think a good start is going to be crucial. Of course, we've already seen that, and it was kind of a bit of a running theme that me and Demo were trying to push in the first game of the night, where teams that get that opening kill tend to do a little bit better. This is Challenger League. We're not expecting absolute tier 1 performance from these teams, so little things like that do mean a little bit more, and I think LAN Party Hotel fall into that category.
Well, LAN Party Hotel is going to be going up against JLINGZ Esports, and would you say potentially we haven't actually seen their full potential? We haven't seen what they're capable of, considering the game that we've seen last week.
Yeah, it's obvious that we didn't see the best of JLINGZ, not because it's their fault. It's because of what happened. Like you mentioned before, don't want to talk about it in depth all too often. So I'm just going to go in with JLINGZ a clean slate. Essentially, in my opinion, that's why I'm treating this. I don't think we've seen that team to the full extent that we should. I think JLINGZ will come in today, they'll be angry. I think that's the way that they'll probably set themselves up with that play style. I think they'll go in knowing that there was a, we probably should have had that game. But what happened, now it's time to, don't cry about the past, look to the future.
But it...
Go on, Jay. I was just going to say that I think it's very much the same. Like, you've got to look at JLINGZ and you've got to say they've got to try and turn that anger into something a little bit more. And they are the kind of team that will be able to do that. I think they are the kind of team that will be able to just mentally bury what happened and then work through tonight. And you've almost got to feel a little bit sorry for LAN Party Hotel that they're likely going to feel the full wrath of that.
But it is a little scary, though, because we might be saying, like, it's their debut game, which, to be completely fair, that is going to be the case. We haven't really seen what they're capable of, but there is no safety net. If today doesn't work out the way they want to, then they're out. So that does add a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, of course it does. I think for any team in the lower bracket that we'll see, obviously, with the weeks to come as well, you don't have another chance. This is it. You had your chance. So now you have to push in, and you have to do it now a clean run. I'm sure every team in the lower bracket will be thinking, we can make a run here. We can do this. I want to say that it was 86 last year was in this similar position at JLINGZ room where they took a first loss, and they actually made like quite a good, I think it was 2 wins in a row, then a quite decent attempt at a lower bracket run. So certainly the same could be said about JLINGZ. I think we said at the start of the season, JLINGZ, they have the potential to actually be a contender, but we need to see them do that. They need to show us something more than what we've already seen. And I think today we'll get a taste of that. I think if JLINGZ want to be seen as a team who will put on a good show, will put on a good lower bracket run, they need to come in today and they need to blast their way through their opponents. Like I need the same as what DUNLIMITED did. We need to see that level of dominance.
Yeah, well, we also have individual players that we're expected to be showing up today that we think we should be really keeping an eye on. So let's get into this head-to-head statistics-wise and have a look at the players that we think today are going to be making that difference.
Well, these were certainly a couple of players that made a difference last week, Ginny. It's unusual always to highlight the supports. Obviously, we like to spread the love as much as possible. It can't all be about the entries. But the stats for both of these two teams, it was kind of difficult, Demo, to find somebody that stood head and shoulders above the rest. I wanted really in this to highlight Hunt Baby and who better to put him up against than Leonski. I think Hunt Baby had a bit of a life game last week. There was a huge clutch that he was able to get.
Wasn't more a life game, it was more he just did his job. I'll be honest, I don't think it was a life game.
But he was the only player, really.
Yes, yeah, and he was the only player who did his job because it was the other people were, of course, very, very weak in that side, and we've seen Wild be able to expose that. Leonski, he's been here. I think what is this his 25th recurring season on the CL show.
Wow.
He's still here. He's just jailed up, isn't he?
Locked in.
I've got the keys. I've got the keys.
Let him out.
I can't.
You gonna let him out tonight?
Maybe if he impresses me.
Is that what he's going to get, like day release?
Time off for good behaviour.
Yeah, time off for a win. It sounds fair enough, doesn't it? Maybe that's going to be the little impetus that the JLINGZ need. I'm sure that they need no encouragement here tonight. But we did just want to highlight those two support players.
So looking at the support players, looking at the fact that there's a lot of pressure here, LAN Party Hotel against JLINGZ. We saw last game was a clash of playstyles. Are we expecting it to be the same here?
Again, I think it's so difficult to really judge JLINGZ because I don't really know if we've seen... I think their playstyle, from what we've seen against Makers, was confidence. I think they were able to set up shop against really anything that Makers went for, and they were very confident in how they were doing so. I think they were confident with the refragging capabilities. It's one thing that me and you've touched upon with some of the teams in this competition, is it has been very lackluster. Whereas I think JLINGZ were right in the point. If they lost somebody, there was somebody straight back in to get the kills back.
And I think that's something that's worth bearing in mind here, is that for all the trials and tribulations in the JLINGZ Makers game, Makers got a lot of problem with dealing with JLINGZ. They weren't really able to deal with JLINGZ all too straightforward. It was a game that went to all 3 maps. It wasn't an easy game by any stretch of the imagination.
2 maps.
2 maps.
So, sorry, 2 maps. But
I know it felt like 3.
It felt like 3
like
because
5.
it was so long. But JLINGZ really gave them a lot of problem. The first map, they go to an overtime, obviously on Skyscraper. And I think that throwing all that into the mix, you just start to think to yourself, well, actually, LAN Party Hotel have got to go up against that tonight, and they've got to go up against that with an angry JLINGZ. So I think they are going to come up against quite a lot of obstacles, because JLINGZ have showed us that they can be a good team.
Can LAN Party Hotel, however, deal with these obstacles?
It's up to them to decide. If I could control them, I would. If I could jump in there and control all 5 of them to play the way I want to play the Siege, 100%. But that's up to them. It's not up to me. It's up to them. They have to go and do the job.
I think even if you're an octopus, you'd be a couple of hands short.
Don't they have like 8?
Everybody. Yeah, well, there's 5 players. So
yeah, but like
10 hands.
I mean, yeah, I don't have enough.
She was thinking 5 for each hand.
Yeah,
But do you play Siege with just a single mouse? Oh dear,
Have you got a mouse with a load of buttons on it?
Yeah, you don't. You have like 4 buttons on the side, and that's
WASD on the side of the mouse. Get out, honestly.
Yeah, that explains a lot, doesn't it? Well, LAN Party Hotel against JLINGZ, we kind of seen a couple of maps from both of these teams, and although the maps are not ready yet, I do want to kind of speculate in terms of what we're expecting to see. Which maps would most likely suit both of these teams?
Ban your scrapers.
Ban Skyscrapers.
Ban your scrapers. 100%. 100% you ban that. They look confident. That was the thing about Skyscraper. It's a map that we don't see teams play even at the highest level, and to see a tier 2 team feel safe and feel ready for that speaks volume.
Yeah.
Massive amount of volume.
I would be looking toward a Skyscraper. I think if I was LAN Party Hotel, that would be one of the first I remove. In terms of what we will play, I've got a hunch that we will go quite basic tonight. I think we maybe see an Oregon. I think we maybe see a Clubhouse. Wouldn't be too surprised to see a Chalet thrown in there either. I think we're going to be sort of erring on the side of caution there, because I don't think LAN Party Hotel are going to want to take this to anything that could be deemed as even remotely exotic.
Okay, well, let's have a look whether or not that's going to be the case in terms of the maps that have been banned and picked. And yeah, Skyscraper is basically off straight away.
Exotic. Welcome to the jungle.
We're going exotic.
Welcome to the jungle.
Welcome.
Bank, Villa, Theme Park. Now, how are we feeling about these picks?
I mean, look at the first ban for LAN Party Hotel.
Yeah, Skyscraper.
Yeah. Done.
Absolutely.
Clubhouse follows, which is I mean, it probably isn't surprising because they did get wiped by Wild.
They did.
On Clubhouse. They did get wiped.
They did.
Chalet.
You've got to worry if you can't play a
Chalet was
Clubhouse,
obvious.
You can't go back to a Clubhouse. Bank Villa theme. I mean, talk about maps that are big, talk about maps that have got a lot of potential, talk about maps that maybe we've not seen too much of just yet.
You've got the 3 biggest maps. You've got the 3 most strat-heavy maps that we have, where it is all about taking control of portions of the map. it's honestly, it's really important to get refrags, I think, in some of these maps as well, Ollie. So that's where I think JLINGZ could be in the money.
Well, JLINGZ have already proved that they have got that ability to refrag. And for LAN Party Hotel, I don't feel like we've seen enough from them here inside of the playoffs to have a really good judge of how they're going to approach this, because we didn't see them have the greatest game against Wild. They've gone for Villa here, which is quite a bold pick in my opinion, especially when you're going up against a team like JLINGZ and then leaving it to a theme park as a decider. Looks a little bit ropey potentially for LAN Party.
Or maybe it's like a really big brain strategy and they have it like completely prepared. See, again, I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt. We're not biased here. It could be the case, LAN Party Hotel. But if anything, looking at the maps that have been picked and kind of weighing up a little bit of the playstyles that we've kind of seen so far from both of these teams, does it favor towards any of the teams we're seeing here?
Yeah, I think JLINGZ has to be.
It's got to favour JLINGZ.
Has to favour JLINGZ. Yeah, you think about Villa especially, even though it may be LAN Party's pick, it is refrags. That is what it comes down to. And we've mentioned already JLINGZ are confident on. I think Skyscraper and Villa can be somewhat of a similar map playstyle where it's not so much about hard breaching per se, it's about map control, and it is about being able to get those refrags done and dust it there and then. It's also a lot to do with the defense offsite holds. The same way we look at Skyscraper, we can see them set up in towards Drum, in towards Dragon. You can do the same in Villa. You can set up in towards Trophy. You can set up in towards Statuary. Vice versa, if you're trying to set up in towards Study. It is going to play very similar in that regard.
I'm not sure if LAN Party Hotel have gone for like real big counter strategy here tonight. I've just had a quick look there and we can see that JLINGZ have played both Bank and Theme Park. They lost Bank against Unlimited. They won Theme Park against Unlimited in overtime inside of the group stage. We have not really got any information on LAN Party Hotel playing any of these maps like Bank, Villa, or Theme. So are they maps that they've been hiding? Like, are they looking to try and keep something back a little bit here?
The thing is they couldn't even play Clubhouse.
That's what worries me. If you can't play Club, one of their most played maps is Oregon. That's why I was expecting to go to something a little bit more basic, a Club,
and it's
Oregon,
like,
something along those lines.
And Theme Park is essentially the evolution of Clubhouse, where it's more about opening walls. It's more about not giving picks away as an attacking side. If we do get the Theme Park, which again, I personally do feel it's going to be unlikely.
Okay.
I think if it does get the Theme Park, if they can't play the Club like you mentioned, where are they going to go?
Yeah, well, fair enough.
You know, if those maps are the answers, what was the question for them? What was the question?
Well, I know the question for us is who's going to be winning the first map, right? So JLINGZ against LAN Party Hotel. We're going to get this started right away. Which team is going to be off to that, strong start? Because we've said it so far, getting that first map is going to be very crucial in these best of threes. We're going to be heading over to our casters, Whippet and Gibson. So guys, do your thing.
Thanks, guys. And this is it, the last Challenger League game before the major, and we are going to Bank. Can JLINGZ withdraw a win, or will we see a little bit of a robbery coming out from LAN Party Hotel in Game 1, Whippet?
You were waiting so long to use those ones.
Yes.
You were waiting so long to drop those puns on me. But for JLINGZ, is this the start of that revenge tour? We know they are motivated. There's ice in their veins. There's actually, there's venom in their veins. They want that rematch against Makers. But they have a LAN Party Hotel standing in their way and a lower bracket run to make. Bank, how do you feel about this one? Any predictions from you, Gibby?
I think this is going to be a very different game than what we saw on the last map when we went to Bank. This will be a much more technical game than we saw before. I expect big things from the likes of Draw and Turco. We spoke about them before. But the ban phase, will we see anything different? We saw Monty banned last time. This time it will be a Ying. And that's just one way of slowing down an attack. You take away Ying, an operator who is very frequently used in fast-paced attacks, ban straight away.
I agree. I mean, basically with having those 4 Candelas, when you get basic control, think of a server execution, for example, you can throw those Candelas in, you create all this level of chaos, and you can try and get that impact. And a Nook's going to get banned away. I mean, Gibby, you had to listen to me backstage enduring and talking about how this Nook play was going to be so critical. Didn't work out to be necessarily the case, but I do think on a map like Bank, Nook is massively influential. She can sneak around and find your blind spots very easily, so taking her away now is much easier than dealing with that random pop-up factor. And JLINGZ will take a defense operator out now, and I'm intrigued about where this one will go, but to no surprise, it's going to be Azami.
Yeah, that's Azami. So then you're left with your 3 bans normally would ban, your Kaid, your Mira, or the Valk. So assume it'll be one of those 3s. Might be a castle, but no, it will be the Valk. So no surprises there whatsoever. And you just get the feeling in Modern Siege, Azami, Valk, and Nook, they're the old Thatcher ban. They've taken Thatcher out of the cage and they've put those on, and you just don't see them that often.
You don't. I mean, and also realistically, because a lot of teams likely scrim and prepare for these operators not being available, when they are available, teams might not bring them up necessarily. We saw that actually kind of a lot of time with Thatcher, you know, all those kind of seasons ago, all those metas ago, when he was always banned away. Thankfully, we're not there anymore. But to go into this one, top floor will be the site of choice, getting brought out by LAN Party Hotel, and they have that Castle in play. Now, this was a critical point of the last matchup, was how effective Castle is at making it difficult to play direct via the windows on this map, on this site, and that's going to give an extra level of comfort for all the players on the side of LAN Party Hotel. For JLINGZ, 4 operators getting swapped out immediately. They saw the site, they've swapped out 4, and what I'll draw your attention to is going to be that Ossa pickup from Sam.
I'm looking at the pickup you have, and Sam with Ossa this map gives you lots of potential. You can use that Ossa really aggressively to try take Janitor and push the breach, or you can go on the windows somewhere where she can have a lot of success. But like you pointed out, Castle being in play really makes a lobby take a little bit more difficult.
I'm going to be like, they haven't broke the glass on these windows yet. Now, a lot of teams do that because it helps with sound propagation. They've not broken those yet, actually.
There you go.
No, he's just actually prepped it. So, I mean, yeah, he's going to do it. Okay, so I was a little bit worried that they haven't done their due diligence on the prep. And, you know, I don't think it's going to be a heavy window pressure. A single player out by the front of the building, that's going to be LIONSKI. The rest of them ascend themselves up to the roof, and some pressure already getting thought about inside of ATMs and lobby. That'll be Turco sending in a drone for himself, and he's going to try and position this as a late round drone, trying to watch it as quick as, well, on his namesake, very quick entryway already inside of cafeteria.
Yeah, and if a player for JLINGZ falls as well, they can watch that drone if they want to play on the windows. It gives you that a little bit of security, which LIONSKI is now going to make the move to do. But you look at the position of LAN Party Hotel. They've continued that new trend of opening up the wall that looks in towards square. Jump out will come out by Mango. He says, thank you very much. And Oryx will run straight into the waiting arms of Turco. And, well, a 1-for-1 trade straight off the bat. You lose hard breach, you lose LIONSKI. But let's be real, LIONSKI has been around the scene. He will sit on those drones now, and he will give so much information to that team.
But you've lost your solitary hard breach, and this is going to be a problem. Now, the case is going to get recovered. I hope it will. Hope I haven't cursed anyone here, but you've got no option now then to just push a little bit more direct. You've lost that flexibility with what you can set up, and Sam will slowly creep forward and takes damage from the player inside of stock behind that shield. A Lion Scan goes out to try and give them a little bit of cover of movement, but for JLINGZ, they've run into a bit of a brick wall. They need to clear stock to get pressure, but the player behind the shield won't peek out wide. They've got 2 nades available with draw, so you'd imagine he'll use those as quick, can begin the creep up as well. C4 on the case will get recovered, and that nade gets prepped and ready, but why get so aggressive and loses his life to draw? That was a must-win from him.
Yeah, draw will get traded out by Yuki as we're back into a 3 versus 3, but drawn quick off the mark, nice and early. Yuki getting on the board, a player that is, you know, I would argue is pretty underrated. He's a fantastic player for LAN Party Hotel. But with 55 seconds to go, what can they do? It's Echo, Castle and Malusi. Quick will take down Hunt Baby, so down goes another member of your defense. And, well, whip it, 45 seconds to go. Yuki gets one, and we're back to a 2 versus 2.
So Yuki in a very strong position right now inside of Janitor. He can lock this down with Turco on that window. Just such an audio cue. So Sam realistically needs to win this next opening engagement and rely on Turco to be there for a trade. Flashbang sent in, so that might give Turco a chance to rappel on in, but he's going to get caught out. That sounds so obvious. A dinner bell rings out and Turco falls, leaving Sam alone against 2. And Yuki, well, locks it down, finds a 3rd in the round, and gets the opening for LAN Party. And JLINGZ, middle stage of that round, they run out of steam. They were facing down an absolute blockade of LAN Party Hotel, and they had no solution to deal with it. And realistically, that shield inside of stock made Sam uncomfortable, couldn't push forward. They lose 1 player to it. It's a little bit of a unorthodox or a not enjoyable round for JLINGZ.
Yeah, a lot more trades, though, than in the back we saw last time around, as these teams do play a lot closer together, and that's the way I think this game is going to go. Now, you think back, you look at the Oryx, jumps out the window early, gets traded, but you did get rid of LIONSKI. You've got rid of that hard breach, which, if you're going to play on the windows, is not going to have the most massive effect on the site, but LIONSKI down, and we've seen what he can do in late round scenarios.
But realistically, in that situation, you have your hard breach on that window, you have an Ossa inside of square. Like, you can open up that wall, play with the long angles with that Ossa shield, and just lock it down. And I mean, I think a miscalculation of where players should have been, or just unfortunate that, of course, there was no one watching that window in preparation. They had a Claymore there, and the trade did arrive later as well. Just a little bit not ideal. And okay. Not the most common of things to watch, but there is an Azal and a Runegate on the hatch on this side of it. So, okay.
Yeah, look, it'll suppose it'll burn a little bit of utility if they want to push through it. A
Time, I
drone,
guess.
flashbangs, smoke grenades. They've got plenty of it in the back pocket. Now, this is where Leonski playing Habana has a big impact, because there's no better operator in the game that open up hatches than Habana, the way things are. You've brought the Lion as well, just in case we saw a Kaid, which, looking at the side of Lamparty Hotel, they've elected not to bring. So they are going to get the hatches open. It's a matter of when and not if, depending on how aggressive Lamparty Hotel want to get on the roam. And it looks like Grun is considering making a move up to open area.
It looks a little bit like JLINGZ haven't adopted the buddy system that we've seen them do so often. They're a little bit more spread thin in this situation, and I'm not too sure that's ideal. Demo mentioned that, you know, realistically on these maps can come down the trades, and Turco creeps himself closer and closer. Both of them with a shotgun, actually. They're going to brawl away with this one. 2 shotguns versus it, and that's going to be Huntbaby, who comes out on top. The gate gets the finish, of course, but Yuki done all the damage. A smoke canister sent to cover his retreat. He can fall further back, but you know what? I'll give points for creativity to bring that shotgun to fight that position.
I like it. You could tell the whole plan was to push down through blue and take that player, but Yuki was able to match fire with fire, and he gets the kill, and he can continue to play this position. Now, look at Mango's spot. He's playing near and bouts as well with the Wamai. There's a bit of a genius hold being picked up here.
I've just figured this one out. So realistic, with Yuki holding holding blue stairs and Mango locking that down, Mango's standing elevated. That's going to trigger or stop the Aruni gate from working. If he hears utility go down, like, guess what? Step off that box and that burns away utility. A smart use of it, but now with control falling to Quick's hands, Mango's going to have to fall back, or at least consider it for the time being. As Quick has now gained access, he'll fall back now with Mango. I think he'll play deep inside a server as well, but early access, hatches open, minute left in this round.
Yeah, and Huntbaby now is forced back into garage with Aruni, the DMR in hand, hoping to stop this drop through the hatch. Another one of those laser gates is going to be opened as Mango takes some damage this time, but he wins his 1v1 against Quick, and now we're in a 4 versus 3. There's the EDE. Huntbaby still playing on the hatch, but this is a really tense round whippet as we begin to enter the last 40 seconds.
JLINGZ need to find an opening, need to get one more pick to get this execution rolling, but not a lot of time to work with. Draw will be the front line for that, but Mango still inside of server is going to be the massive problem. They might have to make a rotation for this lobby drop, and already seeing one of those silhouettes doing so. One player's already dropped inside of elevator to try and put direct pressure. That's Leonski. A flashbang sent out, but Sam's going to falter. The player, oh, it's all over now. Mango gets one to draw, and it's going to be Leonski left alone. Avon shuts it down, but no trades. No trades from JLINGZ. Once the biggest plus side from their game earlier in this bracket was how they played trades, and they've not done it here so far. Lamparty Hotel are getting freebies, they're getting picks, and they're not getting punished for it. And realistically, Mango locked inside of server there won that round, because you have a big problem. Yes, you might get side control, but he has direct access to try and fight for that retake. Unfortunate round for JLINGZ.
But Lamparty Hotel have really done the research on the way that JLINGZ like to push this one.
This is fantastic from them.
Like, they're playing on blue stairs, knowing that JLINGZ want to take control there. You've got the laser gate in that position as well that you pointed out, just standing on the table, baiting it out, making those attackers use utility or potentially waste it. Then you trade a couple of kills, not necessarily traded, but they were late trades, if you want to call it that. Mango wins his one. That one against Quick was probably the most important one of the game. Didn't work out, and then Lamparty Hotel won the round.
I mean, I appreciate the fact that they Quick backed themselves to take that fight, but there's no one there to trade you, and that's really dangerous, because you know how high stakes that is. You don't win that fight, you don't get control of that, and now everything begins to fall apart for his side. So, third round, rotation set up by Lamparty, and it will be downstairs inside of open area. That's the site they brought out now. Well, with the castle in play, a lot of verticality getting set up inside or around that Archives Tellers area, or is above it on the floor or the ceiling of it, and they will very much intend to hold on to this top floor as long as possible, and they have that ability to fight if anyone does take that control directly below them. So a nice versatile setup with lots of options to work with, depending on what JLINGZ decide to do.
Yeah, and it's like they pointed out in the previous game, Ollie and Demo, it's that checkpoint system that you have. You have to get through so many layers on the top floor before you even get near sight in this scenario. It's like you dropping Shrek in me.
No, it is an onion, though. You begin to peel away, and sometimes if you peel enough layers away, you begin to cry, because it's just that difficult to do.
The key is to not make an emotional attachment, okay? That's the key. Anyways, we move on into this round. 2 minutes have gone by so far, and JLINGZ are very slowly pushing through. They've not really taken control of any parts of this checkpoint system whatsoever, and we're seeing a little bit of a reaction and a rotate here in the distances. I think they've identified how tough it is to push this side, so they're going to begin moving through lobby.
So that drone going inside the lobby is already going to all kind of indicate what JLINGZ is going to do. Hunt Baby gets that opening pick on the draw, and you lose your Yana, or you lose your Buck, I should say, which is going to be key for opening up vertical positions. Quick nearly finds that trade, and well, they're going to try and go for the fight again. This time Draw does get it back, and I'll give him credit. I'll give that trade for JLINGZ. That's what they need to do more of. Not give anything up for free, but LAN Party's still in good position. Lots of time being burnt away, and they force the offense to go a little bit more direct. Mango will get one more on Leonski, and that's going to be a problem. You lose your Buck, you lose that extra utility, and it looks like once again they've run into a wall. They have no solution for this, and LAN Party's defense holding strong.
Yeah, and Sam on those ATM windows has to be really careful as well, as Avon will take down quick, but it's a DMR at long range. It's going to play into the favour of that defender on the windows. So Sam is going to move in through ATMs now. Turco will push through up towards Kanto. Is a big 1v1 coming right now, and it's going to be a bit of a whiff at the start. He hits the shoulder, and that will force that Aruni to fall back. Turco, very little HP, but with 45 seconds to go, LAN Party Hotel are just shutting down this attack, and they're putting up a red light in every direction they try to push from.
This round is basically won. Let's look at the piece of the puzzle. They got one player low HP, that's Turco. They have Sam with still utility to work with, and now, well, guess what? They've only got Sam 4 versus 1. The case is all the way upstairs inside a square. He's going to have to try and do an absolute heroic clawback, and it's pretty safe to say, well, he's a great player. This is going to be a little bit much of asking unless LAN Party absolutely grief it, and I don't think they will. So they'll lock this down. This has been a LAN Party Hotel that I expect to show up against Wild. This is well-researched, well-rehearsed, and they are doing a very good job of just making everything an impassable object. Sam will get one on Yuki, but top of the screen. You can all see the time, and that's what Mango's going to put him out of his misery. For perfect rotation, all 3 of those defensive sides go in favour of LAN Party Hotel. 3 rounds, uncontested.
But in every single one of those rounds, they've put up checkpoints that JLINGZ just cannot get past. And if they do get past them, they've already wasted a minute and a half before they move to the next one. So to me, they need to find a way of upping the tempo of these JLINGZ attacks. And they're taking that tactical timeout now in that 4th round to make that change. You know, that's exactly what's happening. They're going to talk about the speed, and they're going to talk about the fact that it's not been quick enough. So they'll work on it and try to improve.
I mean, good decision. Time you need to call it. Like, this is a point in the matchup where, okay, you've lost 3 rounds, and you've lost 3 rounds pretty convincingly as well. Let's identify it, figure out what's going wrong, and work on it and fix on it. Again, it's a team that's been together for a long time. They've been composed, they know that, they've been in the trenches, they know what they're doing here. But for LAN Party, I am really, really impressed with their strat book right now, how they're playing. They are making it so difficult for JLINGZ to establish anything they want, get any map control for free, and for a team that we expected to be playing super heavy around that trade economy, they've been shutting it down, and that is super effective so far, evident by the score.
Well, that's the difference Castle makes as well. It's really slowing down these attacks, especially whenever you're trying to go through that checkpoint. So, we go back to the top floor. This is the one site where JLINGZ maybe got the closest to winning the first time they played it, but there were some issues. They lost Leonski to the jump out very early. So, will they adjust? Will they have a player keeping an eye on those windows to catch the player out very early? Will they decide, you know what, they've got a castle, we've got a sledge, we've got a Zofia, we can push up, they've got a... Yeah, this is going to go up through those gold stairs, right up main lobby, use the Monty, use the Zofia to get rid of the castles. Now, we are casters, probably wrong, but I think this time this is exactly what JLINGZ plan is, straight in through ATMs.
Okay, it should be. That's what I would do. Now, I'm not playing for a reason. I talk about the video game. I mean, I wouldn't just give it...
at the game.
You have a point 4, mate. You have a point 4. Let's not even try. But they have a Monty. They can brute force one option here. So they have that access, they have that availability to essentially walk someone up and gain control. And judging by Spawnsy, we've actually nailed it right for a strat call for a change. Fist bump for that one, Gibby. We got it right for a change. So this is not going to be a match point Monty. They have a lot better resources to do it, and there's no one directly holding lobby. They've got to worry about the player on Banana and inside of Elevator. Now, there's creative ways to clear both those positions, but if the hatch is open below the player inside of Elevator, you can try and clear that with a nade below. They have the resources. They've got Quick and Draw who bring those HEs. It's just if they can optimize the use of Sam on that. And I'm an expansive drone here, but you should have the support doing this because you could already got this map control.
You need to be oppressive now if you're JLINGZ. Try to just push them back. Hunt Baby needs to be very careful in that position. You've got Yuki playing on top of Kanto, but it looks like the jig is kind of up. But I like the fact they're keeping a player. Zofia playing up by these windows will just keep Mango distracted from the push that will begin to come. 2 minutes into the round, they're not going to rush into it just yet, as Draw will drone it out to work out how this defense is set up. But Sam reposition and whip it. He's moving up towards the windows. Are we seeing a little bit of a switcheroo coming?
A little bit of buyer's remorse in
never-
this one,
never
though.
mind.
But this is, they're taking so much time, and they have an idea that realistically the bottom floor is clear. Why isn't your Monty already in? Someone else should be joining ahead for him. Look how free this is. You can walk him up. You've got to clear 2 players here, yes, but you can get control. Finally, they'll walk Salmon. They're finally doing it, but this is a little bit late in the round.
Grune's got footholds. Grune is prone inside meeting, looking through footholes to try to catch the player following behind Sam. Echo will pop, and that actual angle, they've opened up the angle from Kanto, and that's preventing Monty from being able to push up. So Leonski needs to get this pick.
Yuki is now essentially locking down and stalling JLINGZ completely. You can't clear him from the windows. You need to try and clear him directly with nades, either below from the open hatch or from the staircase. The Yokai Drone will help Sam drop that shield with those sonic stuns, and what with 50 seconds left to work with, LAN Party have brought this round to a crawl. You've got 1 player in square. He'll send the nade deep to Mango, and that's your pressure relief. You got some window pressure there as well, and that's going to be Turco. But JLINGZ is going to get pressed for time now. This is going to be a real pinch to get this round done.
Yeah, this is not working the way JLINGZ would have planned it at the start. Sam can see the angle, he drops his shield, and he's going to pay as Mango gets the kill. Looking through Banana, Turco not able to get the refrag. Quick is taking a lot of heat, but he pushes in as that pick will be picked up. Yuki takes down Draw as Quick has site control. Avon's going to get one. It's a 4v2 as Leonski, with the case in hand, has only got 13 seconds to join his teammate. He gets the intel, he gets one. Grune will trade it out. The round is won now as just Turco doesn't know where to look. LAN Party Hotel 4-0 to the good, and this is a much better performance from our Czech super team.
I'm almost at a loss for words. I mean, that was the right strategy. I mean, I liked it. I like that multi-push up inside of lobby. But every step of the way, LAN Party had a solution. Okay, you're going to walk a Monty up. Guess what? We've got a player inside of elevator. You're not going to challenge that below with nades or force it clear? I'll just say here, I'll peek from the opening that the Habana's even made. They'll put even more pressure. You've got a Yokai Drone that can stun and get some free damage on the Sam. Why not? Mango can play in a corner and contest square windows and stay safe and get that pick on the Monty. And once you lose that control, your key point, that key structure of the round begins to fall apart. 4 rounds, uncontested, from LAN Party now. And realistically, it's all down to how well they've played this. This is structurally and strategically a masterclass right now.
You take Echo out of that lineup the last time, that attack works perfectly because that hole that was opened up by Leonski, it allows Leonski to hold the long angle through. But when Echo's in play and you've got that angle onto the stairs and you can use the Echo to drop the shield, really well played by LAN Party Hotel. JLINGZ, I said, technically on paper, they didn't really do anything wrong that round, but LAN Party Hotel just played it perfectly.
You can bring the perfect solution, but if your opposition play the perfect game, it's often difficult to break down. So structurally for LAN Party, it's going to be the same strategy brought out once again. We've already seen this, and I don't think they're going to bring a shotgun sledge. No, Turco's decided better of it, a little bit more of a diverse lineup. Top down clear from JLINGZ. We've already seen drones being placed to do it, but LAN Party have not committed a lot to this roam. If anything, I believe. I don't think they have any realistic roam pressure out. No, they don't. So, bit of a time waste here for one player, actually. One blue silhouette a little bit away from the side. That will be Yuki, and that's only inside of blue stairs.
Yeah, and 2 operators bringing soft breach with them as well, with the IQ and the Thatcher being in play, which is not something you see all too often. But I think the best thing now for JLINGZ will be to identify as quickly as possible that there is no resistance in and around that ground floor. So take it. Draw is daring a player to push up from basement, but this is much better. They've got map control. You see the silhouette in the distance, but that's down in garage. So I know a couple of people got their pulse going there, but there was nothing to be grabbed.
Some mid-round reconstruction of the site, and a good read from LAN Party. They've detected that JLINGZ will not do the same thing once again, and they're deciding to mix it up a little bit and give themselves some better options. Quick inside of tunnel, though, could be a problem. We talked about how essential Mango was in the previous time he went to the site of holding down security, and now if he's let to have free reign, it could be a problem once again. They can put pressure on from the hatch, and Quick on side of that tunnel. This could be a problem. I don't think Mango's going to last too much longer.
Yeah, and they've cleared that laser gate as well, so he can't even do anything about that from the position that he is playing. But still, it's down to JLINGZ to get the picks. Pre-firing down towards dirt, but really some support needs to come down those blue stairs. He's going to give away his hand, and Mengo gets the kill, but he will be traded back the other way. That's much better from JLINGZ, though that's the way they play. Quick, makes wastes no time, pushing in now. Another nade is thrown. Draw's going to take out Yuki with that one, as the utility is really having an impact on this round from JLINGZ.
It's a very open situation with a lot of long angles to work with. This will intrinsically favour the offensive side. Quick will find a second one, and this is going to be a problematic round for LAN Party. You don't have a lot of denial. You've got one C4 in the Mozzie, and that's not going to be able to get used at all as Sam on the hat shuts it down. Hunt Baby left in a 1v4. We've talked about his clutch potential, but surely not. He gets on the Sam. Am I going to start believing, or will JLINGZ shut it down? Leonski should stick this plant, and Draw will shut it down, and JLINGZ get themselves their very first round. It comes late, but better late than never.
Yeah, that was a far better round. They actually read what the defenders were doing and adjusted their attack accordingly. I'm really impressed with the way that JLINGZ managed to break down the LAN Party Hotel defense that time around. So we move on to round 6. And these next two rounds, round 6 and round 7, based on the scoreline, are incredibly important for JLINGZ. You need a 4-2 split on bank at the bare minimum. Anything less than that, you may as well class that map as lost. But then you always point out the 7th round, your first round on your defensive phase, it's just as important. If LAN Party win that one, even if with a 4-2 split, it puts them commandingly in the driving seat again.
The question realistically is, can JLINGZ keep this going? They read into one round, right? That's well and good. You got yourself your very first one. Now it's your last offensive round. This is the last round that you should know what your opposition are realistically doing. And again, strategy-wise, LPH not changing a lot. They're going to have the very similar stuff. I think they're actually more focusing on the middle floor this time. That was what JLINGZ primarily done and brought out. So why commit so much pressure upstairs when it wasn't really going to be an area of contention for the opposition side? I think actually they will do that now. So yeah, structuring the same setup once again. Can JLINGZ figure it out this time?
Well, the only time will tell. Looking at the setup, they've brought the IQ once again, so not an operator we see him play all too often, but JLINGZ are electing to bring it twice in a row. Once again, you've got yourself 4 nades in the back pocket. You've got Leonski with the hard breach, but the question is, where do you decide to push this attack from? Whenever all these resources are on the top floor, you would think to yourself the best push would be directly at open area or directly in the kitchen, but because of the positioning of all these LAN Party hotels, they can fall back pretty quickly if you elect to do that.
I would have been in an absolute shambles if Hunt Baby managed to tap someone on Skylight there. I would have absolutely not been able to handle that one. That would have been a bit of a blunder, but once again we'll find the shield outside of stock being one of those primary threats. Now, Draw's got himself in a position where the head holes or the angle set up inside of quad wall's not going to cover him, so he has to swing this wide. He's a little bit alone. Oh, narrow margins there. Mine pops up just in time, then he gets sent out, but he knows that will get burnt away. But as he retreats and tries to fall back, he's caught up with that DMR in the long-range hold, and this is now a problem. You got Turco who drops prone, but no one's going to get aggressive and peek, so try and take this map control under that cover of that EE1D.
Yeah, it's a matter of time here for JLINGZ to do something, and just on cue, Turco will be able to find one. Misses the shots onto the player and Janitor by just a second, and Grun now may be able to make it pay, and he does get the knock, and he drops through the hatch, but it's a DBNO, so there's an opportunity for JLINGZ to get the player back on his feet. 1 minute and 23 seconds to go is a lifetime on attack, but JLINGZ need to get this res.
So they're very much focused on getting this player back. They've got a lot of resources doing it, and they realistically do get quick revive. This shouldn't be mission impossible for them. They'll get that done, but it's going to burn and eat away at time. They still haven't cleared the player in stock. They still have a shield. And you know what I see? That case is very, very cold indeed. Now, they've got Turco pretty close, who can now recover it, but that's going to get watched. And as he tries to pick that up, he's in danger of getting caught out from this swing. And he'll try and take this fight. No, he'll back away and think better of it. Under a minute left to work in this round. And that's thrown. Luckily, it done that little 180. Through the wall. Haven will keep himself alive for the time being. He's going to feel lots of pressure arriving, but he can just lock JLINGZ down. They need to clear him, and they're all going to funnel in towards him. Can this Omai have an absolutely heroic round here? They're going to push into him. Quick shuts it down, leaves himself 30 seconds to get this execution rolling.
30 seconds to go, and you do have the sledge to open up that hatch, but JLINGZ need to begin working towards the site. Grun is going to take down Quick, and that's going to cause a problem as you lose the IQ, and Sam looks like he's just going to force it in through Kitchen. Turco's there as well, but we have a player inside Archives. Archives is going to win. Grun gets the kill, and just like that, it's all down to Sam, but that's another fantastic round from LAN Party Hotel as they take a 5-1 split on defense on Bank. And well, they have just gone away with robbery here against JLINGZ. They're playing so well, and they're just cleaning up.
I wouldn't even say it was a heist.
Yeah.
That was, I mean, let's be, okay, it kind of was actually. That was well thought out, well executed, went down nearly perfectly. They did lose one round in that split. That is, round for round, a perfect counter to what JLINGZ do. Every single time they had an answer. Multi-round, I mean, big example of that one niche pick to where, you know, JLINGZ committed to kind of a quote-unquote pocket strategy, but every single time LAN Party set up a site, they had every single imaginable threat point figured out. They knew what JLINGZ were going to do. And that last round, for example, they all just ran into one problematic area. It's one Romai. He's going to have, at best, 3 minutes. You can clear that. That's not a problem. Put someone on the window to control meeting room, and that's a much easier time. But just small decisions unraveling this round. They're not getting the trades that we know them for either. LAN Party, much better showing what we saw on the opening day from them.
Yeah, much, much better. And now JLINGZ need to do something on their attack. They've extended the ground floor, so they're going to keep some presence in and around there. Sam's position with Lord Chanka is to just, if they decide to push from that side of the map, they will begin throwing those flames over and try to just stop.
Just a Chanka. Just a Chanka.
Ah.
Nope, just a Chanka.
Ah.
Nope. Nope. You don't even ever get me to change my mind.
He's the best operator in the game, everyone knows. I can't even keep a straight face when I say it, but I love seeing Tachanka being played because when Tachanka's used effectively and used right, great for setting up site, and his utility, when used right, is very good.
It's...
when used right.
When. It's difficult to use it correctly. I mean, the problem with the Shamika launcher is it is just a little bit random. He kind of just decides, I might deny the plant, or I might just not. Who knows? And that's the point. It's a bounce-based projectile. It's a little bit harder to hit. You have to be super precise with those lineups to get to work. And look how quickly LAN Party are doing this. Under the cover of that Lion Scam, they get on in, but Quick's been left undetected. They don't know he's here. They've got no idea. And he's going to probably sit and be patient for a very long time. Yeah, so they don't know he's there. He's going to pop up later and just cause absolute chaos.
Yeah, wait. You don't want to go and get that kill straight away because there may be a second. You know, you might be able to catch two, but Grun is completely unaware of his presence as he begins to take in and around Elevator. He is the solo player for LAN Party Hotel in the strategy that they are trying to do. Draw, keeping an eye for cams is for JLINGZ. What, you've got 3 players on site. Quick, oh no, another one. Quick is going to get that kill eventually onto Grun, but will the refrag come because Mango is in position?
But Mango's going to now peek it by himself, and Quick's going to get himself traded. Okay, damage prevention done. LP Hitch get that trade. They shut down Quick, and now they've got the map to themselves. They need to worry about these Electro Claws, but with Impact EMPs, not really much of a problem, considering you want to bring that Lion, or a Dokkaebi anyway. So, yeah, get to open these hatches, and now they can begin going through the steps. They'll be able to open up this one inside of servers as well, and, well, bit for bit, they're going to get control. And while you might have the Chonka to start burning away time, you've already started doing it. Minute left to work with. And they might just push deeper around this Shamika launcher as well.
Yeah, this is where Sam's role becomes incredibly important for his side. Looking at the rest, there's still the threat of a push down main stairs from LAN Party Hotel if they really want to put pressure on the site. So Shamikas are still popping, but Turco is waiting for that drop down the hatch as he plays inside Elevator. 30 seconds to go. Time is of the essence now for LAN Party Hotel. JLINGZ just need to draw that line in the sand. So there's that EDE scan. That's going to freeze those defenders in place. Mango drops through the hatch. Turco says thank you very much as he will take his first serving of that one. But look at the player pushing down through gold. Hot Baby's going to find Sam. He's going to get a double as he gets draw, but there's Leonski to trade back Yuki. And now the case is going to go down. Leonski gets one, leaving it all down to Hot Baby. He tries to get Leonski, but there's the support down by Elevator. And that was a bend but not break defense from JLINGZ that time around.
They needed it. They absolutely needed that one, and they get it done. So, I mean, it was Leonski once again. Critical pick there to be able to find it. If Hunt Baby was given free run to be able to have chaos, it could have been a huge problem, but Round number 7. It's that swap from attack to defense. It is one of the most important rounds that you can have. And they get it done. They get themselves 1 round back. It's going to be a 5-2 scoreline. A long way to go till they're level. And a lot of chances for LAN Party still to get themselves on the map point. But I like what I've seen defensively from JLINGZ, at least in the opening round of their defensive split.
Still a long way to go, though. You're so far behind in this situation. You need 4 rounds just to force overtime from this position, which is not ideal. And we are on a rehost. This is something JLINGZ aren't stranger to from the game last week, but we're not going to see Leonski jam this time. That's the one thing. Leonski kept the vibes high for us.
He did. I mean, I think everyone in chat enjoyed a little bit of him jamming away. Sam read a book. Leonski went to bed at one point last week as well, but I don't think it'll be a case that time. So we'll go into a pause, and it's a little bit of a reset for these players. They can try and figure things out and where they're going. But must-win round for JLINGZ, that one. They needed to stop the momentum from LPH, and they did so in pretty good fashion. And while, Tachanka is not the most favourable operator, the amount of time burn Sam presented there was very critical to holding out that round. He was able to keep sending those Shmikas at well-timed intervals, keeping them out of sight directly, and forcing them to commit via those hatches and getting more direct, which, when you try and get a little bit more direct or have to drop those hatches on this site, it tends to be a little bit of a gunfight kind of parade, and it didn't work out that time for LPH.
Well, you feel like in that basement defence, you need either a smoker or a Tachanka, somebody who is able to slow the push.
Goyo.
Goyo has the same impact as well, yeah, and Goyo, of course, has pretty good secondary utility that he can use in that scenario too. But
and a Vector with a 1.5.
Yeah, Goyo's good. I know you like Goyo, but it's one of those situations where you need a time delay operator to play that position. Yeah. It's necessary now with the way that Siege is going to play. Look, I know that we're going to a different game here, but you look back to APAC, some crazy things we've seen with Tachanka, Smoke, Echo, and we've seen Goyo in the same setup. 4 operators being used in the past. It's crazy the things teams are doing to try slow that push through server.
That's APAC, though.
APAC's fun to watch. CAG.
They do have the best team in the world. They do have the best team in the world.
Oh. Whippet is a fan of CAG, just like Demo.
Who isn't?
He's literally spent a couple of days in Paris with Demo, and he's the biggest CAG fan I've ever seen in the world.
I came to Paris already, the biggest CAG, second biggest CAG fan behind Demo.
Well, we'll find out how they will do it in a couple of weeks, but we've got a more pressing thing to worry about right now, and that is who is going to progress through the next round of the lower bracket.
Well, it's difficult to tell now, I think. JLINGZ have showed that they still have a pulse, that they haven't given up. That's a good sign from this team.
Yeah, they do have a pulse. Turco.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
You wanted to do that so much. I could feel it. I could see the grin on your face.
You said it. You gave me that. Was so easy.
I can't escape puns. I can't escape them when we work remotely. I can't escape them when we work in person. they're always there. But I mean, a pulse. Good one. I like it. I do like it because you can get that free utility or that free information. If you see someone above you, you can, someone's above me. And if you don't see someone there, that's just as valuable as well. You can make decisions off of the absence of pressure. Quick, we'll look to try and take an aggressive position outside of ATM, and a good drone network established on these rafters or these light ceilings all around main lobby. Can they work with this one? I do hope for LPH's sake, if they can get the opening pick, they will find themselves in a good position, but they haven't identified the pulse just yet. That could be a problem this round continues to play out.
Well, one good drone in lobby gets you so much intel on the rest of the map. Hunt, baby. We'll get the opener, and down goes Alibi, just getting free reign on the windows early on in this map. And Turco needs to be really careful
Shotgun.
as he is going to hit the deck and drop below. Draw's going to get one through the wall as Mango is going to get decapitated. And now Leonski is down in the bottom floor as well. You've got 2 defenders now playing below, and Yuki is already right up on that top floor. Turco will get one with the C4. But you gotta say, is for this defense on this floor, JLINGZ have chewed up a lot of time.
They have, and well, he missed the shot towards that Alibi base, and he's gonna pay the ultimate price for it. Grun loses his life to Leonski, and now this round begins to get a little bit problematic. Yuki will get 1. That's gonna be Leonski traded away. A single isolated 1 here might unravel this round, and well, the pulse's attention is very much looking up. Draw gets close to Avon though, and they might get themselves in very close contact very, very shortly. The pulse isn't looking down yet, and Draw will feel some pressure above him with that skeleton key opening up the floor, making him feel every bit of pressure from the verticality, but he's still undetected. He is still unknown. He'll play patient. He'll play alert. He will just wait, and every second that passes benefits JLINGZ.
It does, and Avon is going to drone. And was he spot? Yes, he's going to spot out Draw. So his position has now been given away, and there are 2 players who could potentially take him out. You've got the Buck above, and you've got Avon who is playing below. So Buck is actually going to reposition himself back up to the top floor to provide some support. He's going to spray down towards Draw, but Draw is going to be able to push a little bit further. He's still alive. He's eating up so much time, and Whippet with 30 seconds to go. They don't have the case, but Avon will get the kill.
Case should get recovered here, and I think it has. But you have a Pulse that can relay all the information you could possibly want, and a Maestro with 81 rounds to send down range. You can drop on it. It doesn't even matter, though. Yuki shuts it down, and Turco with a shotgun up close and personal. It might have been an up. Oh.
You got excited.
I did. I thought we were going to see him hold it with the shotgun. But for LPH, that round looked absolutely miserable. It looked to be almost a lost cause. The player holding and locking down Draw wasted so much time. Took them so long to clear him, and Yuki just drops straight down, finds that pick on Maestro. That one won the round. That one won the round. Well, Turco, if it was any other shotgun, that was a pumpy shotgun, he probably would have won it.
A little bit of sixth sense too. You know, they waited a while and they were, we're going to drone. We've sat in this position in Archives for a long time, but let's just drone tellers to make sure there's nobody there. And surprise, surprise, there was Draw. But it is the fact that instead of just leaving a player in a 1v1, Buck, who was halfway down those marble stairs, went straight back up and played the verticality. It was a prime example of when in that 2v2 scenario, how to isolate your ones.
Also, they didn't panic. I mean, LPH in that position, how many teams have we seen get flustered? You can see the way they move, the way they act. They decide to go, it's hero play time. They were right, we got 2 players, we're against 3. Let's try and isolate a fight. Oh, is there someone in tellers beside me? Oh, what, there is? Let's get a drone. Let's put vertical pressure on him. Let's try and win that fight, and then we move from there. That was very well done from them. They utilized every single second they had, and they were not feeling that time crunch. They had under a minute left to work with. They had around 40 seconds, and they stayed nice and relaxed. Right? Very good sign of a well-drilled, well-regimented team.
So, match point, the first of many, and we're not going to see match point Monty because Lamp Party Hotel have learned from the mistakes they've seen other teams make.
What would that team be?
JLINGZ.
What?
Yeah, but look, it's pretty much a scenario now for JLINGZ where essentially you've lost this map. Bank has gone in favour of Lamp Party Hotel. So what positives can you draw? Because the good thing about this is it is a best of 3. So it's not a simple one and done for JLINGZ. If they get into that next one and have an impact, they'll be able to still potentially progress. But Mango will make this round a little bit more difficult for JLINGZ as he will manage to get the opener. And down goes Oryx, the operator who can have so much fun with all the hatches, has been taken down. And well, that is a brilliant first pick, and Sledge's going to pick that drone back up and use it for another time.
Oh, they've got so much time now as well. Quick does have a capture drone, so I guess they got that live feed information. Expect a C4 kill off of that one. It's already pre-placed and ready. So I'd imagine Sam's just waiting. He's even pinging it and prepping it for his teammate who will watch that accurately. That will be his down teammate as well. 2 pre-placed C4s. Now, I like it, but if you find yourself feeling a little bit of pressure on site, that's not going to be easy to recover. Those are already committed. If those don't land, it's already a waste of utility for the time being, and Quick will try and reposition as best as possible to get himself an angle, but Yuki will just chew open this door, make every position a little bit more uncomfortable. Avon will lock down that doorway from Square, and this is going to be a very difficult round from JLINGZ.
And they just spotted one of those C4s on the cam as well. So
they know.
They know that they're there, and they'll be able to clear them with that sledge from above. But still, you've only got a minute left. The numbers are still in the favour of Lamp Party Hotel, but the longer time goes on, the stronger JLINGZ become. So Yuki will begin to open up that floor. Yep. There's the C4 that does blow. Not the first one, the second one that they didn't catch on a cam has an impact, even though we'll take down Sam. Hunt Baby's right up by reception. Turco will manage to get a kill onto Grun though, as you've got a couple of JLINGZ players in pretty isolated positions.
I love Turco's position right now. He's got long angles galore to fight with, but it doesn't matter if your teammates fall around you. Mango is going to get that pick on the Leonski. 3 versus 2 now, 40 seconds, and Turco with the DMR will try and brawl his way. He spots one player by Marble. Needs a Lando shot. Avon goes down. Quick will hold the line for the time being. He's given information on the player who might push his doorway, but the pre-fire lands and connects. Turco now left alone in 1 versus 2 to keep his team alive here on Bank. 25 seconds, got all the information he can work with, but they know exactly where he is. They know they can lock him down, but they're not going to go get that case down yet. They're waiting until he got solid information. They can't really get it down either. Look at the line of sight he has to work with. He'll rotate long all the way by Square. This is certainly winnable. They don't know where he's pushing from. The cover's not even looking the right way. The case should go down. It does go down, and he gets one. He needs to find one more. Hunt Baby, who's been a clutch maestro so far for his team. Can he find it once more? Turco, one of the best for JLINGZ. He'll dodge that flash. He'll try and swing wide. That DMR punches like a truck. But Hunt Baby will play it passive, play it lockdown. But Turco looks to get aggressive. A must-win fight for both these teams. Can Turco get it done? He does.
Oh, he does. There was a little bit of a delay there as he kind of looked at his enemy, but he eventually got the shot, and JLINGZ will win another round. Very, very good retake in that scenario. He got away with one, but he did a great job to rotate back around and get that defuse.
I mean, okay, so was funky moment that we just had there, but realistically, he done all the work. He looks very smart rotation. I mean, they thought, okay, he's going to rotate by marble. He's going to use the more direct avenue to try and deny this plant going down. He rotates all the way from square, pushes in, gets that cover, who was not expecting it at all, and was able to win that one. I mean, Turco came up clutch. Give that 1vx to him. Keeps his team alive. Gives him that extra chance. We live to fight another day.
Well, you're starting to crawl back, but it's still a long way to go. They need 3 rounds just to force overtime. Their best bet now is to win this game in overtime. So, what can you do to claw back? They're going back to basement, a site that they managed to win very successfully earlier on in this game with Tachanka. They've swapped out the Tachanka this time around. They're going to bring the smoke, but it's pretty much the exact same concept that you're going to play from that position inside of the hall. You look at the other operators that they've brought in place. You've got yourself your Echo, which can slow down the attack and provide information. You've got Mute to prevent information from going the other way, but they need to keep Draw and Quick alive. Those 2 players, the Oryx and the Vigil, whenever you're playing on basement on the roam, are the players that need to be a thorn in Lamparty Hotel's side.
The roam presence needs to realistically last to the mid-stage of a map, so you can fall back. I mean, I would say a fallback at the middle point of a round is pretty good because you've wasted time. You probably took one with you as well if you're able to get that successful fallback. But Banks, not the easiest map to roam on. You need a lot of setup to do so. And Draw will tuck himself in the elevator for the time being. I'll like to play a little bit stealthy. Quick will be doing that as well. He's on that Vigil. He'll be difficult for these drones to track down, and I'd like to see them play in tandem, playing with each other, or at least in close proximity, to pounce on lone stragglers LPH, or trade each other off if needs to be. But early days still in this round.
Yeah, I love the position that Draw's playing as well. We saw Spoit use this position really well at the last major too, getting kills. But look at Yuki on the hunt. Draw's going to get one. He almost gets the second, but Yuki shoots him down. But you've still taken down Iana. That's 2 nades taken out of the back pocket. And Quick now, hearing that, did he just try to bait the hatch drop?
He might have done, but they should expect someone in this position anyway. This is very common these days to spot it out, so they should be able to detect it. Leonski's on that Yokai drone, and they'll try and get his live information best as possible to help support this presence, or this pressure into the elevator. Grun will try and vault around and make some rotations, but right now, a little bit of a stalemate. Mid-stage of the round, LPH need to get some information, they need to get this next pick, and realistically, they want to clear Quick away, because he could be an impact later on. More verticality getting opened up around him, chewing up every position possible, but they don't know exactly where he is, and he's dropped in and dropped back to side.
Yeah, smart decision and good game management by JLINGZ to not stay and fight, especially in a scenario where you need to win the round. So now Leonski becomes a pretty powerful resource now for JLINGZ as he will begin to use those... Oh, well, I was about to say use them to get intel. He did get some intel, but only by bullets as he wasn't able to spot out the player who is still above. Quick playing below the hatch. Leonski will cover him as he rotates back to site, but we're entering the final minute. 4 players against 4 players, and Lamparty Hotel are pushing for map win.
Sub 1 minute left to work with, and I don't know if there's any Yokai drones even left on the field, which could be a huge blow. The opening and that hard bridge utility now gets sent up, and they can try and work this almost like the old school map. The bait utility wipe. The smoke cannons are the first to go. Next, you got to worry about C4s, and then you also have to hold onto your flanks pretty well. Turco's inside of elevator, and they're expecting a drop, but from the side of LPH, it doesn't look like that's any part of their intention. They are going to go for a pretty old school style of take, and well, they might have to get direct via the hatches above blue or above red, and I think that's exactly what Yuki's going to go for. Cautious as someone deep inside, and Sam goes down. Sam goes down in this moment. This could be the catalyst. LPH might just pounce on this one. 17 seconds, the case should go down. A perfectly placed nade goes deep inside of all, but Turco gets one. Finds a second one, the case won't go down. Hunt Baby gets slaughtered by Leonski, leaving it all down to a bloodbath. LPH just down even, and he's got no time to work with. Up close and personal with the bearing 9. Leonski shuts it down. Huge moment for JLINGZ, and once again, the basement holds strong for them.
And that was a 1v1.
That was huge.
Yeah.
They needed it.
Sam was down, so if Leonski went, that was a map win for Lamparty Hotel. But it was another crazy scenario where JLINGZ looked like the round was lost, but a little bit of magic, little couple of kills in the kill feed, and somehow JLINGZ are back in. And at 6-4, they're going to start to believe LAN Party Hotel will want to win this one as quickly as possible because things are starting to look a little bit wobbly on these.
You know what scares me, Gibby?
Overtime.
No.
The dark.
The dark is pretty
Working with me.
That is true.
Paris.
Okay. Hey, I like Paris, actually. I like Paris.
It's a long list of things that scare you up.
Okay, well, I wasn't actually asking for the list, but you know what really does terrify me inside of Rainbow Six Siege? And I'll specify because that's also a massively long list. It's that one more round mentality teams can tend to fall into. I'm worried for LPH. If they can't manage this, they have had a pretty substantial lead, and while JLINGZ aren't knocking at the door yet, they've pulled in the driveway. So LPH can now see them now showing up again. And can they manage this pressure? Because when you're in the lead, when you have a substantial lead like they've had, and you let rounds slip away, and you let close rounds slip away as well, that came on a 1v1 as you mentioned, it begins to play on your mind, begins to be a heavier burden on your shoulders. So hopefully they can manage it. For JLINGZ, momentum's all with them. Can they keep that rolling?
And considering the leads that JLINGZ had last week in the upper bracket, to come back from a deficit like this would do them the world of good from a confidence standpoint as well. Quick is going to use that 1.5 times on the alibi to look at the player who may be repelled on the window, as they're still, with 30 seconds gone in the round, creating that top floor, that maze that they can use to fall back towards site whenever they need to. So, your LAN Party Hotel, you've set up this defense yourselves, but interestingly enough, the big problem for JLINGZ was the shield by stock. JLINGZ are not playing that.
I think it's a different style of defense, at least here. They've not really committed a lot to stock pressure at all. Sam's down below, and I think he's trying to contest release be a problem if you vault in those double windows. And Sam gets that, exactly as I mentioned. Mango vaults on into 2 stock and gets caught out down below. Yuki gets a trade back on the quick and will play to try and find more damage. I think Draw took a little bit of beating there as well and falters back all the way from Marble Stairs. Opening picks go traded out, and well, so far kind of a neutral playing ground, but Mango is off the boards, and that's a problem because that's been LPH's best player so far, and losing 2 nades off the fry. Not a great start utility-wise.
Yeah, and Sam is only now going to put down that second Maestro cam as well to get more intel on what's going on, but with 1 minute and 30 to go, this defense is working out pretty well for JLINGZ. Yes, you lost a player in a trade, but you're going to be happy enough with the way things are going. So Draw, playing on blue. He's going to make a late wrap up blue stairs if he needs to. But look at the kind of turtle defense that JLINGZ have gone for other than this one last roamer. 1 minute and 15 seconds to go. This is the point now where LAN Party Hotel need to create as much verticality as they can.
So JLINGZ have given control here of Tellers. I mean, Archives is now locked in. Avon has that control. They can contest it with Draw, I guess, who's going to be in close proximity. That drone will spot him out. So Groom now knows, and they now know he's in that elevator. So he thinks he's got all the surprise. He thinks he's going to be the stealthiest player. He's about to pounce and make a worldy play. But they know he's there, and Groom's going to walk in. He's going to open up that wall, and he's going to put direct pressure on him, and he gets shut down by Avon. Doesn't even need it, but he wasn't as stealthy as he thought he was going to be. Now advantage sits with LPH. 40 seconds left in this round. Then all guns seemingly trained on the potential drop down. Circle, we're a drone hole, but not the time to be looking at that, I believe. 30 seconds. JLINGZ, you'll feel the pressure now. You'll feel LAN Party knocking at the doors. More verticality getting opened up, and a smoke grenade tossed deep inside of small office. They choke out as much time as possible, but Turco takes a mess of damage from those verts. And LAN Party, they're so passive, and the nade below catches Leonski. Gifted a freebie from the god. Sam will survive one more nade as well, but they're already deep inside of sight, and just like that, LAN Party Hotel take blank, and they take the very first map of this series.
And they needed to win that round. They really needed to win that because JLINGZ were starting to build a massive amount of momentum. So, map number 1 has been won by a very good technical display from LAN Party Hotel. They done their research on the defense. They won the game on the defense, meaning they had very little to do when they moved on to attack. But Whip It, after that one, you have to say JLINGZ need to switch it on, or else they could be making a very early exit.
This is a scary prospect for the side of JLINGZ, because now you have to play this map like your life depends on it, because it really, really does. You lose this map, you lose Villa, guess what? Your CL run ends very early. But I tell you what, I can't wait for our desk to break that down. So to the desk we go.
LAN Party Hotel coming out of bank with a convincing win against JLINGZ Esports, who, by the way, picked this map. So this seems to be the running theme here at CL. You don't win your own map, you win your opponent's map. But LAN Party Hotel, they're now in the lead, sitting pretty comfortably.
Hey, they've done exactly what I think they needed to do, and that was get out the doors early.
Yeah, we commented on it at the time, didn't we? We said in the pre-game, look, if LAN Party Hotel are hoping to have a good night here and a longer stint in CL, then they need to get off to a good start, and they did exactly that. I think they bowled everybody over. The maps for this series weren't something that we're expecting. I think that both teams have gone for slightly off-meta picks as to what they've played, certainly inside of the group stage of CL, whether they've played them or not in National League or not, you know, I'm sure that they have. But LAN Party Hotel, fantastic job tonight. I think it kind of surprised us a little bit, Demo.
Yeah, honestly, the first couple of rounds, I was just, okay, I got to kind of 2-0. Okay, right now, surely JLINGZ is going to, you know, do something. But it just never came.
Yeah.
And whenever it did came, it too little too late. And that was it. It was the exact same thing, I think, for LAN Party Hotel, is the same thing that kind of JLINGZ has fallen into, where they just, the first 4 rounds, there was just nothing. It wasn't even kills. There was hardly any kills for JLINGZ as well.
Yeah, 8 kills in the first 4 rounds for JLINGZ, and we thought this was one of those maps that was going to favor them in terms of their playstyle, in terms of what we've seen from them so far, and we said this is going to be their official debut, but for a debut, this is a little sad.
I think it should have been. You know, we were looking at this game and we were thinking it really should be a good time for JLINGZ. You know, they can bury what happened last week, focus on the task at hand, but they just never seem to get going. And I don't know if it's because they've still got some sort of a bee in the bonnet, or if there's still something hanging over them, or if it's just that they came up against a better team today. And LAN Party Hotel did exactly just that. You know, we talk about getting out of the gate swinging. Yuki kicked things off with a 3K in round number 1. That's not going to do anything great in terms of you mentally if you're JLINGZ, but not being able to reset and fight back from that.
Yeah.
It was the bank that we were expecting to see. There was a lot more aggression from LAN Party Hotel, and it's nice to see what the team is able to do when they're not going up against someone like Wild, who we know are a very good side.
Yeah, and it's a little concerning because when we were looking at LAN Party Hotel specifically, they just got absolutely knocked out. It got into that lower bracket by Wild because Wild put on an incredible performance. So if anything, you'd be expecting them to be struggling here a little today.
Yeah, I think that's what we all thought. I think we all thought that JLINGZ was going to be the team to win it today, but it hasn't turned out like that. I think JLINGZ just need to erase that last map. I think the best way for them to go, especially considering if they lose the next one, that's them done.
Yeah.
You need to put everything you have into this Villa. And we mentioned before, Villa, this is not the easiest map to play. It is a very temperamental one. If you don't respect your Villa, you don't know how to play your Villa, you won't even get in the building. That's how punishing it is of a map. So JLINGZ, you've let it through. You've seen that they've picked it. What have you got? We've mentioned before, they're a team that will play anywhere. They have the confidence of it. They need to show us that same confidence they had last time.
Yeah, and we spoke about Villa as well earlier. We said that's one of the maps that, once again, most likely going to favor JLINGZ, the way they play, the trades that they're going to be coming with. But it felt like if they already haven't had that play style on bank, is it even possible to replicate it on Villa?
They need to have a real big shake-up now in the 5 or so minutes between the games. They've got opportunity for that. You know, they've got time to recompose themselves a little bit and have a bit of a discussion as to figure out exactly what's going on. But for LAN Party Hotel, I wouldn't move. You know, it's one of those times where you daren't move your mouse, you daren't move your chair, you don't even want to get up because everything's working pretty well for those guys. They were really working in nice synergy with one another. Something that they were really good at was picking up that opening kill. And on Villa, that can be so crucial as well.
You think about Villa as a map, and it's one that you don't necessarily need the hard breach for. It's not the strategic way. You think you have to open up this wall, you have to do this, you have to do that. It is about the trades. And that's where it comes back to your point, Jenny. I do worry about JLINGZ because you mentioned if they couldn't do the trades on bank, how are they going to do it on an even more punishing map such as Villa? They need somebody to step up. I think now it's not the case of you need everyone playing well. You need somebody to hit a life game. You need Draw or Turco to drop 18 kills. That's what I see as the out right now for them, because I don't think the confidence is there with them after that first map. It certainly they need to get the heads up. They need to get ready, but I think they need somebody just to show up today. That's what they need. Do it the same way as what 10-star were. They struggled against Unlimited. It was JLINGZ to step up. We need some of the same.
Well, we're going to have a look at whether or not that's going to be possible for JLINGZ, whether some, if not all of their players are going to have the opportunity to step up, as we're going to be heading into the second map of this series. That's going to be Villa, which also happens to be LAN Party Hotel's pick, who are already ahead 1 map. So, Webber Gibson, please walk us through this one.
Thank you very much. And now it is do or die for JLINGZ. They have one map to fix the problems, get everything in order, and keep their CL run alive. And just considering they might have another map to play as well, it could be a long day for them.
Well, I'd say, you know, keep them with the little analogy you had earlier about cars and stuff. They've taken the car into the garage. They've hopefully fixed a couple of punctures in the tyres, filled up with gas, but will there be enough energy in that tank to take them on?
You gotta hope it's not a Ferrari pit stop, though. You gotta hope it's something a little bit more clinical than that one. So, I mean, Villa's a very different map to Bank. It is, as Demo said, very, very punishing. It is not popular for a reason, because it requires its own style of play. You must treat it with respect, otherwise it will absolutely tear you apart. And I'm very intrigued about how it will line up between these teams. Now, realistically, structurally, it does lean defense favoring, at least historically. We've seen those numbers don't really line up, especially when I say them out loud, but our bans will be coming rolling in, and it will be Thatcher first to go from JLINGZ.
Interesting ban straight off the bat with a Thatcher. Normally, in a map like Villa, it doesn't have as big an impact as maybe other maps, especially with the fact that you've got Lion Dokebi. So, second attack and ban. Got 1 second to wait for that one, but it will be Twitch that has been removed. And you know something? I like the Twitch ban on Villa. I really do.
You know what? I actually don't like this at all.
Okay.
Because what's happened is we've left all the nades in play. Villa is a map where you're going to get naded from below. You're going to get punished for sitting in default positions. And, oh no, look who's on the defense first. So, to me, this rings out like we're going to have to see a lot of downstairs roam clear as his army's next to go. We should all expect that. And it will be Valkyrie next, by the way. Just let you know. It's going to be wrong now. I've said it's going to be Valkyrie. It's not going to be Valkyrie now, knowing my luck.
I'd say it'll be Valkyrie, especially on a
Oh,
map
you've double
like Villa.
cursed it now, Gibby.
We've doubled down, but every once in a while we get things right. So Valk has been removed. So you've pointed out every single nade is in play as things stand. Now, with Twitch being gone, the F2 is a weapon that some people like to use as a crutch from time to time. You get rid of the ability to get rid of, defensive drones and cams and any information that they can, that Twitch will allow you to do as well. But let's be real. This is Villa. When it comes to attacking those top floor sites in particular, there's a very, very simple method to do. So you clear the map all the way from one side to the other, or you push it through study.
It sounds a lot more simple than it actually is.
Everything always is, though.
Instead of A and B, it's A, B, C, D, E, F, and all the way to Z. It's realistically your options here. And what I'm intrigued to see is what JLINGZ do in preparation for the likelihood that we'll see nades down below. Now, we see 2 sets getting brought out, 3 sets now getting brought out, so guess what? We will see at least one of those operators down below trying to use nades, and we see that Blitz not sticking out. Actually, it's going to be not bringing the sledge. It's going to go to a... I got too excited. I looked away, looked at my notes for a brief second, and my excitement has been tapered down a little bit.
Yeah, so we'll realise pretty quickly what way that Lamparty Hotel are going to approach the attack from this one. Based on the spawns, it is going to be that standard north push through Master Bedroom all the way over. Once you secure around 90, then you send a player over towards the balcony, or looking towards study, just to prevent those defenders from rotating in and around main stairs. It's a tried and tested way of defence, but in order to get that far through the map, you got to deal with the presence from JLINGZ. You've got Quick playing over on the side of the map. You've got Draw playing in this position as well. So to take the side of the map, you got to take these 2 players down.
A nasty fight with Quick, who's been left to take these opening engagements, kind of in his own regard, as Groon will find that opening on that Nook. An operator that I might talk a little bit about is Quick is going to just walk circles around Avon. There's no cover there. He should have been caught out by the player on balcony, but okay. Unfortunate there that opening pick happens. But the Nook's going to be very influential here, with nades in back pockets, so you can get down below and have an impact on those key positions. And the fact that this is a very one of the biggest maps, I think the biggest map in Siege, it's going to be very difficult to find that Danish operator.
Yeah, and you've got basement, which really is just a rotating spot.
It's a roamer highway.
Yeah. It's a great way to feed information. Quick takes a little bit of damage elsewhere as he rotates his way back towards 90 now, but there is a player on that window, so information will be fed that way. And there's someone shooting an alibi clone as well, so that's more intel passed through, and Quick manages to fall back to site. So You've lost your Zofia. You've still got Groom with 2 nades in the back pocket, and you can just begin to see a silhouette beginning to go through the ground floor of that map. And with all these all these JLINGZ players turtling on site, you don't even need to be that accurate with those nades.
But JLINGZ are pinned right now. They cannot really, they can't move the study. Like, Yuki shuts that down. There's no free rotation there. 90 is going to be a bit of a death trap as well. You can't even go to Vault now. And with a player down below, tempting to walk around the main stairs could be a problem. And that's going to be Turco, who finds Groon. That's the knock off the board. That's huge. Quick will get one to Yuki as well. And now the round looks all in favor of JLINGZ. 2 versus 4. The ARX is great. We're brawling, but when you face it, there's so many problems. And no, the TK. I saw it written in the stars, and it unravels ahead of us. Hump Baby gets that TK. And that gets the round for JLINGZ. It's a 1v3. Pretty safe to say. He'll go to the roof, and he'll sit on the roof. And I think it'll be a tactical timeout. No, I think he's actually going to try and win the round.
Nah, Lampard Hotel are going to try and win it. It's too early for it. It's the first round. You got to try and make something happen. You know that the defenders are still playing on site, so you begin to push through 90. There's one smoke by Zombie. Will force LeonSki to reposition as Hump Baby will get towards Vault. Turns his back towards LeonSki. LeonSki says, thank you very much. That's a kill for me. And JLINGZ start this map much better than they did last time around. And dare I say it, they turned that around by the gun skill alone, because Lampard Hotel had that defence locked down in position, and JLINGZ backed themselves and shot themselves out of a corner.
It was the fight in main stairs to unravel that round to me, right? So at the moment Groon falls, that's a problem for LPH, because you're relying on that knock to get control of main stairs, and once you have main stairs control and you can't rotate in the lobby, and you got someone locking down 90 window, everything begins to fall into place, and you begin to really be like a boa constrictor wrapping around your prey. You begin to choke out the breath second by second, and, well, guess what? JLINGZ cut the head off the snake and had absolute freebies presented to them, because LPH were forced to take fights one by one.
Yeah, and you probably saw me smile there with it, and that's because they reinforced that wall on the closest bit to the door between Astro and Trophy. Last time that we saw a game on Villa, our player got tucked into that corner and wall-banged from Astro window. So by doing that, it means you've given yourself, you know, it's not a position you want to be in the first place, but at least if you get stuck in there, you can't get wall-banged from Astro window. So they've made that little bit of a change. But little difference is Turco has actually set up this master bedroom to be played from below. With the hatch open, with all those alibis in position, with the castle in play, this becomes a very dangerous position for that attack inside to push in.
A lot to deal with offensively from LPH here.
Oh no. I thought Quick was going to get caught out for a second.
No, he wouldn't. I don't think... He wouldn't. He wouldn't do that to us, would he? You think he would?
Well, it's in his name. It's Quick.
True. I mean, he's going to be a sentry turret now. He's going to be locked deep inside of walk-in, and he's just going to sit there, and he is going to waste time, and he will try and stay alive as long as possible. He's got lots of utility to do so. Now, when you have this commitment to this hold, you essentially invite pressure directly from that study side. You can't hold everywhere on Villa, so your opposition should be able to get a reasonably quick entryway and get yourselves up to 90 and landing reasonably quick, and it looks like LPH are at least in the process of doing that. Groon on that knock once again down below, and begins to realize and put the pieces of the puzzle together. All right, Memorial's got a wooden barrier down. There's probably someone there.
So now the question is there a way to get rid of it? We see Avon getting through the map nice and early. Mango is already over by landing, as they have taken a lot of map control on the top floor. LeonSki will take the head down, so there goes Groon as we're in a 4 versus 5. But look at the amount of players in and around landing right now. There's a minute and 30 left to go.
1C4 right now, and JLINGZ win the round. 4 players in such close proximity, and now everyone begins to relocate and reposition. The player on this window, Yuki, just again fractions away from finding that rotation. Oh, the finest of margins in this game so far. An aid gets sent down below and won't even arrive close to LeonSki, who quick will find one on the Mango. And this vertical angle essentially locks it down. You can't walk in. Turco gets one more to Hump Baby. And well, Villa looks like a shooting gallery right now for JLINGZ. LPH will try and walk their way in, but Turco finds a second one, leaving it all down to Yuki. And a flawless round.
And the funny thing is, if you look at the positioning of those JLINGZ players during that round, they didn't actually move very much at all. They stayed in their positions for quite a long time, and Lampard Hotel just did not have an answer. Funny enough, but the last time we saw a defensive side win that site in particular on this map, it was another turret-based defense where the defenders basically get locked into position like they've got concrete on their feet, and they win the round from there.
it wasn't just that sentry gun position inside of walking. It was the fact that you had that pressure down below. You had verticality.
They didn't move either. They stayed in the same position.
Why would you?
Exactly.
You don't need to. When the active threat of Green on the Nook, that gets called out instantly. Leonski wins that one, and essentially now you don't need to move. You don't need to do anything crazy. You can just sit, wait, and let the opposition do what they want because you have everything set in place. They got no way to walk in. They have to go through 2 doorways. Just take your ones. It's
funny enough because a lot of teams have a pause in middle round when they're on attack, which would be to just stop what you're doing, take a breath. Those players from JLINGZ, you have to show a really good level of understanding and patience to make that defense work because players sometimes, the tier 3 level, maybe the tier 4 level, they get bored. They don't like sitting in positions for too long and they feel like they have to move, but sometimes standing still is the best thing you can do.
Yeah, sometimes people do get bored holding angles, Gibby. Like you, in ranked. Unlucky. 0.4 for a reason, I guess. You're not happy with that one. But yeah, we're 2 rounds into this Villa map, and this is a way better look from JLINGZ. This is a team that's reset. They're not carrying the weight of what happened on Bank, which was a pretty dominant victory for the side of LPH. So they've reset. And they have a very good Villa so far. I have to say, what they've shown, at least structurally, has been very, very good. And there's been key moments in that and key individual moments that have given them opportunity. But they understand this map. They respect this map. And they know how to play around what space it gives you.
Yeah, and JLINGZ needed the start this way as well. They needed 2 rounds in a row back-to-back. That Bank was not a good performance by them in any way, shape or form. And everybody knows they're a much better side than that. But the caveat to that is LAN Party Hotel are a really good side. They just played, as you said in pre-show, the best iteration of Wild that you could come up against. Any team in CL who come up against a Wild playing that way probably lose.
Yeah, shame we don't see that Wild too often.
Well, we'll get one more chance to see Wild at the very minimum. They're in that lower bracket as well. They've lost their life in the back pocket, but for JLINGZ and LAN Party Hotel, this is the start of the run. If you want to get to the final CL, you got to do it starting today, and you want to join DUNLIMITED, another side that went under the radar like both of these ones. So, because there's not a lot to talk about Villa in this one, you got to think about what lies ahead of both these teams. DUNLIMITED. That's not going to be a fun one. Or is it Ascend? Yeah, it's
Ascend.
Ascend.
Yes. Thinking too far in the future. Thinking way too far in the future.
He's opened up his notebook and he saw that Ascend are going all the way through a little bit further. But I get what you mean. It's the lower bracket. When you look at the standard of teams that are there, it's not going to be an easy ask for any of these sides. And I know, never mind that. The upper bracket, you've still got Makers and 10-star up there as well. And it's looking arguably like one of the best CLs that we could potentially have.
Europe on top?
Yeah.
Pretty safe to say. Yeah, I like.
Hopefully, when we come back after the major, we'll be saying the same.
Please, Europe win in Sweden, please.
Or CAG.
Oh, true. Oh no, I'm a CAG fan for Sweden. Forgot about that one.
Right. So while we wait for these tech issues, as well, let's talk about what you would do if you were LAN Party Hotel in this scenario. You've lost 2 rounds. From round number 1, you got yourself in very good positions. That was a very winnable round for LAN Party Hotel. Round 2 looked pretty doomed from the minute that Leonski got the kill under the Nook. That Nook from below was the most important player in that whole scenario. Yeah,
when Leonski gets that pick, you lose that X factor. You lose that ability to kind of have an impact. The entire setup of the JLINGZ defense that round was around that bottom floor. It wasn't playing with C4s, it was just denying with angles that they had set up and trying to put pressure, meaning you cannot walk through a doorway for free because you're not going to get control of master bedroom, or at least get it easily with that setup inside of closet. So they kind of put all this positioning into stopping those 2 doorways being effective. You lose that Nook, you lose that factor, you get a little bit wobbly. They got a little bit shaky, and they had no real way of dealing with it because they were forced to take fights one by one through doorways, and those doorways are covered from below as well.
So, moving on to round 3. JLINGZ have to go to the ground floor.
Okay.
There's 2 sites that they...
It's going to be kitchen.
Yeah.
It's not going to be living. It's not going to be living.
There's 2 sites, but in reality, nobody ever goes to library. So, it is going to be kitchen. If you want to win kitchen on an attacking side, you need to open up that pantry wall. You need to have some way to be able to stop players from rotating from site to site. But in addition to that, you need top floor control. you need to take master bedroom as well, which means that if you're an attack and defender side, you want to take pulse, you want to take C4s. So you're creating a minefield scenario on the top floor. So as an attacking side, you need to find some way to bait those C4s or get a pick on site early.
Well, so the problem is with going for a vertical play when you know you're going to be against a lot of C4s, or at least there's a threat of C4s on, like, is either go direct for your pantry, get that pick and try and cause some chaos, or go completely horizontal. Ignore that top floor completely, because there are options. You can put pressure, and you can get memorial pressure, and you can try and... Okay. I thought that door was moving by itself there. I got a little bit spooked, but Groon's back.
He's got his in-ears in. He's got his over-ears as well. You know, a lot of people you always see asking about headphones. Most players at the very top prefer wearing in-ears. LeonSky repping them as well. And I like, I don't even know where I was going with that one, but basically, Groon left, Groon come back.
I saw the door move, and my goblin brain got so obsessed with the movement on my screen, like, huh? What was that? I was like, oh, something, as I saw a door, I was like, oh, no ghosts. No ghosts in that room yet.
Yeah, and no LeonSky jam, no Macarena.
Too serious. Yeah, it's do or die now for both these teams, realistically. I mean, more so. For JLINGZ, if they lose this map, done and dusted. I mean, if they lose Villa, it is over. A year worth of hard work, of a grueling season in Benelux, a long drawn-out season in Benelux. You know, all of that work. I mean, the run to open quals, all of that was for this moment. A lot of pressure is going to sit on these players, and yes, they're winning 2 rounds to 0 right now. Still, lots of pressure sitting with them.
It's been a tough year for JLINGZ when you consider the situation that they've been in at time to time. They've played a lot of their domestic season with subs in play. You know, they opened up CL groups with a sub on the very first game. They went pretty much flawless after that point. Then they had the issues in the last Playday where Turco wasn't able to play the last couple of rounds. They really have to take that, you know, pardon the pun, but that siege mentality. You know, it seems like the world is against them at times. And
what pun? Where was the pun in that?
Siege.
What?
We play Rainbow Six Siege, and then there's a siege mentality.
That's not a pun, though.
It is.
Is it?
Yeah.
Are you
but
sure?
anyways...
Are you gaslighting me?
I always do. But when you think about the scenario, they have to have some mental fortitude in that team if they're going to go on and win, you know, get any success in CL at all. Because, like I said, it has been a very tough year of circumstances for this team.
LeonSky just walks off.
He's had enough.
He's like, I'm done. He's like, yeah. I mean, you're right though. It's been a difficult year for this roster. I mean, with difficulties playing with that 5, there's always been something stood in their way, it feels like. And whether it was from poor performances or just factors out of their control, they've never had a clean run, a clean chance at it. But hopefully, this is going to be the series that does it. Of course, best of 3. They need to win this map to stay alive. And I mean, Villa, so far, what I've seen from them has looked very, very good.
There's regional pride here too on the line. These are both the only 2 teams left from these regions, so they want to represent their region really, really strongly. Now, bear in mind, technically, JLINGZ won't really fall under that BNL mindset anymore because you need 3 out of 5.
So what? Right now, what? Sam is from the UK.
Yep.
Draw is from France. LeonSky is from
Netherlands.
There's your Benelux. Quick is from
UK.
Should have known that one. I should have known that one.
You should have. Come on, Whip it. But still, they're representing the Benelux region. They are. They played in the Benelux finals. And things didn't go too well. Players from the fans from the Benelux region will want to see them do really well. And then on the other side, you've got the Czech super team, LAN Party Hotel. They joined V4, which is newly formed, you know, this year, like MPL. And they stormed that league. Like, they have a lot of pride to show there because, you know, a lot of people, they didn't watch V4 over the season, so they would have underestimated this side or not known how good this team is. But LAN Party Hotel, they are the real deal. They're a very good side, and it just goes to show with the way they played the first map.
I mean, yeah, if there's any questions still in your mind if you're watching this about LPH, because realistically, again, V4 is a region new to a lot of people, realistically. It was a dominant performance on Bank. The way they played it was clinical. It was absolutely near perfect siege and a near perfect way to shut down their opposition. They showed their class. They showed how good they were. This is now where we get to see a little bit how deep this runs for LPH. If they can kind of get chomped down in a bit, get the work done, and look at that, back in the game.
At long last, your notepad of Phil was coming to the end.
You think I'm right? You think I've got a prepared Phil?
Yeah, you do. You're the most prepared person I've ever seen. You study all day and all night. You would never, ever take some time off and go into Paris.
No, I would never. Absolutely never. Never.
Well, we get into this one. Villa is the playground. Round 3 for JLINGZ, and we go down to that kitchen site. So, big question we had was the C4 one. They've decided to bring 3, and they've decided to bring Pulse. Once again, I keep bringing up this exact phrase, but LeonSky is the conduit of information. He is the Pulse. He will feed information to Sam. He will feed information to Turco, and he will call the shots on when to throw it. So, if you are LAN Party Hotel, you probably want to get some sort of pressure and laundry very early so that LeonSky's job isn't quite as easy as it can be.
Yeah. You need to make that difficult for the Pulse to relay solid information. As you said, Gibby, he is going to be that vocal point. He is the conduit. Every bit of information in this round realistically will pass through him for the most part, at least if it's revolving around the area his cardiac sensor can fill. Now, they have an extended roam presence. Alibi and that Oryx will be doing so, and the rest of the defenders will stick close to side because, well, you need to utilize... Actually, I speak too soon. Turco is... Well, that's an interesting spot inside of Deer. What do you think about that one?
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how it works out for him in this position. But the question is, lazy droning could actually give Turco an opportunity to have an impact on the round. LeonSky's playing very aggressive over by Laundry as the Pulse, and this is interesting as he considered taking that fight with the Iana. Now, you know that there's a player pushing up through Pantry, you know that there's a player pushing through Laundry, but this is what we said they need to do. Distract the Pulse. Don't let the Pulse do his job, but LeonSky somehow hits the shot, and Mango will fall, and Quick is going to get traded by Grun on the other side of the map.
That was... that was a heart and mouth moment there. I thought LeonSky was going to lose that fight.
But he managed to... It was a heart and hand.
Gibby. Well, I mean, that was so critical to win because you lose that Pulse, you lose so much information. Good pick. Get rid of Mango, who's been a very influential player so far in this series. You lose 2 nades as well. You lose a Gemini Replicator, so a massive pick. Grun does find that trade, so it does get themselves back to a level 4 versus 4 situation. So while the impact of the opening pick for JLINGZ is now gone, we find ourselves in a slower stage now. Everything will slow down a little bit. What can they do now? Grun, he can't walk in. LeonSky will know he's there. They can't play for this aggressive play because, well, the Pulse stops it completely, and LeonSky, well, stands up to the plate once again. Can he swing wide and get this pick, or will it be down to the knock, who's going to push all the way aggressively? Draw will get one on the Yuki. This is a must-win fight now. If LeonSky swings wide and gets the knock, the round is essentially won, but he looks the wrong way. The opening is there, but it's so tantalizing and close. LeonSky swings and gets it. Shuts it down. 3 versus 2. LAN Party Hotel. The round is falling around them. Draw gets that one to hump, baby. Haven gets one, and he walks straight in to what would have been Turco's Capcan trap, but he did disconnect in all of that chaos.
We'll give it to Turco anyway.
Let's go, Turco!
We'll give it to Turco, so we will get Turco back into the lobby as we wait for this pause, but that was a really good round. And I'm going to give a lot of credit to LeonSky.
Same.
Because he won those 2 picks in that scenario. He had no right the first one. Like, that angle that he had was completely in the attacker's favour, and he hit a beautiful shot the other way.
It was simply a reaction time test. That's what that one was. Both of them were holding a very skinny angle, and LeonSky was going to go tap and get that pick, and that was very critical to that round. Now, that's like, all right, you kill the Pulse in that moment. And that's a very different story. They have no information, they can't relax around it, and then they got a cascaded, pushed in, and got control via Laundry, because the rest of JLINGZ are pretty well spread out, because they had Turco upstairs before he vanished into the ether. Oh, you gotta feel bad with JLINGZ. We're back here again in a pause screen, and I mean, at least the spirits do look high, at least.
Well, they looked high the last game as well, to be fair. That's the one thing about JLINGZ, they're a tight-knit group. For the side of LAN Party Hotel, it's about staying calm and staying collected. You've gone 3-0 down on Villa, which is a map which historically is a little bit more defender favoured. But the issue for them is JLINGZ have gone through 1 flawless rotation. They've won the 3 sites. They're going to go back up to AVG and work their way back around. Although LAN Party Hotel, the first time that they went to AVG in particular, they were in the position to win that round. It was just JLINGZ shooting themselves out of a corner.
Yes and no, right? In that one, right? It was kind of that. It was that 1 pick on main stairs. That's what it was.
They shot their way out of the corner.
I guess I'll give it to you in that.
Yeah.
I guess. Fine, Gibby, you get that 1 point. Doesn't have your 0.4 though. Never letting you go with that one. That lives forever.
Disclaimer that Whippet is lying on that one.
I would never.
I am a 0.47 KD, flat 2 with a 100% cost. I'm always traded.
Oh, you have never once traded me. Never once.
Yeah, but that's by choice.
Oh, by spite.
That's not a skill issue.
Oh, so flawless rotation for JLINGZ on the defensive side. Villa does lean, at least historically, to that defensive side. For LPH, this has not been as clinical as what we saw from the One Bank. It's not been the same well-rehearsed, well-structured, well-thought-out side. And considering this was their map choice, it's a little bit of an intriguing factor.
Stylistically, though, Villa is a very different map than Bank. It's a lot more focused on closer quarter combat, where Bank you can get away with a lot of long-range gunfights. So I think it does play into that JLINGZ style of play, though, does Villa, because you can keep your buddy close by around a corner, and they're never going to be too far away from that next fight.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's what we actually saw lacking a little bit from the side of JLINGZ on Banks is we know how good they are at playing in that trade system. They never give a pick for free, usually, at least. On Bank, they did. On Bank, that was one of the key problems, is the fact they never found themselves getting a trade. So far, right now, it's been, all right, we've lost a player, but we've got a trade back. You know, the opening round was a good example of that one. Grun gets the first pick in Astro Stairs. Instantly, Quick's going to get one back. Like, instantly. They don't give it for free anymore, and that's a good change, a good adjustment made. And, I mean, clearly, it's showing dividends. 3 rounds. 3 rounds to 0.
Massive credit to Leonski, too. 2 of those rounds were won by him playing in and around Kitchen and Memorial.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's been here for how long instead of CL? Always manages to find
25 seasons, Demo said.
Is Demo ever going to let him out of CL jail, or what was it called?
I would.
Would? Okay.
Like, look at
go steal the keys.
Like, Leonski is a very good player. He's a very, very good player, and you look at the teammates that he's had across the years as well. So many of players that Leonski have played with have played at the highest level. One of them has won a major, and to me, Leonski's maybe been a little bit unlucky at times to not make that move. Demo just has to let him out.
Demo has the keys. Is Demo ever going to let him leave CL, you reckon?
Hopefully. That's a good sound. That sounds like somebody may have just rejoined the lobby.
Let's not jinx it.
You know what the problem is? Our observer, Schreikel, has taken the cast or start button out of the room. So
yeah, he's not let us have it. He has said, no, you start games too quickly. I've taken it. I've put it under lock and key. No longer will it be available to the casters. It's an observer start game.
So we are going to jump on in.
He pressed the button. He heard us.
He did, and I'm sure much to the happiness of every viewer at home, not because they get to watch Siege, but because it means that they endure less of us, which is always a good thing.
GG go next. Like, come on, like, speed it up. Like, get back to the desk. The people who know what they're talking about.
Right, from now on, Villa any percentage.
Who do you want to win the speedrun, though?
I want 3 maps.
Oh, you want 3 maps?
I want 3 maps.
3 maps.
Yeah.
You want to go all the way to it is theme park, actually.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
And this is the last game till the major.
Sure, it's not long though. It's Monday's the major. It's not long, is it? It's not a long wait, is it?
I'm excited. I'm not going to lie. But I'll tell you what. JLINGZ are excited to keep this momentum going. 3-0 up. They move back to AVG this time around. And looking at the setup, pretty similar this time around. You've got your 2 shields, you've got your C4. Oryx has put down the beepers so he can hear where people are pushing from, and they're going to create that front line over here by Master Bedroom once more. We had a trade last time we played here where Grun was able to get the opener. Will Grun be able to reach into that bag of tricks again and repeat history?
I don't think he's going to let do it, at least as easily this time around. But once again, it's the same roam presence set up by JLINGZ. They've got 2 players a little bit isolated, a little bit alone. Turco on an island by himself as well. And Sam and Leonski will be the anchors, as quote-unquote. They'll play closest sight. They'll try and just be in those positions later on. A good drone by Mango. Spots out this Oryx and feeds that live information. Hunt maybe tries to tap away from the position on Wolf Window, but you're not going to get an easy angle from that. And just the presence of the existing of these operators in a room has slowed down LAN parties so much that they've not even entered the building yet. This is a problem because time is all of the essence on a map like this. There's so much to clear, and when you're relying on Grun to be the only brute force option you've got, it could be a problem.
Yeah, but the issue for JLINGZ is the amount of intel that LAN Party Hotel can get. They've still got 7 drones left after Iana lost that second one, and it's Iana. So you can still use those replicators to get around the map and get even more intel again. So LAN Party Hotel have hard committed to getting information this time around. Turco, he's prepped himself a cheeky little run out at some point, hoping that there may be a player on 90 window, but that's not the case, and the drone in position will feed that information to the rest of the team. But Quick playing here, yeah, that's the right decision. Quick fall back, because there is an absolute torrent of players pushing into 90 as LAN Party Hotel take map control.
All 10 players still remain, and all 10 players in pretty close proximity to each other as well. I have a feeling it's going to be a very explosive late round execution with lots of bodies still standing. Hunt Baby rotates all the way to study. Now keep your eye on this Hibana, because the case is in their hands. If you go down alone here, as Draw might be able to find a pick, it could be a problem. It doesn't matter, Mango gets that opening pick. And that's what they needed. And now, that's the go button. That gives you a chance to begin to put some pressure on directly. If you clear quick instead of 90, you have a very free rail or run over this one. You got C4 down below they don't know about at all as well. This could be huge. 30 seconds, Gibby. JLINGZ in a good position, but LAN Party beginning to put pressure on.
Yeah, and Quick can't move from this position. There's the impact. That gets rid of the Nomad, which allows him to rotate towards Zombie.
God, the drone doesn't know.
The drone is not on. It's looking the wrong way. Leonski is going to get taken down, but Turco will manage to get Gruden. There's Quick getting one. Is he going to get the second in the study? Not this time, but the smoke will force Mango to get aggressive. Sam will take down Yuki. Mango will take down Quick. And it's Hunt Baby and Mango. Hunt will go for the execute. Mango pushing through Vault. Hunt Baby and Mango get one each. It's a triple. Turco can see him, but it's a round win from LAN Party Hotel, and they show signs of life as the scoreline is 3-1.
That was a narrow margin. That was a... Turco could see the case going down, could see the win condition, and he just doesn't land the shots. Oh, that's a painful one. They still got 2-round advantage. They're still winning by 2 rounds, but that was a Herculean effort by LAN Party. That was not an easy round. That was made very difficult by JLINGZ. But LAN Party got it done. That was a very close one indeed. They have a pulse. They have a heartbeat. They have a chance. Can they get 2 more rounds? Can we see a 3-3 split? Or will we more realistically see that 4-2 that we kind of expect?
Well, this next round will have a very big say in it as we go back to AVG. In the midst of all that craziness we had, that round was lost whenever they took study. And the way that they did it with it was actually something to keep an eye on. You had one player upside down rappel, and you had the other player standing on the balcony looking in. So Draw couldn't win both of those at the same time. They had a cross set up on one window. Draw couldn't get it. They knew there was one player in study, so they were willing to risk the player. The player didn't even go down, but they were willing to make that trade for study control.
I mean, in that situation, you're willing to risk a player for a try to get that key control because, all right, we've lost one player, we can recover the case, it doesn't matter, but we've got control of study. That's huge. Now we can put a massive amount of pressure on. Now, the way that round played out, maybe it was good you didn't lose that player. It came down to a very narrow margin indeed. But ultimately, they get the job done, get themselves 1 round, and they get themselves 2 rounds away, and... Oh, Turco's going out this window. Turco's going out this window. When that pops, out he goes. Guarantee it.
He'll wait. He'll bide his time with the BDS skin on the SMG11. The old one, by the way. You know, that old BDS logo. But there is Grun once again inside of Kitchen within the first 30 seconds. It's the exact same movement Grun has made every single time, but Quick is going to sneak in behind and get himself 2 as Yuki will take down Turco, but you feel like that is the engine ticking out of this attack very early. Mango and Grun have been taken down. You've got a 4v3. JLINGZ are very happy with how this one has gone, and everybody can now fall back.
Quick on these opening engagements has been such a problem for LAN Party on this map. They can't deal with him at all. He's just in positions. You expect Enoch to be able to get the sneaky picks from behind, but guess what? This time it was going to be Pyorix who finds it. Very well done from Quick once again. Huge impact individually in this matchup so far, on this map in particular. Minute 40 left to work with. Advantage with JLINGZ by 1 player, but so far they can fall back, they can trade time. LAN Party, you've lost Mango, you lost Grun, you lost high impact utility, you've lost high impact operators, you've got no nades to work with either. This could be a very difficult and long drawn out round.
Quick's a big game player. Sam has had a good impact as well so far in this one. Quick 6-3. There's been a couple of rehosts, so his scoreline is actually, his stat line is much better than what it looks like at this point. But Yuki pushes up towards Zombie, and we're going to get a flash grenade draw. Pre-fires around, hoping he'll get one, but Yuki will find him, putting us back in a 3 versus 3, as that was an unnecessary player loss, but Yuki still had to win the fight. Sam now, he's pinned in behind the bar. It's his job now to watch that zombie door, but he's in a very common pre-fireable position. Leonski holding the other cross the other way, but there's 55 seconds to go. And now when we hit about the 40-second mark, Sam will begin chucking those toxic bays. Now Quick needs to hold Avon. For this whole thing to work and Sam to be able to hold this position, Quick needs to stop Avon from pushing down this landing.
Every single member of JLINGZ has an ultra-critical task. They're trying to hold key positions and keep their buddies alive. Hunt Baby alone in study, but he can't get that wall open. The jammers are stopping it, and slowly creeping down long is going to be Avon, who gets caught up by Leonski. Hunt Baby dives in and gets one. Gets two! Are you kidding me? What a shot, leaving Sam all alone. 15 seconds. He got an SMG-11 and a shotgun to back himself. The case not going down yet. He tries a gamble on someone pushing deep, but he's running out of space and utility. 000 dawning, but the case goes down. Now he'll swing wide, but Hunt Baby shuts him down. What a round by Habana. LAN party get themselves one more. Oh, look at him. Look at him. You love it.
A little chef's kiss on that one. That one tap on the player in Vault.
Oh my.
Leonski didn't see it coming.
I don't think anyone did. What a shot. That got my blood pressure going.
Yeah, and that is one of the reasons why you highlighted Hunt Baby at the start of the day. He just knows how to clutch out situations. And now, JLINGZ, you change position. You go dining kitchen. You've had enough of the top floor. So let's go back here once more. Now, Leonski is taking the pulse once more. 3 C4s. You've got Turco to try to stop the intel game. Actually, look at the amount of operators they've taken up at the slowdown intel. You've got a mute and you've got the Mozzie.
Oh, a throwback combination that is. A little bit of a throwback to the good old days. So, I mean, Mozzie, as you said, that is going to choke out information. That means it comes as a premium.
So, with that information coming at a premium, but it's very important that LAN Party Hotel do not let those members of JLINGZ use those C4s. The way they tried to do it last time was front up Leonski on Laundry, but Leonski was up to the challenge. We also had some pressure from Grun pushing up through the basement. This time around, though, important to know, Grun has come off the Nook and he is going to take that Iana.
Okay, I think this is a wise decision realistically. The Nook's not been working out as effectively as it has been, or it has that potential to do so. So we will see him move to Iana, a little bit more versatility. The ARX certainly not going to turn your nose up at either, and nades. And Quick will once again take this aggressive. He just waltzes in the study. They're going to know he's there. The drone spots him up, but isn't anyone going to be, no one acts on it. No one's there behind it. He got a long angle to fight with as well, and I have a feeling these early stage engagements, Quick is an absolute demon. If he can get 1, maybe 2 here, this is huge impact for his team, but he'll fall back. No one's there to pinch him and catch him out, and no one pushes quick enough behind information for LPH. Quick lives to fight another day, but realistically, they've took a significant amount of control without early confrontation.
Yeah, but that's a minute. He's already used a minute of that time, and he's going to get another gunfight. He misses one opportunity, but he's still in the fight, but he gets caught in the back by Avon as he decides to fall towards Master. But now there's a player pushing up through Astro stairs, and Avon is going to take down Draw as well. Turco, though, up on the kitchen counter, the bathroom counter, is able to get it to bring us back to a 3 versus 4. Pulse can still relay all that information. Turco is still in position as well, but at what point does he throw in the towel? It is just about now, and he'll fall back in. 3 players alive, but most importantly, what do all 3 of those operators have in the back pocket?
I have a nitro cell. They have 3 nitro cells. Two nitro cells now. As Circo sends it off and essentially tries to gamble that someone's going to be playing close to that window, and Sam gets mango. That verticality once again.
Same angle.
Oh, you gotta be kicking yourself if you fall for that one again. Shotgun through that verticality, gets it done. And this could be a problem. Logic bomb goes out by Dokkaebi, and Hunt Baby, he's just gonna walk himself on in. He gets 1, can't make it 2. But a tag team matchup and brawling now. A minute left in this round. Turco's not on site. Sam's been left alone. He's isolated, but he's got a C4. But he gets caught out now. Turco all alone. He'll have to try and fight his way from China. They don't know he's there. The case not going down yet. Yuki will try and stick it, but do they have the cover? Do they have any information on where this response he is, but doesn't matter. Grun loses the fight, leaving it all down to Yuki, who can't get it done. Turco goes huge and gets the round for JLINGZ.
Turco coming in clutch again. That's why him and Draw are the ones to watch on this side. What a performance in the end. And it was the third time of asking in a 2 versus 1 scenario. And JLINGZ finally answered the call to take a 4-2 lead on defense. Here comes round 7. Lamparty Hotel, can you begin the slow crawl back on your defensive half, or can JLINGZ begin just edging us closer and closer to Theme Park, where it becomes all fun and games with it?
Theme Park scares me for Lamparty. It really does. Demo said on the desk in the pregame, it is basically Clubhouse, right, with a little bit more advanced levels to it, but it plays in a very similar style. Lamparty did not play good on Clubhouse against Wild. And JLINGZ would have seen that. They would know what they're going to go up and face against. And this is a problem. Realistically, Lamparty want to get this done too. For obvious reasons, right? Getting a series done in the best of 3 quickly as possible. Good for the team. You can get a rest, you can go to sleep easy, and you know, nice victory. But for JLINGZ, survival of the fittest now. Let's try this to deep water.
So we move to round 7 on attack. Turco feeling it at 7-2 since the rehost will take the Ash. His partner in crime, Draw, is going to be on the Iana. Let's not even forget about the impact that Quick and Leon have managed to have in this one. Sam as well going 4-3. Lamparty Hotel, well, they need to begin the crawl back into this game. Map number 1, they dominated JLINGZ, but map 2 so far has begun to see the momentum begin to shift the other way. 2 minutes and 30 seconds now for JLINGZ to try to win the first round on attack.
Round 7. We talked about the importance of it in the past, how critical it is to try and have a good time on this transition round. When you swap from attack to defense, the game becomes very, very different. Different puzzles, different problems, different things you have to think about. Now, Quick on the Nook, a perfect fit stylistically for him. He's been in this solo roam kind of role, all defense, and now let him crouch walk. Let him find a way to impact this round or this map best he can, and he could be a huge problem. Grun down below might be his very first victim, but I will draw the fact that we're not seeing a lot of up-nades being used by either side so far. But Quick, into the mudroom, gets himself ever so just a little bit closer to Grun. We can see these two players getting closer and closer. Still very far away realistically in terms of rooms, but that will be a fight that could be a huge impact later on.
Grun's playing off of Avon's contact on red stairs. That's why he's playing this position right now with the Malusi. And Quick could be the first player to actually stab him in the back. Funny enough, he's a wall bang away, but he won't know that with no intel. So he'll begin to just make his way through that side of the map now. Draw sends one drone out, spots the player up on top of the maps, but doesn't manage to hit the head. But the Flores will remove the shield, and that's a vital part of this defense removed. So it'll force the player to fall back a little bit more. Quick now will turn on his ability as he begins to creep towards those main stairs. 1 minute to go, and there will be that Iana getting the information about Grun and Piano. And is that the signal for Quick to begin to push? Well, it looks like it, Whip it. He's on the way. Mango takes down Leon, but here comes... Oh, the timing. Grun's going to push the other side of Piano, but Quick will get it, and Draw gets Mango.
Now Avon needs to win this fight against Quick. This is a must-win encounter on the red stairs. Now he's going to look the wrong way. Quick will find his second in the round now with 35 to work with. It's all down to Hunt Baby. And Yuki, who Hunt Baby swings wide and gets one to Turco. Both the Clutch Kings standing tall in this matchup. But now, Draw, Sam, and Quick. They've got lots of utility, and they've got 20 seconds to work it. Can they get themselves into sight? A second smoke canister now sent out and chokes out this play. That's actually only the first of Yuki. He can waste all this time. They're forced to go deep, and they've got a camera on it as well. Sam is so forced deep, and Hunt Baby gets one more. Sam's got no option but to try and fight the mutant. He's going to falter to the smoke, leaving Draw all alone. And Draw drops prone as Yuki gets it done. Lamparty, claw victory from the jaws of defeat in that round. JLINGZ let it slip.
The fact that they were so patient with the use of those toxic babes, it slowed down the push, and he created a maze of that smoke in and around the site. And well, Hunt Baby once more manages to win the round for Lamparty Hotel. And that is a big round for momentum for JLINGZ. They had a 3 versus 2 scenario. They had players in position to take advantage, but Study, as it always tends to be, proved to be the stumbling block for the attacking side. side. The player prone by the sofa was able to get the kill.
I mean, they had no control of study. They didn't even think about that pressure at all. And when you have someone who can just rotate in, you want to plant by vault door, you can't because of smokes. You're forced to go all the way deep. You can't commit anywhere towards vault, and the player in study will go, that's a freebie. I'll take another one of those. Hunt absolutely was given those picks one by one, took them every single day of the week. He's been so influential on the individual level for his team in those big. He's not got, he's not running around with 18 kills, but what he's got are huge, absolutely critical picks for his side. And the lead JLINGZ once had now reduced to a single round.
So, round 2, master bedroom will be the area that we maybe see JLINGZ decide to push from as we go into trophy statue. And look at the way that they've set up this little area by landing. They've got a shield there. You've got reinforcement towards that wolf window as well. So this position becomes very powerful for the player that uses it. But you don't even need to play by the shield. You can use that shield from further back over by the concrete as well. So it's a very good position and a very good setup Lamp Party Hotel have. But JLINGZ, they've got the utility to clear that shield. Never mind utility. Turco will take down Hunt. It was through the drone hole, wasn't it? It was that drone hole C4.
That hurts. That hurts. That hurts a little bit.
Do you know where there's another one of those C4s up it?
That's Claymore, by the way.
Or that Claymore, sorry. Behind the throne on Theme Park where we're going if JLINGZ win this one.
Okay, but I don't want to think.
I don't
want to think that far ahead.
It's a nasty way to die to the Claymore.
But you've now lost in the first 40 seconds of a round your smoke. They have died in pocket with 3 toxic canisters. That's a massive blow to realistically the way Lamp Party play. They like to wait until the very last second, dying embers, and use that ability to leave very smartly. So now, yeah, well, they don't have it available to them at all.
So there's the little bit of intel to
Did they both throw? Yes, they
Teamwork makes the dream work. Oh no, is Impact tricked?
That's a problem. And guess what? Mute Jammer's still there, and they're going to Impact trick it once again. Selma's...
Surely that second Mute Jammer is... It's just about touching it. That second Mute Jammer...
My.
An inch. It was literally an inch stopping that from being opened, and that causes a big problem in this JLINGZ attack, because now you're forced to change it up a little bit.
They've got no way in now.
Nope.
They have to go through doorways. They have to fight this the long way around. They've got no other option while Draw's inside a bathroom. And Sam can't get in that way either. They're going to have to go the long way from bathroom. They've got to worry about Astro now. And Agoya was in a great position, but no! Sam slaps him back down. Mango falls. Under a minute left to work with in this now. And JLINGZ have themselves an opening. They got one more player they can play for trades, but can even get this huge pick playing close to concrete. Yuki will pop that guy over and fall further back. Yosa will peek for some information. That's Leonski. And Body's queuing up by the master bedroom door, but that's going to be Avon tapping and trying to brawl away, but gets caught up by Sam. Huge moments now, 35 to work with.
Never mind, 35. They do it in 3 seconds as JLINGZ managed to clutch out the round. And, well, they win that attack. And, well, if you're going to board up the walls, if you're going to try and make it difficult, they will go right through the door. And that kill on Astro, that was the flank. That Goyo playing that position was the key to stopping JLINGZ from getting any momentum, pushing in through Astro. And once that Astro bot was clear, once you kill the player on stairs, they just focused with that Osa on clearing concrete. And that was a clean execution.
Just got to think, if they didn't lose the smoke in the first stages of that round, how different it would have been. Right, so let's say every single piece of the puzzle happens the same again. The EMPs miss. That second Mute Jammer catches it perfectly. They can't get that wall open at all. You have a smoke. You can stop them walking in concrete. They had 40 seconds, 30 seconds to make it work. And you can choke that out. Oh... it's the little things in Siege. The
If buts and maybes, though. If buts and maybes, it's done. It's over. JLINGZ win the round, and we move to round 9. They're 5-3 up. They are still attacking, so it is still difficult to win 2 rounds out of the next couple, but can they do it? They've brought the ace again. They've brought the sledge. Interestingly enough, based on the lineup that they have this time, they've got no impact EMPs. So are we going to see the use of nades going over the top of that breach to try clear those Mute Jammers?
That's not the easiest thing to do, because that means you have to get into Master Bedroom. You can't open it from a distance, and realistically, you should do it from below. You've got 3 sets of nades, and I think the drone work already indicates to me that's going to be the plan. Hunt Baby already takes another lump of damage from this repel. You can't play too dangerously in this position. Don't get caught by that Claymore. Hopefully it's not there again, but I think he'll be wiser to it. Lots of pressure directed down below. They're going to try and use those nades to clear utility off that wall and get themselves that direct access that they so crave in this setup. Will they be let do it, at least for free? No.
So, 2 minutes and 12 seconds to go. JLINGZ, once again, this attack seems to be very focused on pushing through Master Bedroom with those players playing below. They've got 2 C4s in the back pocket as well. You don't have a pulse, so you're going to have to use good old-fashioned communication. Mango, he's got that C4 ripped. It's in his hand. He's going to get the information. The draw's there. He chucks it, but Draw dodges the flame of that C4. And now Leonski pushes in. Quick gets the opener onto Grun, and now they're right up close and personal. Turco in a position now on the edge to maybe get some help to Quick. Quick is going to get taken down though as Mango puts us back to a 4 versus 4. But JLINGZ still in a very good position to win this round out.
The walls are open though. They haven't cleared that utility. They can't get this wall open now. They've got no secondary EMPs, no Thatcher available to them either. So now they're forced once again to go from the doorways. They'll try and send that nade in, and they've got themselves close and lucky. Now they get that open up. That's going to get impact checked. The final stage of that Selma goes off, and that's not going to be useful for anyone because you can impact through that one again. Yuki has a lot of control on how this round might play out. A second impact charge goes out, and now it's going to be problematic. The final Selma will work out, but you've only got sort of crouch hold, and they might not even be a clean one once things are all said and done. They'll lock it down, they'll hold, they'll wait. Lampard don't need to expose themselves. It's going to be a level 4 versus 4 brawl here, and everything right now is shaping up in favour of the defense. They can choke this one out, and they've got the smokes able to burn out time as well. LPH could very much see this round out.
Yeah, that pick though is not going to be, or are going to be very important. Hunt Baby will try to prevent the players from taking Astro. But there's the first one. Sam's going to get taken down by Yuki. Leonski trades it back though, putting us a 3v3. Draw's going to take down Yuki though, as all of a sudden JLINGZ are in position again. Hunt Baby chucks another smoke, and now he's going to push towards him. Mango makes it a 2v2. But now they've got to be patient. Leonski's going to get one, leaving it all down to Mango now. As he pushes in the trophy, he's going to get the down onto Leonski. It's a 1 versus 1 for the win. Turco, he's Finka. He's going to be able... Does he have... No, he's going to go for the old-fashioned way. He swings and Mango gets the kill. Lamb Party Hotel will level the sides, but whip it. He used his stim a second too early, and then Leonski was not able to be rezzed.
Once again, it is the if, buts and maybes of this, but the one thing I know is the absolute. It is going to be one more round. One more round separates these two teams. LAN Party Hotel fighting tooth and nail to stay in this one, stay in touching distance of JLINGZ. And this is what we wanted between these two sides. Bank was a blowout for LBH. They look so dominant now. Both of these teams pushing each other to the absolute limit. Both of them now staring into the abyss. Who can come out on top of this one? JLINGZ 1 round away from getting themselves on a map point. LAN Party Hotel 1 round away from tying this series up.
It's been big plays from individuals though.
It has been. Absolutely huge.
LAN Party Hotel, for those 2 rounds that they've won on the fence, they've got Hunt Baby to thank for one of the rounds, and they've got Mango to thank for the other. Mango's going 10-7 since that rehost. He's having a huge impact on this game so far. Is he going to be able to continue to draw into that well? Because the problem is, if you keep reaching that bucket into the well, eventually it's going to run dry.
It is a question. Does he have enough gas left in that tank? It's not going to be an easy one. Both these...
Expensive these days.
It is. It is very much so. Oh, these teams. Players standing up. Absolutely huge. This is what you love to see. I mean, we're finally seeing, I think, a more accurate representation of JLINGZ right now. This is closer to, I think, the level of siege they can play. Sam spots out that Malusi instead of Piano, and a good drone network so far, scouring around, and Quick will be tasked with that early stage entry. And Mango falls. Leonski gets that opening pick.
And Leonski shouldn't even be getting that pick. 30 seconds in the round from the window. That is a mistake made on the side of LAN Party Hotel. And that gives JLINGZ the opener now. And that also gives JLINGZ free entry onto the side of the map. Hunt Baby will board off that wolf door, and that'll give him ability to fall back. Turco now is up on that window though, so Hunt Baby's got himself a little bit trapped inside a corner, but he's got a C4 in his hand. When will he elect to use it? Hunt Baby is going to make the move now. Can Turco get the kill? No, he can't. can't. He's forced to reload, and Hunt Baby will fall back to site. But there are 3 nades in the back pocket of those JLINGZ players. But Avon is ready. He's primed. He's on ready. He sees Knock, but he's not going to get the kill. But Hunt Baby elsewhere will take down Draw, and now Flores will force that player on red stairs back. Knock getting ready to push up. Knock is going to get taken down by Avon, and that was a big pick there by Lamparty Hotel. But here's Sam. He hears the drop, and Turco is going to get that one to put us back in a 3 versus 3.
Both these teams are trading. Nothing is for free. Everything is so critical in this stage of this matchup. A Flores drone will force Grun to fall back. You can't play on maps anymore. But JLINGZ, there's no attention being played to study right now. They could rotate someone over now and begin to really put some pressure and pinch Lamparty. But right now, Grun's in a great position. Turco does rotate over, and this is a must-win encounter. If Grun gets this pick on the Jackal, this is a strong defensive round for LPH. He's going to spot the head and wins it. JLINGZ now find themselves in deep water, choked out by that toxic canister, and Sam forced to go the long way around the 90.
Lion, though, can freeze those defenders in position if he needs to. Leonski will look to send another one of those Flores drones in. He gets right behind the feet of that smoke, and that'll force Yuki out of vault and pushes him back in towards maps now as he looks to lock off Zombie. 30 seconds to go. Leonski and Sam will need to work in tandem now as they look towards that bar, but something has got to give. Leonski now looking to burn some utility. Leonski takes a chunk of damage, and there's Grun on the swing. Yuki pushes out a vault, and just like that, I got a little bit early last time, but now the sides are level. And is it time for JLINGZ to show what they're made of, or are Lamparty Hotel going to stamp that passport into the next round?
What a round. What a round from Lamparty. What was that, Gibby?
We've got all rounds in regulation, Whippet.
We need all 12. All 12 rounds are now locked in and needed to separate these two sides. What that pick, that fight on Study Balcony, that's what decided it. Grun was able to win that fight against that Jackal. That calms it. That reduces the pressure JLINGZ were able to exert. And they just walked it home. With 3 toxic canisters left at that stage around, it's essentially all but one. Grun, huge plays, huge pick, one moment. It's a paper cut. Death by 1,000 paper cuts in that round for JLINGZ. Now all things level. Advantage now gone. 5 rounds apiece. 2 more rounds inside of regulation. Will we need overtime?
We'll see very soon, but we're going to kitchen this time around. 2 C4s in the pocket, so no pulse whatsoever, but they are going to bring the castle this time, which temporarily shuts down, locks down some avenues for JLINGZ to rotate through the map, and it looks like Avon is going to put them on that top floor. Make it a little bit of a maze for those attackers to push your way through. So, 2 minutes and 48 seconds. Can JLINGZ move themselves on to 1 match point? Because that's the thing, Whippet. After this round, one of these sides will have 1 match point guaranteed to win here on Villa.
I don't think I can call this. JLINGZ looked so strong. They looked near unbeatable at the early stages of this. And now Lamparty, they're absolutely back into this one. It's been fantastic from them. Their run of form has been brilliant. But can they keep it going? It's a long road ahead. This has not been easy.
So, 5-5 reads the score. Round 11, and JLINGZ are going to go on the hunt, on the prowl. They've got 4 nades in the back pocket. They've got a lot of claymores to use as well. And Draw will begin droning down red stairs. Inside of Memo, you've got Grun, who should be identified as Draw. Will just make sure there's nobody playing down the bottom of red. Make sure there's no punch holes looking in that direction as well. And Quick begins to push as well. It's a very linear approach here from the side of JLINGZ. They're going horizontal, apart from Draw, who's on the top floor now. Whippet. Look at the positioning of those Lamparty Hotel players.
They have angles set up to try and stop vault-ins. We saw this used by JLINGZ so effectively in the past, and if you vault in here, you're going to be met by Hunt Baby's TCSG. Do they know? Have they any idea what's going to be facing them? The pit, the depths are waiting, calling for them. The void is waiting, and I don't think they're going to be brave enough to vault in just yet. So much pressure, a perfect nade from Draw. Avon falls to that one. Alliance Scan goes out again, a little bit more control of that angle. That's been used so well by JLINGZ, and A gets sent down, but nothing will arrive. And Groon, if he can land this shot, could be huge to get one back from his side, because you need to find a trade. Otherwise, JLINGZ will take that advantage all day, every day. That could be a perfect C4! It's just tossed a little bit low, enough to get Leonski the DBNO, but that will waste some time.
Yeah, and then the EDE will pop to just freeze those defenders in place. The nade from Quick is going to take down, but the kill feed lights up. Leonski takes down Yuki. Huntbaby makes it back to a 2 versus 3, but this is the chance for JLINGZ to move to match point. They're going to get another one. Quick makes it a 3v1, leaving it all down to Mango. Spots one through that head height, swings around again, but Turco gets the kill. JLINGZ win round 11, and they go to match point as LAN Party Hotel will take a time out. And this is a big round, not only for this map, but for the rest of JLINGZ's season.
One more round. One more round. That's all they need to get themselves a lifeline. One more map. Remember, JLINGZ, this is the lower bracket. There's no more safety nets for them. It is do or die in this matchup. They lost the opening map of Bank. They need this right here, right now. LAN Party, you don't want to go in the deep, or you don't want this to go 3 maps. On paper, theme does favour the side of JLINGZ. So that timeout's been called. It's now overtime or bust on the side of Villa for LAN Party. What do you reckon, Gibby? What do you think?
I think that JLINGZ are going to take us to a third map whippet. Every single round that JLINGZ have had on attack, it has come down to one player from LAN Party Hotel clutching or unable to. And because of it, it has led to very interesting round ends. JLINGZ 1 round away from a third map. LAN Party Hotel 1 round away from overtime. JLINGZ, show us what you've got.
LAN Party, for that side, let's dig deep. What have you got? What can you show V4 Super Team as I build them so far? Can they get it done? Same site, no, different site now. Trophy and statue. What will they do setup-wise? This is what excites me. It is time to show your hand. You got anything cooked up, anything strategy-wise you think can hold the line. Time to bring it out. Instead of mute this time, they brought that Kaid, and I have a feeling that commitment of utility and position and players down below. I mean, look at how high up these claws are. That's going to be difficult to clear. Then likelihood is JLINGZ could and should get a drone in there to realize what they're dealing with. That could be a time waste. Groon will be down below. He has a TCSG. He'll have vert angles set up. He'll likely have a C4 to work with as well. Does have a C4 to work with. Can deny plants. He is going to be very pivotal to this round. Down below, if JLINGZ can isolate him, they will put themselves in a great position, because Groon's been left with a lot of work to do by himself.
He has, and the thing is, to get rid of that Electro Claw on the left, you got to get really deep inside Master Bedroom to throw that, that EMP that's in Lion's back pocket. So, JLINGZ, this is it. This is the attack on Trophy Statue to win the game. Groon is on the roam once more, and he will get fronted up by a player entering through main door. That's Quick, but no, he's going to think about opening Master, but he's going to reposition himself. But look at the way they've opened up ground floor, have LAN Party Hotel, and that will work for them and against them, but because Sam is able to drone to his heart's content and see where's clear. And now Mango's on the roam down around there as well.
He's on help, and they've got no draws there. Draw opens up that wall, signifies what he wants to do with this position, and now the defense have fallen back, and Quick's going to get the opening once again. How many times have we seen him find that pick? How many times has he been on impact early? Mengu falls, and now Linux going to have free reign. Groon's not going to want to fight this. You won't know where you're going to get pushed from, so he'll fall back, and this nade's going to be absolutely perfect. There it is. Draw gets it. 5 versus 3. JLINGZ, they look unrelenting. They want to go to theme park.
These are clean attacks, but they cannot get complacent. You cannot let LAN Party Hotel get a foothold back in this round. 5 versus 3. Do not give an inch, JLINGZ. You got to push hard. LAN Party Hotel desperately need a pick to pull themselves back in, so Groom might have to go a little bit more aggressive here. He pushes into Master Bedroom. There's no drones in position. I don't think they have any clue, and the shots come through the window, but Groom is going to get taken down. Leonski gets the kill. It's a 5 versus 2 now. Yuki holding that long angle from Concrete this time around, But the ED will freeze him in position. Yuki's going to take down Leonski. Hunt Baby's going to take down Quick. It's a 3 versus 2 now with 55 seconds to go.
LAN Party, how deep can you dig? That toxic canister will stop Turco's progression into Astro, and every second you can waste is a chance, an opening. Yuki is on low HP but needs to be careful. The case recovered from JLINGZ, and they have every advantage realistically. And Turco on a long rotation all the way around to Mud. He's going to try and walk his way up Astro stairs this time and try and cause as much chaos as possible. That's going to take a long time to do so, and they know he's going to do it as well with that camera. 20 seconds, Gibby. Draw and Sam look ready to push into Astro, but it's Hunt Baby who will be the gauntlet set ahead of him. The Goyo will burn in the distance. Concrete is no longer accessible, and here comes JLINGZ, all stacked up and ready. Hunt Baby, you need to win this one. You got a shotgun, time to go brawling. He'll swing wide and get one. He'll look for a second, and he gets it. Hunt Baby can't make it 3, couldn't make it 4, but time is the enemy, and the case won't go down. LAN Party force us to overtime.
And it's Hunt Baby again with the shotgun, clutching that round out, and we are going to overtime. What a clutch back that was. But for JLINGZ, they waited too long. That they allowed the smoke to just prevent the push out through bathroom. The Goyo was popped on concrete with 20 seconds left to go. There was no way through sight whatsoever without taking damage, and LAN Party Hotel managed to win the round. So, who is going to start this one on defense? It is going to be LAN Party Hotel. They're going to get at least one defense to try get into the lead. JLINGZ need to win an attack. If they want to win this one, they need to win at least one attack.
This is where you prove it as a team. For both these sides, it is now where you prove it. It has been a long game on Villa. It has taken us to overtime. But for JLINGZ, every single round that they've let slip from what was a substantial lead, that will plays on their mind. And they now know it is a 3-round shootout. 3 more rounds at max to decide whether their season continues or it ends right here.
What a game.
What a matchup. What a story this is. LAN Party. Who would have saw this one coming? They played against a Wild who were on absolute fiery form. Didn't show their best, and now, against JLINGZ, a side that we had high expectations for, they've looked to go blow for blow. What a map this has been. What a series this has been, and there's still more to give.
So we move into overtime now, and JLINGZ are on attack. AVG is going to be the dance floor for the first round, and will JLINGZ be able to win, or can LAN Party Hotel win this in 2? Quick spots the player on red, just opening up those banisters, so Quick will have a little wait. Gets the ping that there's a player inside of maps, and that is Mango. Can Quick land? No, he gets up on top of the shield, but still hits as Quick will take down Mango. And Yuki now is forced to play that position on the shield. That's the opener for JLINGZ. Are they going to be able to learn from mistakes in rounds past? Hunt Baby pushing down towards 90. He's going to look through. Oh, seconds away from spotting the feet up on that wolf window. And Grun will go back to study. JLINGZ, you've got control of 90 almost, but you also need to worry about Study as the player forces back up. Avon's going to get taken down by Draw, and now Flashbang goes in. 5 versus 3. Yuki drops down red, but he's not taken down by Quick, but Sam will begin to push in as well. 1 minute and 35 seconds to go, and Yuki will start dropping smokes, but this is a lot earlier than he's had to use them in other rounds. Whip it.
Yuki has been forced into a do-or-die position and swings wide, and Quick gets it. 2 in the round now for the knock, and it's going to be a 5 versus 2. LAN Party. There's no way you can make this one work. There's no way you can claw this one back. It's Grun and Hunt Baby once again. Hunt Baby will take a beating from the rappel on 90 window. No information. That camera is still up, and it's only a Gemini. He'll hold a little bit more aggressive, but you really can't risk it. Minute left to work with, and JLINGZ have all the time in the world. They have someone ready to put pressure on Study. They know how critical it's been previously. But this is it. This is it for JLINGZ. They can get themselves on a map point here. Grun will get one more on the Quick, but an ace clutch might be too much to ask. He'll find a second one, however. Can he make it 3 in rapid succession? 40 seconds of JLINGZ. You need to shut this one down. You can't fumble the bag here, and they surely shan't now. Grun, his position known and compromised. The case should go down. Leonski will stick this one for certainty, and Draw shuts it down. JLINGZ get round 13, and they get themselves onto a map point here on Villa.
This is their second map point of this game. They had one in regulation. Now, can they do it in overtime? One thing is for sure, they've got themselves an extra life by winning that round. But they want to win it now. They're on the fence. They're going to AVG, and this is where you need to win it. The one time Lamparty Hotel won this site, they took Study. Study is incredibly important for Lamparty Hotel. Studley is incredibly important for JLINGZ. So, will we see the aggressive roam game from Lamparty Hotel that hasn't been working with it? Or are they going to just hold red stairs and then have a player inside a Study and 2 to 3 players on site?
I don't know. I do not know anymore. Overtime is a wonderful beast because it is just so much on the line. Pressure is now all back with Lamparty. Just like that. On the offense, they've also looked good. What I have to say, JLINGZ in these last few offensive rounds, well, they've not closed them all out. They've looked brilliant. They've looked absolutely fantastic. They've been so clinical, clean, aggressive. There's been no fat on them at all. They've been to the point. But can they lock down the defense now? Quick has been so impactful on this. He's been so impactful on an Oryx. But he's on the Kaid this time around. A change of role, a change of pace, maybe a less aggressive roam presence from JLINGZ. They don't want to take the risk.
Draw is getting hunted really heavily as 3 members from Lamparty Hotel are going to push from master bedroom side. They've cleared out bathroom using a drone, and they're going to get an idea of the fact that you've got Draw playing inside master bedroom. So Grun hops inside bathroom, beginning to take some ground. Draw needs to be incredibly careful on the retreat that he doesn't get shot in the back, and he elects to fall back. So he's got Quick to cover him as he moves himself onto that angle, looking down towards red stairs. 2 minutes and 14 seconds to go as Lamparty Hotel begin droning out the map. Draw will manage to take down one drone. Hunt Baby takes a huge chunk of damage. Was that through the drone hole? He took a lot.
I think it must have been, actually. He got caught out from that one. He'll change the position now. He'll likely start repelling on that 90 window. The Triumph really compact everyone from the JLINGZ. Now, the case is cold. You have to recover it for the time being, and now this is exactly what we're seeing. Hunt Baby is now going to repel and try and put some pressure on a different avenue. Actually, not going to be 90 window this time around. Actually, he's going to rotate over to it now. Grun pushes up aggressively. He gets control of the air jabs. Will try and stop any potential flanks, and this is all important. The next pick could be important. The opening pick of this round could be all important. Mango on the Nook's not even in the building yet they'll be able to play around that stealth factor, and maybe, just maybe, might make that entryway and try and creep their way up from piano to main stairs.
Well, he's got a couple of options available. Sam is playing on main stairs, but it looks like Mango is going to attempt to take Study. Even pushing up towards red now as well, as suddenly Lamparty Hotel have a decision to make. Hunt Baby drops a nade and Draw is going to fall, so that's the open door now for Lamparty, as Study is free. Hunt Baby now will begin to drone main stairs to spot out where Sam is playing, and Quick is up on top of the bar. 50 seconds left to save JLINGZ. 50 seconds to go. Mango is going to chuck a long nade towards main stairs. Or no, he's going to pull it back in the pocket. There's the Wamai disc being caught. That's 2 bits of utility caught. That's 3 bits of utility caught as Hunt Baby begins to push. Sam is going to get one. He takes down Hunt Baby as Grun pushes down the hall. Quick is going to get Grun. It's a 4 versus 3 now with 30 seconds to go. Turco taken down by Yuki with 25 seconds. And now they're going to push the button. Quick, Leonski, 3 versus 1. It's all down to Yuki now. JLINGZ win it out. Cometh the hour, cometh the Sam as they manage to win that one, and we're going to a third map.
Both these teams have pushed each other to the absolute limit. JLINGZ live to fight another day. They go to Villa. What a match that was. What a performance from both these sides. And we have one more map for them to brawl it out against each other.
I wouldn't have it any other way. This is it, the last map we are going to see before the major, and it will decide who is going to go through in the next round of the lower bracket. But look, I think, Whippet, we need a breather after that one. We're going to send it back to the desk and see what they have to say.
JLINGZ give themselves a shot to fight another day, but at what cost? That was an incredibly long map. They started off strong, then not really, then they came back again, then it was incredibly close. What is going on?
That was a good game. I enjoyed that game. I know Demo lost his mind a little bit watching that one.
Just a little bit.
There were a few exclamations. Is that even a word? I don't know. It's getting a little bit late. But shouldn't have any problem staying awake because that was a bit of a banger. It definitely delivered nice and close. We love a game that has the threat of going into that overtime.
Yeah.
Bit of a clutch that never really mattered in the end from Lamparty Hotel as well. One of the players that I want to highlight here, it has to be Turco and Quick. We were looking at them at the start of the fixture demo. We were saying that we'd like a little bit more from Turco this week. We'd like him to pop off and stand out. He certainly did that, but then again, so did a lot of the other players on the side of JLINGZ.
I wish we had a 1vx counter alongside these stats, because that's all it was. It was just clutch after clutch from both teams. And the thing is with the clutches is, I don't even, just, just shouldn't be happening.
There was a really good one from Hunt Baby and Yuki, which was the one, the shotgun. That was incredible. It seems weird we're talking about Lamparty Hotel. Obviously, JLINGZ, they won the map. Quick, they're going to be our MVP of the map as well. You could have really given it to anyone on the side of JLINGZ, anyone in Turco, Quick, or Leonsky. All of them really overperformed.
Yeah, we said that this was going to be the map that JLINGZ had to win if they even wanted a chance to stay in the competition. Again, if they lost this, it would be a completely different story and they would be going home. But if anything, it was a really long map and it wasn't as clean as maybe they expected or wanted it to be. So in that regards, could it still be impacting their mental in a negative way?
No, because, I mean, JLINGZ had to go through this last week, didn't they? Against the makers of everything. So it's like about halfway through is where we're at the moment. But I think it's just keep moving on. You know, now you've basically cleaned the slate, which we said that JLINGZ, they needed just to clean everything up and just refresh mentality, go into Villa as if the first map didn't happen. You hear now, exactly the same. Scrap off Villa, forget about that. It's the best one in theme park. That should be the mentality for JLINGZ, because, again, for JLINGZ, they should have won that cleaner. Yeah. They were the ropey team in my... Both teams were ropey.
Yeah.
It was they were a little bit more seasick.
Lamparty Hotel, eventually they got themselves in, but then it just fell off a cliff once again, and then they were slowly crawling back, and it was really that 2v4, that clutch situation coming out from two of their players that put them kind of so back on the map. But for them, this was their map. They picked Villa. They said, yeah, we're comfortable. We want to go on there. We had our doubts. We had our question marks. So for them, theme park now, that's going to be maybe even scarier than what we just seen.
I think you're right. I think it is going to be scary because you look at Villa, you look at it, it's a map that Lamparty Hotel picked. They were only able to get 2 attacks there. So if that's going to be your map and you're only able to pick up 2 attacks, there's a little bit of a problem. We've called into question Lamparty Hotel's attacks throughout the entirety of CL so far. Now you move on to a map like Theme Park where, I mean, that's where the pressure is. The pressure is on the attack. You have to be mustered on your attacks on theme. And if you're not, you're going to get found out quite quickly.
Is mustard a word?
Yes.
Yes.
Does it mean like great?
Cut the mustard.
Like buttered?
No, you've got to be mustard. You've got to be... I don't know what the actual origin of the phrase is, but
I just looked at him and just thought, that's a Milos question if I've ever heard one. My God, I'm disgusted.
We're back.
Honestly.
It is what it is, guys.
Bring some history facts out.
Tell us about the Egyptians in the 1st century.
I'm Moroccan. Close enough.
It doesn't matter.
Same
He's Lebanese. It doesn't matter where you're from. He'll tell us about anyone.
Okay, going back onto theme park, let's talk about that specifically. JLINGZ, however, we said that they looked strong here. It was a little waffly. Same from Lamparty Hotel. Their first map, however, that was convincing. Lamparty Hotel looked clean on that. We commended them time and time again. We said they did really well. So they need to find it again. They need to be able to replicate it on theme park, but how can they do so?
Well, Lamparty Hotel, it's not a map that I think is going to overly preference them. We mentioned before, Clubhouse was a map that they struggled on against Wild. Theme Park is just a better, well, not better, but more difficult map to play than Clubhouse. So going off that, it doesn't give us a lot of hope. Whereas I think JLINGZ, they'll play anything. I think this is a map that, again, they'll be happy enough to play. They'll have some pretty basic stuff, but probably, again, the confidence now going into it is probably going to help them a lot more with the roam game, which, again, is a necessity. On Theme Park, you need to be able to roam very, very well. I just think JLINGZ now, the wind's behind them. It's the same way that we mentioned about 10-star against Unlimited. He's always a big believer. If you win the second map, you win the third map.
Okay.
And he's usually never wrong.
It is true. I do stand by it. The second map in the best 3 is the most important. And I know it sounds like cop-out, because if you win map 1, then, well, you've won. But that's where you see teams make that
You don't do
comeback.
too good in best of ones, do you? In the predictions.
No. But the thing that you've really got to focus on in all of this is that one of the players that we highlighted at the start of the night was Hunt Baby. And it's somebody that Whippet and Gibson highlighted as well inside of the pre-show.
Yes.
Now, he's popped off and he's performed by far and away above what he's expected to perform. But he's kind of out there on his own. Whereas you look at JLINGZ now, they've got 3 players that are overperforming. There's a lot of different variety in who's getting the majority of the kills, who's the one that's popping off, who's the one that's picking up the clutch. So just judging it off purely the sort of momentum and the form that these players are in right this second, you've got to give it to JLINGZ because they have that momentum at their back.
Well, teamwork makes the dream work. And we're going to be heading over to a break as we're going to be back with the final map, the final game of Siege before the major, and that's going to be Theme Park, JLINGZ against LAN Party Hotel. LAN Party Hotel takes on JLINGZ on Theme Park to determine who's going home tonight and who's going to be heading off against Ascent in those lower quarterfinals. Now, we're going to be heading over to our casters who will be covering this final game of CL here until after the major. So, Whippet and Gibson, I know you guys have been waiting for this one. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Here we go. Map 3 of a good bit of knockout siege. This is what I live for. LAN Party Hotel and JLINGZ have pushed each other to the limits. But you know what? Those other two maps, they no longer matter. One map shootout on Theme Park. Oh, couldn't be any better.
Well, it's as simple as this, Whippet. You can win or... Anyways, they could be going home, so LAN Party Hotel with a 52% chance according to the social vote, as they've been coming out on top on most of these votes all of the night so far. Plenty of love coming in from the Czech super team, but can Leonski and the rest of JLINGZ pull this one back? This is it, last chance saloon.
One more map, 12 rounds, that's it. That is all. A bit of Turco, listen, no foreshadowing of Monty, please, Turco. Nope. They're
trying to bait the ban, that's what they're doing. They're trying to play mind games and bait the Monty ban, but JLINGZ, the first ban of the game, will be the Amaru.
Okay, so some people might look at that and go, that's a bit of a troll, isn't it? No, it's not actually.
Break room.
Break room is one of the quickest entry points to get a significant amount of control on the map. You get into break room, you instantly get control of bunks, and you can kind of control the top floor. And actually, I think that's a good ban, and to no surprise, it's what do you see? What? Well,
Leonski's just pointing at his watch going, it's game time.
Well, it is.
It's Leonski time.
It might. Well, you know what? If he wants to get out of CL jail.
Well, do you know what time it is as well?
What?
Time to put Thatcher back into that little crate that he was kept in for years.
Listen, you know I'm not a big fan of a Thatcher ban in the current climate, but on Theme Park it makes a lot of sense. That's a massive kind of, once you're faced with those reinforced walls that go across instead of initiation.
Armory throne, yeah. Armory throne as well. Is a
initiation office too. Okay. Final ban, it's going to be a Zami. Not too much quirking. What is this?
Quick saying they don't use those ops. So he says he said that they've won the ban phase according to JLINGZ, but that's Quick.
I mean,
Quick likes to break people's mentals.
He's a mental warrior.
Mm-hmm.
He's a little bit.
Backs it up though.
He does. So far, he has. No follow up on that one.
No, I agree.
Oh, you're just gonna leave? He's gonna leave me in dead air. Okay.
Yeah, I agree with you. Come on, you should know that every once in a while I will agree, but. Tell you what, these two teams don't agree with each other on which one will be moving through to the next round.
Need to locate and defuse
in our desk, they said that these two sides were a little bit ropey at times. Oh, but
I agree.
They're both walking a tightrope now. How many puns can I get in?
Too many.
1, 2, 3, 4.
If you no, I'm not even indulging your puns. No, stay away with that one. Right, I have never seen as many 4VXs thrown away like the way JLINGZ did. I mean, yes, it's great. Yuki and Hunt Baby are able to have huge performances and clutches, right? And that's great. And that looks fantastic, and it's great for us. We like to cast those moments. I'm sure everyone at home likes to watch those moments. But you shouldn't lose them. Like there are a lot of things that went wrong in a lot of those rounds for JLINGZ that led to those moments. Now, different map, different style, different kind of format to play with, and this is where I have a feeling that LAN Party Hotel might struggle. Their attacks, they've been questionable. And on a map like Theme Park, where it's very difficult to attack, JLINGZ might be able to exploit that. And considering how effective their own presence been on players like, Quick, for example, it could be a very difficult time to get significant amounts of map control, at least in timely fashion.
Yeah, and Sam was the one that was roaming in and around Drog in the early stages of that one. You've got Malusi keeping an eye on that pixel angle towards Arcade, daring a player to peek, but of course in the early stages nobody will. And that's why we saw the Amaru ban. You've got Grun on those windows already.
You can't escape the Castle Curse, not being able to pronounce one of those operators.
Azami, Amaru, Aruni. It's a nightmare.
It's the hardest thing in all of casting to do.
When you're not on air, it's fine. You're perfect with it, but once the mic's there, it's like Azarumi. And you're laughing because you know it's true. And Fresh brought this up once as well on the desk. So we'll get back into this one. Mango already pushing down yellow, but we'll spot that Malusi gadget just stopping his push from that part. Sam will open up that wall to allow that, allow that utility to be caught as it's thrown towards the wall as well. But this is a thrown defense. This is the most horizontal tech that you have on any map weapon. There's no access to this site from above whatsoever. There's a little bit of verticality you can play, just a little bit, but you want to be pushing right direct, through those walls to site. You need to get one of those walls open to win.
I mean, and this is where the Thatcher being banned away is going to be so critical. Now you're faced with this problem. All right, so Thatcher's banned. When you have to be using these more, kind of niche bits of gadgets, the impact EMPs, they're not as widespread. You have to be very focused. You can't throw them. And kind of in an unfocused radius, you have to know exactly where that utility is to clear. And that's going to be a problem. As if Turco has just been misdroned, he's going to walk around the map and he's about to kill absolutely everybody. He will just get freebies and quick setup to get it. And JLINGZ have everything in their advantage right now. LAN Party are running out of time. They've not even been met by much resistance. They've just walked around the map with no plan, it seems like, and they're feeling the pressure. They want to push their way through barrels, but they get tricked out. And now with 45 seconds left to go, no access to site, it's not a doorway. JLINGZ, they're looking at this going, how do we lose this?
That's the problem with Impact EMPs. Quick is going to get the opener then, as Mango will fall, and JLINGZ are in a fantastic position to win this round. Turco now will make the move back to side, as Quick will get one. Leonski takes down Yuki as he pushes towards Fireplace, but Grun will trade it back. So, 2 versus 4, draw from above. Turco up on the hatch, gets the kill, and that was a very clean defense by Leonski, and that's why you ban Thatcher here. Because those Impact EMPs, you got to throw 2 of them if you want to open that wall, because the timing with an ace doesn't quite work.
That's true. It's the struggle, right? It's that balance between Thatcher and the Impact EMPs, right? Because Thatcher is going to get banned away. Much easier to target away. What are you? Are you smiling there? I'm always suspicious when you start to smile on the cast. What's wrong?
It's just poor JLINGZ. Every game they play, there's just rehosts all the time.
You can see it in Sam's face. You can see what's in that post-it note.
Oh no, you never draw attention to anything that's written on a camera, but you know this. See, Hunt Baby's put it away.
Oh, he's like, he doesn't want to leak the secret strats. That's what it is. He doesn't want to leak it.
And you know what it is? It's a stick man with a gun and it says win.
Pew pew go win?
Yeah.
That's a pretty good strat, isn't it?
It works.
I tell you what, though. Maybe LAN Party should do more of that, because that round they ran into Theme Park and they just didn't have the tools to deal with what they had to clear. They didn't have a lot to clear. It was just getting open walls. They had to just get angles and control. They were given upstairs. They were given verticality for reasonably free, and they couldn't do anything with it. They couldn't get themselves in the barrel because they didn't have EMPs. They got tricked out. It was not an easy time. I saw you pointing towards
Leonski. If you ever get a technical timeout or a tech pause like this, just watch Leonski on the camera. He's always winking, smiling. He's a showman.
He is. He's keeping us entertained. He's probably keeping everyone home entertained.
I tell you what, he's keeping the fans entertained with his performance. Never mind the tech issues. He is. You know the way we always give credit to players like Gisela. We talk about Gisela, Frenchie, who had a bit of an impact for DEATHROW, although they went home. You know these players that have an impact in the late round, playing in and around the site. Leonski's one of those. He has big impacts. Now, the stat line may not always look amazing. He's not one of those players that's hit double digits when it comes to kills, but you can nearly be sure every kill he hits matters.
Yeah, I agree. I actually agree with you, Gibby. Shocking. Normally we almost come to blows about our opinions of this game, but I actually agree for a changing, and we're back. That was clean. That was painless. Back in, ready for more action. Now, for what we saw from LAN Party in that opening round, they need to find a better way of opening up these walls, because you're going to run into this problem, right? If let's say, hypothetically, they clear from cash side and they get themselves an initiation, what do you do then? You're faced with this wall by pillar. How do you get that open? Now, it's nice to rotate for them, but hypothetical, they struggle with that in the opening round. Now they need to find a better way around it. Can they do that against JLINGZ, who are going to put some pressure on, and judging by everything, all of them are going to have an extended presence towards that cash side, force essentially a full map clear from LAN Party. That's not going to be a fun task, and with the amount of denial available with that mute and the lack of clear that you have with those secondary EMPs, this will not be an easy job to get this clear from cash.
Now, funny enough, if you know JLINGZ and you know the way they play Theme Park, we have cast them a few times here. This is very different to how JLINGZ normally defend these sites. Normally, they take a mirror and they put it on that wall on top of yellow to keep an eye in towards bathroom. That wall there. Normally, Leonski takes a mirror and plays there, and they put the other mirror on the other site. So we're seeing that they've adapted and changed their style since the last time they've played this map.
I like it. I always like it when you can see teams evolve and change over time. And when you look at how this is going to work out, right? So these mute jammers, they're going to act as kind of threefold. They're going to deny walls, deny drones, and deny the Flores. So you cannot use a lot of key utility to have control. They're also going to give that safety window from those logic bombs. 2 players repelled on putting pressure on break room very early, and they're very, very, very cautious of a run out from maintenance. They're just trying to wait and have information on it. Now they know the break room is clear, but you can't just rappel in, because that's almost a death sentence. Someone's going to swing you from the doorway, and such a direct push on a site like this, I don't know if that's going to work out exactly the way they want it to.
Yeah, JLINGZ have to be patient and not you know, go for those runouts because they are being held. And for LAN Party Hotel, it's about making smart decisions. But Draw is going to take down Mango with a beautiful shot with the DMR. Now the player drops the hatch. He's going to take a beating as Leonski will take down Yuki, putting us in a 5v3. And now the Vault in Arcade as Avon will hit the deck. There's the smoke grenade thrown. It'll force him towards it. And that was clean by JLINGZ.
So LAN Party did not want to clear it. They did not want to deal with that clear. They realized, right, we are not going to want to deal with this massive extension. Let's not do it. Let's go direct. And they went direct, and guess what? JLINGZ were ready for that direct push. They went in one by one. They couldn't get their engagement. They couldn't get an opening pick. They had no control. That opening pick was that flick from Draw with that DMR, that player instead of Cafe. Wow. Wow, what a shot that was. And because that fight went that way, there was no trade. There was no response from LAN Party, and JLINGZ kind of walked away with that round. If this continues, and if we continue to see LAN Party's offensive sides be this wobbly, this is a problem, because this map is not easy to deal with, like this amount of pressure. You go and let's say that JLINGZ got a 5-1 split, that might be game, set, match for the series.
I'm worried a little bit for LAN Party Hotel with those 2 rounds. I'm not going to lie, it's been 2 very good defenses from JLINGZ so far, and it doesn't even look like they're stretching themselves too far to get the kills. Draw gets himself involved in the opener that time around. Quick is going 4-0 already as things stand. And look at the kill count. We've played 2 rounds and they've got 1 kill. Grun has 1 kill through 2 rounds for the whole side. JLINGZ, to them, this has not been felt like what they thought this map was going to feel at all.
It's very... I mean, this is a complicated map to play. I mean, so JLINGZ love to roam. They love to have their own presence. They love to try and fight you early. That's what Quick's job essentially is to do most of the time. LAN Party struggle to deal with it. On a map like this, it's much harder to deal with that. There's way more options for a roam presence. And when and if you clear that roam, you're then faced with this super bunker-style defense on the side itself, where you have to clear walls, get lines of sight, and try and fight your way through choke positions. It's a very difficult map to break down offensively. You need to get some rounds here, and LAN Party, their offense hasn't been the strongest in this series.
Yeah, and LAN Party Hotel have doubled up on break windows as it stands with 2 players on the rappel. They've put down those claymores to stop the run out, so they're not too worried about those just yet, but there is a player pushing in through Cafe as well, so it's a very specific way they're going to attack. Leonski steals the kill away from his teammate with a nice shot with a DMR, putting us in a 5 versus 4, and Leonski will take a beating in return from the upside down rappel. Doesn't want to dance with this one too much because he may get his toes stood on, and he falls back, but Avon will make it a 4v4 with only their 2nd kill of the map.
So Avon's got himself in a good position. He's got himself past that sentry position of Quick, but he might just lose his head as his next engagement could be critical. Oh, both players know each other are there, but both players don't do a single point of HP to themselves. Minute 30 left to work with Hunt Baby gets one to Leonski, and this is the best position LAN Party found themselves in this entire map so far. They've got a lot of control, but they now need to push towards site itself. One player will drop into control, but Quick will still act to lock this down, and you're in control. You're going to get pinned by 2 positions. Sam locks it down, and Turco will now just hold him in place. He's now a nothing target. He can't do anything right now until you clear Sam or Turco, and well, Turco will swing wide. He gives away his position. Ivan will get 1 more, and this could be a must-win fight now for JLINGZ. Turco needs to win this, and he doesn't. Skeleton Key shuts him down, leaving Sam all alone in 4 versus 1. LAN Party destined to get themselves their first round here.
Way better clear by LAN Party, and this is what they need to do for the rest of this game. So now it's execute time. You've got yourself a tough spot. The smoke will be thrown just a little bit too close. Avon will actually use the defensive utility against them, and just like that, we have LAN Party on the board, and all of the worries and all of the troubles that we had on the first two rounds have been cleared in round 3, and we're back to some normality.
All right, so 2 more rounds from LAN Party. I'll be happy for them. Realistically, you're looking at them getting one more round in this matchup. JLINGZ have been very dominant on the main 2 sites. I don't see things changing when we go back to Armory Throne, which we are doing. It's going to be very difficult for LAN Party to break that down, just if they don't change things drastically, which they need to do. So I'll see how this one plays out, but LAN Party, they need to get 1 more round, and that's a good offensive, reasonable, decent offensive split for Theme Park.
I think so, but the question is, can they stop JLINGZ on attack on this map? That's the question. Like, JLINGZ, you look at the bans that JLINGZ made, they had a plan coming into this one. And you can see, by the way, LAN Party Hotel are playing on break windows so aggressively. That was a complete and utter target ban. They know that this is how LAN Party Hotel like to play here. JLINGZ have done their research.
they're a good side. You'd expect it. They are a well-regimented
10
team.
seconds remaining.
So I'm not surprised that they had that counter ban. That's the question, though. For LAN Party, if you're affected so heavily by one operator getting banned away, you might need a little bit more depth on this map for strategies you want to play. For what we see from JLINGZ, it is the exact same setup. Once again, they were relying very heavily on just holding the line. They have these electric claws in place to lock stuff down, and with all the bunker resources available to them, with Sam and Leonski, this could be a problem. And if the opening encounter goes the way of JLINGZ, like Quick wants it to go, it could be a very, very difficult round indeed. But for LAN Party, I'm hopefully optimistic we can see them amend mistakes they made in the opening round.
You hope so. They're a good side, and look, one of these sides has to go home. And, you know, you'd argue both of them have shown the very best of what they can do in this series so far, and both of them have shown the other side of the scale as well in this matchup. So, 2 minutes and 15 seconds to play with. JLINGZ still have a couple of players on their own, more than a couple. They've got a heavy roam presence because I suppose this is a map where you can, this one site in particular, you can roam incredibly heavily as long as you can at least lock down one of those walls, which they've done. Yellow has got the electric claw, and then they're banking on the players with the impacts on site to protect the other two walls.
Very slow round right now from LAN Party, and that was a problem. First time attacking the site, they took a lot of time, too much time, to begin to put pressure directly on the barrels. And they're yet to clear someone like Quick outside of Drug Lab. He just exists. You've got a Nook, try and send that crowd chalk in, but they've not got any control towards Office side. And well, Lucy escapes detection once more, and every second that passes, you begin to think JLINGZ have this round locked down once again. Every single member of LAN Party has not attacked towards Cash side, and that one punch hole gonna give away position. Turco takes a lot of damage from it, but he stays alive, and that's a massive factor because his survival, his existence, will burn away time and be a massive thorn in the side for LAN Party Hotel.
And he's got draw for cover. Sam misses the opportunity to get the opening pick in this one, but he does a little bit of damage to Yuki. And there is your opener. Quick takes down Mango. Quick takes down Eamon. Quick takes down Grun as he gets a triple for himself. And now, what can Yuki do? We're going to get the Mozzie swinging around, but that'll be draw taken down. But Quick has won this round, barring some big plays from that boy Hunt Baby.
Quick, I talked about it. They hadn't cleared him inside Drug Lab. It is so... How does he get away with 3? One by one, they fight him. No one trades him, and he's going to find a 4th. I back him. I back Quick all the way to find it. No, he gets shut down. Hunt Baby finds it. No, I will not believe. I will not be optimistic in this one. I'll play it by the numbers. It's down to this. 3 versus 2. In favor of JLINGZ, and a wall inside of Barrel now gets opened. But Turco's taken control of the hatch, leaving 2 players on site alone, but they've got full HP to work with. You've got a wounded Yuki and Hunt Baby, but look at the time top of your screen. 12 seconds, and guess what? Turco in a good position to shut up, but Hunt Baby, are you kidding me? Yuki falls, Hunt Baby finds one more. Can he get another one? No! Sam just about gets it done. But are you kidding me? JLINGZ, you let that one get dangerously close.
Hunt Baby, that guy is a menace. He's an absolute menace. Time and time again when the cards are down, he makes huge plays. But so does Sam.
But that shot on Turco, are you serious? He looks like, let me just get that one. Let me just take the hardest part of the hardest fight he has to take in that entire engagement is Turco on that hatch. He makes it look easy. He goes, yep. Want that job done. I'll take that every day of the week. Peeks around, gets one kite, and was probably millimeters away from finding Sam. Millimeters away.
If that's Hunt Baby, I'm terrified to see what he's like whenever it becomes Hunt Man. Because
I knew you were going to do it.
But no, the Hunt Baby, as dominant as LAN Party were in map 1, and the fact that it went to overtime in map 2, Hunt Baby had a huge role in doing that. Much the same way that Sam has had a big impact as well. Sam with the 2 kills in the last round of the last map, and then Sam there now again getting the double in the very end. And in the 2v2, LAN Party Hotel, instead of forcing through the breach that they created, or forcing both players through, they split. They sent one player through Dragon Door, one player through Split Door, and it really made the decision for JLINGZ to make. And, well, Hunt Baby, as you said, millimeters away from winning that round.
I said I didn't want to believe.
But you did.
No,
you did want to believe.
Now I want to believe. Now I want to believe in that. There are moments inside of Challenger League that carve players' names into the history books. Hunt Baby so far is doing a very good job of saying, yeah, I'll win a clutch. Why not? Why not win against the odds?
He is. But that's the problem, though. It's just Hunt Baby. Everybody from JLINGZ is having an impact over the course of the last 2 maps. So can they keep the momentum going? Turco, who's been arguably the best player for JLINGZ over the course of Challenger League, is having a slow day by his incredible stats. But now, remember that little defense that we spoke about earlier that they like to play with JLINGZ, with Leonski playing the Miras? They're setting it up now, so we are going to get to see that defense.
Yeah, I think this is a very strong defense. This is, I mean, realistically, right, this is a defense that JLINGZ have shown a lot, right? So this should be pretty easy to figure out from LAN Party, and it's something that they will likely have seen in other officials. This is a more standardized version of this clear, and how effectively they've just removed that shit. That was very clean. That was very effectively done. But they have to worry about these 2 mirror windows, and they're so direct again. They've got no real other option, and they're very separate. They're by themselves. They've given themselves, right, your job is to play this position and get this pick. But they're so separate. There's no trades available to them. This could be catastrophic if they don't get those openings.
Leonski is responsible for yellow and looking over and towards Cafe. Then you've got, I think that is, it's Turco or Sam that is playing on the arcade stairs as well. He's responsible for the arcade window jumping. So every player on JLINGZ has a very specific role, and that frees draw to go on the move. But those Candelas are going to pop, the C4 is going to get thrown, and Sam is going to blow even into the next round. But pushing in, Yuki takes down Leonski behind the Mira. Sam will take down Yuki, though, with an instant trade. So Mango will take him down, though. Another trade going back the other way as the push begins through Break Room. Hunt Baby and Mango, 3 versus 3, and suddenly they've got a lot of control, but Quick will begin to reduce it as he will take down Mango. Hunt Baby on the move. Grun takes down Turco. It's a 2 versus 2 now with 45 seconds to go.
This is going to be a tense moment. Now they know one player is now offside. They can try and battle at once, and they spot someone by Arcade, but no! Quick peeks wide and wins it. Shuts down Hunt Baby. Leaving it all down the Grun alone. 1 logic bomb in back pocket, DMR in hand, 1 drone placed, and an EMP as well. Not the best kit, but he has information, as you see, Gibby. He creeps all the way around and gets one on the Quick. 1 more to find. 19 seconds, but Draw shuts it down. JLINGZ get round number 5, but the margin of these rounds getting narrower and narrower and narrower. LAN Party, they're knocking the door getting rounds, but they need to stop JLINGZ running away with this one. They need 1 more round on the offense.
You back draw on that 1v1, though.
You do. You really do.
You know, going into the last Playday, he had 75% headshot rate through groups, through all of group stages, and there's another one.
He don't miss 75% of the time.
Yeah, but the other 25% of the time hits the body and still gets the kill.
That's true.
So, LAN Party Hotel are forced to take the tactical timeout in a round where, once again, you thought that they had it won. They got full control of Break in a 3 versus 3, and at that point, you would assume that all of the momentum is in the side of the attacking side, but JLINGZ find a way to get a player in a position to make a play time and time again. So that draws the tactical timeout for LAN Party Hotel, where now they need to regroup, because JLINGZ have got a couple of rounds in the back pocket on defense, and you said before that LAN Party Hotel, you felt they needed 3 on attack. That's what you said. 3 was the magic number, but they'll
settle for 2.
They'll see, yeah, they definitely will.
Well, they can only settle for 2 now.
JLINGZ feel a 5-rounder, I think.
They're confident. I mean, you can see with the way they're playing, they are full of confidence right now. This map suits their style so much better. It's pretty apparent, right? No one can argue that right now. This is a map that you would want to back JLINGZ on. LAN Party have come close. They've come really, really close to 2 rounds now. But they haven't been able to manage it effectively. They've not been able to get over that line, get those rounds. Now you need to do it. You need to find a way into this one, otherwise if it's 5-1, that will be a Herculean effort to try and claw that one back. What have you seen? You're smiling. You're smiling. What have you seen?
It's that setup again. The mirror on top of yellow means that you don't have to play a player on that side. You can peek all the way through. If they open the breach from Cash, you can defend it from the mirror. You can defend Bathroom from that position as well. In reality, you can defend so much ground on both of those sites without putting a single player inside or at risk. And this is a staple of the way JLINGZ play. See, the other mirror is going to go here, whip it. You're defending both of those sites from the opposite side of the map to what the push normally comes from.
That's true. The thing about these mirror windows I think is really good is it adds doubt. You don't know someone's behind it. You can almost double guess yourself about these positions. And for LAN Party, they've been so adamant to push from the western side of the map. They've not really done a significant clear from the east. By the way, I love it when people actually use DMR's open hatches. It's something that we don't see lots of teams utilize when you have DMR available. It's my little thing. I like that very much.
It's on nades, yes, on Monday being used whenever there was a DMR.
Don't even talk about people using nades open hatches. But tell you what we should talk about. Quick, once again, gets the opening pick. That's his job on this team. It is to be the absolute menace to society. A menace to LAN Party Hotel. What a shot as well. That's a long one with the alibi. And from that position on the platform as well. Opening pick goes for JLINGZ, and you'd imagine on the defense they can nurse this to a 5-1 split.
And Sam's playing that position on Arcade Stairs as well, where he's gotten a couple of very important kills. Now, we are getting some intel, so Grun knows that a player's playing tight to that wall, but does he know that LeonSki is there? Well, he does now, after that little spray, but a minute and 45 seconds to go. You have the numbers in your favour for JLINGZ. So for LAN Party Hotel, it's about getting a pick, and right on cue, they're able to take down LeonSki. So that's one of those C4s gone. And now Yuki can begin to creep his way up red with Nuk. Doesn't need to shoot a camera. His presence is completely unknown, and he gets the kill onto Quick.
That's huge now. That gets the man advantage in favour of LAN Party. And they're knocking on the door of sight. They are so close to being able just to walk on in. And with JLINGZ committed to this strategy, this style of hold, they don't have to worry about the one player who can creep themselves in from Cafe. That's going to be Avon. And this nade could be absolutely perfect. It's tossed a little bit too far, but the perfect pounce and peek. A wonderful pincer. Avon's going to get himself traded, though. Turco finds it. And it's going to be down to JLINGZ. What can they do to hold the line now? One more pick and swings it in their favour once again. Draw. You want to back him in these fights, but this time he'll lose it, that DMR, leaving Turco all alone against 3. Can he find 1? Maybe even 2. He gets 1? Surely not. Surely not. Turco in a 1v3. The case should go down. He has a C4 to work with as well. He can deny this right here, right now. It's so close to him. It's a freebie if you just toss that C4. Too late. And he gets caught up by Yuki.
Better by LAN Party Hotel.
Much better. And that's going to be the second, and that's going to be the 4-2.
Oh, the C4 good shot. I know it doesn't matter in the end, but I still love seeing a C4 shot out of the air. So 4-2 split. JLINGZ going to be very disappointed. They got the opening pick, but just very good teamwork, and in particular, very good play by Avon opened up the ability for them to make that work. But let's not forget about the fact that Nuk had a big impact, creeping up red stairs. There was probably a player on the cam saying, yeah, there's nobody there. Nuk sneaks on by, gets the kill. And that is why, never mind the nades alone, that's one of the reasons why Nuk's ban rate is so high.
She's one of the most annoying operators to deal with, because it's that kind of random X factor that pops up, right? You could have someone on cams like, yeah, look, it looks good. No one's there. Oh, Nuk's walked in the site and killed 3. Right? That's the problem with her, of course. Nades are a nice help as well. So, round number 7. We've seen the side swap. We are now going to LAN Party Hotel's defense. This is the question mark. Can they do as effective a job as JLINGZ? Can they close that deficit up to 1, maybe even tie it up? This is a very critical moment for the V4 side.
This lineup screams horizontal from JLINGZ.
Yeah.
Straight off the bat. They've got the Thermite. They had a Twitch, but they've changed that over to the Finca. So they're just going to go straight for those breaches. They're going to go right on through. You've got the Nomad to stop yourself from being flanked. Can LAN Party Hotel push this back? Or is Castor going to be wrong and our JLINGZ going to go for a top throw clear first?
I'd say Castor be wrong. It's a pretty fair one. Sometimes I would say.
Always. That's why I'm a caster and not a sub.
I mean, well, 0.4 I wouldn't trust. I wouldn't trust you even as a sub, man. Not gonna lie. So, early days, but I will always say Quick is going to have an impact in this round. He's going to do something. He's going to walk in, he's probably going to find 2, maybe 3. Who knows what he'll do. I don't doubt what Quick's going to do in a round. He does something every single time. That's his job. He's not going to have anyone with him. He's tasked with droning himself in, finding space, creating chaos. And he does that absolutely perfectly. An Alibi will walk down yellow stairs, and the drone won't spot out the Alibi, but they're tantalizingly close, but it'll be a little bit longer until we see these 2 players go blow for blow.
Yeah, it's very important that Nuk doesn't attempt to get rid of that camera, because Mango is waiting and biding his time. So Quick will reposition himself in Drug, and there's that first EDE to just pause those defenders in place again. And it's a good little way to begin to take some ground, but with 1 minute and 45 seconds to go, there's a little bit of intel on a player through a drone hole. Quick begins moving up Arcade, so they are going to clear out that top floor first, but here will be the first engagement as Draw is going to get taken down by Avon, but Sam will trade it back straight away, and that's the buddy system coming to the fore.
Huge. The Turco will get one more on the ground now. Advantage sits with JLINGZ, and they're going to play a dangerous game now, as Mengo's going to walk around inside a drug lab and has to still worry about that knock potentially being a threat, as they don't know. They haven't isolated Quick yet. Just over a minute to work with, and Yuki playing aggressive inside a split, with Mengo now able to assist from this position, and we'll get that drone. Now, that drone getting destroyed will very much relay, oh, this is where Alibi is. And guess what Quick is waiting to do? Waiting to catch Alibi napping, and does so. Finds that pick, leaving us in a 4 versus 2 LAN party. Now, it's time. Look who's left alive. It's going to be Yuki and Hump Baby once again. We've seen these two once before, but I mentioned Quick might do something, and he'll find Yuki, leave it all down the Kaid in a 1 versus 4. And this...
Hump Baby, though.
There's only so much one man can do.
Well, we will see. 35 seconds, 4 versus 1, and they've got control of split now. And just like that, Turco gets the kill. Round 7, won by JLINGZ. And well, what can you say other than JLINGZ have been fantastic on Theme Park? And they won the game around a Rosie too, and around Drug Lab.
It was a difficult middle stage because there was a amount of rotation happening on that bottom floor. You had the Alibi, you had that Nook, all moving around, trying to catch each other. It was a perfect loop. They were so close on each other's tail the entire time. But Quick played it better. Quick was absolutely perfect with it. I mean, I said at the start of that round, what he'll do? He'll do something impactful. Guess what he does? Very impactful. It was 3 in that round he got total. He is having a fantastic game. Fantastic series so far from Quick, and that's going to continue. I think JLINGZ have all the momentum in the world now. It is going to take a very, very big effort in the defense from LAN Party to try and claw this one back.
What was it the desk said after map 1? They said that these JLINGZ players had to have life games. Quick is going 12-4 through 7 rounds, and he's not, normally it's Draw. Draw's the entry guy. He's the one that's always in those gunfights. But today, Quick has taken that role and he's made it his own.
Well, Quick plays a different kind of role, right? He's not really the entry.
Role, the sneaky one.
Yeah, he's kind of like that backstab, right? He's not going to be the front line, right? That's not Nook's job, right? He is going to sit and he is going to get in the building. It's some random corner somewhere. He's going to crawl in the rat cave, find his way in, and he's going to look for you. He's going to hunt you down, and he is going to be very, very frustrating to fight. And he's done a good job at it. 12-4, been fantastic so far. JLINGZ, time to manage the game. You're 5-2. You're 3 rounds up. Do not let this slip.
Big problem though. There's Pog mats in play. Every time we cast together, they always catch.
Someone gets stuck in it.
Sometimes someone gets stuck in it twice.
So right, place your predictions. Who's going to get stuck in a Pog mat?
Leon, twice.
Oh, twice.
Like what Jags would do.
Right, is he going to get stuck twice in this round? Or in general? All right.
No, that's
a bold prediction. That's a very brave one. Very brave one.
It's unlikely. We'll be real. It's unlikely, but you feel like it's something that would happen per Leon, but maybe he can make an impact. Twitch will get rid of one of those bandits, making the breach easier. Oh, no. Turco, stop playing with the poor bandit. He's only got 1 left, 1 battery pack.
He's only got 1 toy left to play with. They've took him all.
And now Leonski, they'll still try to trick that wall.
Oh, he's going to lose his last bandit. Right, what he's going to do is he's going to try and, he might even sacrifice a Salma. Right, they'll know it's placed. Right, Turco will now drift that around the corner and he's going to get it. Right, the bandit's so paranoid. He's so sketched out by it. No. Turco. This is the most impactful moment, because once Leonski gets that wall, he's going to lose it. All right, perfectly played. Well done, Turco. Bandit's now completely nullified. All the utility is now gone, and you can now open up this wall for free.
Yeah, that was just really good Twitch play by Turco, having a massive impact in the round without even using his gun, but it's still a 5 versus 5, so there's a lot for JLINGZ still to do, but that's an enable that he's just done. He's enabled the opportunity to open these walls. But Leon is biding his time because they spotted the player playing over by the arcade, so he doesn't want to risk those being shot off the wall. So there will be utility thrown. That Wamaidisk will capture some of that utility that has been thrown. But 57 seconds to go. JLINGZ, they've done a lot of very little so far.
They've not done a lot. They've got themselves in a position. They've set up utility, and that's going to be Mengo who gets the opening pick on the Quick. And Quick's been one of those players that's been hyper-influential. Leonski's going to get himself in a nasty place, and Groon's going to be able to take that freebie. Draw gets 1 trade back. Hunt Baby finds a second one on the Turco now. And JLINGZ, they're going to find themselves in deep water now as Avon peeks wide and finds Draw. Sam forced to repel on in. Left to fight against 4. 20 seconds to do so. And it's pretty safe to say they know exactly where he is. And Mengo gets that pick, and Sam falls.
See, the thing is, whenever LAN Party Hotel win a round, it's always really clean.
it is always a really dominant affair. Like, as you said, they don't win in close margins unless it's a Yuki Hunt baby clutch. That's the classic, right? I like that. But you know what I like a little bit more? What I prefer when they get them done clean, like that. And I mean, I don't want to say it, right? But LAN Party on the defense have looked much stronger than they have on the offense. What does this map lean into?
Defense.
Now, I don't want to be...
Got it right, yes.
Let's go, Gibby. Let's go, fist bump that one. Don, you got it right. I didn't jinx you on camera for a change, but for JLINGZ, when you have an advantage like this is a dangerous position, right? You've only lost one round on defense. That's on your offense. That's not a big deal yet. But you lose a second one, you begin to feel that pressure, begin to feel LAN Party creeping closer and closer. So for JLINGZ, step on the gas, put all your pressure on now. Do not let your opposition get close, because you don't want to find yourself in that tricky position where it's one round between you. So you don't want to find yourself fighting against an overtime, or with the prospect of overtime again. You don't want that.
No, you definitely don't. You don't want to get into that real horrible situation where it's just a straight shootout. So JLINGZ just need 2 more rounds to win this LAN Party Hotel. Well, if they get 2 more rounds, we're guaranteed to see all 12. That's the fun thing about this one. And on defense, it is a very real possibility. JLINGZ want to win this before we even get to that situation. But LAN Party Hotel want to bring us to a nail-biter and what is the last bit of Siege competitive action until the major. So JLINGZ looks like they're going to go very horizontal this time once more. Sam, actually, moving around. He's going to go up to the top floor because he wants to prove me wrong again. Turco will do the same as they move in through Cafe, but it works. Now, let's get that buddy system in action again for JLINGZ. If you're LAN Party Hotel, can you do a hit and run? Can you get a kill and fall back without trading it out? Or, maybe do what Quick did last time and get yourself a triple instead of getting traded.
That position inside Drug Lab is going to be so key. So, Quick knows how important that is.
That's close.
That was a hold your breath moment. If that was the opening pick, you begin to worry very, very early. Pogmat's in play once again. I'll reopen the odds. What do you think? Who's going to get caught on one? You going to stick with Jansky for that one?
Me. I'm not even playing, but I will. I'll trip over my own words at some point. But there's one inside break room, which is where JLINGZ have entered a couple of times. Turco's in one, isn't he?
Nope. Oh my god, he is! He's not, no! And he can't revive himself either. Draw will get one on the ground, but it's going to be a technical 4 versus 4.
A long run for Quick, isn't it?
No one knows, though. They simply don't know, and Quick doesn't really care about getting him back either. Draw's going to take a lot of damage, and Quick will get one. That gives away his position. This is a problem as he nearly finds another one.
Reloading.
Logic Bomb goes out, and what could have been a very strong round from LAN Party now puts themselves in a very difficult position. Mango will be able to get one. Yes, he does. He gets one Quick, and that's going to be a 3 versus 3 now, as I don't think we'll see Turco recovered.
Yeah, Turco's time is ticking away very quickly, and there's not a JLINGZ player anywhere near the postcode that Turco is playing right now.
The really critical thing about this is he's in DBNO. He's not dead. He's not alive. He can do nothing right now. He's no help to the team. He can't even be on cameras. This is huge with only 55 seconds left to work.
He's singing a little sad song to himself now as verticality will be open. What little verticality you can play?
Okay.
That's just this time. We got a bit excited thinking that there was another one this time around, but no, it is now a 3 versus 3 with 40 seconds to go. Draw is a sneeze away from death, and this push is all going to come over from this maintenance side. Mango playing the other side of Throne. And he's got Hunt Baby holding the foot on the way through with that shotgun. Does a chunk of damage. Mango will get nearly caught out as he takes a lot of damage there from inside Dragon. And Mango takes down Leonski with a triple, but Draw trades it back. 2 versus 2 now. Draw still low HP. Hunt Baby holds the line with a shotgun. Perfect. He gets one, and I wouldn't put it past him getting the other. Hunt Baby, the man on a mission. Sam unable to hit the shots with the DMR. LAN Party Hotel are going to make this a 5-4 game.
It's getting real scary for JLINGZ right now. Real scary. We're in the deep water now, Gibby. There's no way about it. What was it? Was it a 5-1 lead? Was it a 4-2?
4-2.
4-2. Okay, it was 4-2, right?
Come on, it's okay. It's okay.
Still not great, though. Still not great. Now, the lead JLINGZ had is reduced to 1. LAN Party are knocking on the door once again. This is where pressure matters. If they can keep putting JLINGZ in these very difficult positions, you might force mistakes because everyone knows what's on stake for this one. JLINGZ has such a big advantage. Lamparty, if you can just play a strong defense, don't give away soft picks early, try and shut down players like Quick, who is having a world of a game, you have a very, very good chance of being able to get this level and getting the lead and maybe even look towards the future and say you could take the map.
This map, this last couple of rounds, has given me real flashbacks to Villa, the way it's played.
Yeah.
JLINGZ coming so close on attacking rounds, but big plays coming through. Hunt Baby and Mango that time managed to repel the push from JLINGZ. And, you know, do they regret not picking up Turco? I think they might, you know, and you know, looking back, you think that they could have got him up. They had a lot of time, but they let him bleed out. So, last time we were in this scenario, 5-4 on the last map, Lamparty Hotel won round 10 to put us in a 5-5, where JLINGZ then got the opportunity to try get a match point. JLINGZ will be looking to change that here, though. They want 2 shots at match point because, you know, the odds will tell you the more match points you get, the more chance you have of winning a game.
That's hedging your bets, really, isn't it? Like, yeah, I'll take as many tries to win this one round as possible. But for Lamparty, again, they've been defensively sound all throughout this series so far. They've had players who, in defense rounds, can clutch big. Just look at Hunt Baby, for example. This is very, very possible for the V4 side to get this done. It won't be easy. And if JLINGZ, they can't make mistakes now. This has to be a very clinical performance from them because so far, if you've given an opening to Lamparty, there's been a problem. And that Twitch show has been such a demon that use getting rid of utility. They don't want to even risk it surviving. Turco has a second chance, second bite of the trade, to try and get it in to do as much disruption as possible. I think it might get found. It does. So now that Twitch has no utility, that's just gone, just an F2. 2 smoke grenades to work with as well. Quick will try and make an impact out by Dragon's side. He'll get rid of that camera. Doesn't really reveal his position. No one was active on it. But he might be able to pounce on someone who's going to be caught napping. And that might be inside of initiation, and it might be... Oh!
He got it. He got it.
He went for the reinforcement. Yuki tried to reinforce it off and gets caught. That is unfortunate. But that's the opening that JLINGZ needed.
So Quick gets the opener, and it's now a 5 versus 4, and he's still got 2 nades, but he won't use them as Mango threads the eye of the needle with the SMG-11 and brings us back to a 4 versus 4. And now Hunt Baby has that horrible thing to deal with, and that is the OSA shield. Looking this direction, Impact EMP will enable the wall to be open, making this position an even more difficult one to play for the Smoke, whose smoke grenade doesn't go deep enough to force Sam to fall further back. Calling in reinforcements, so Kaid is calling one angle. If you're JLINGZ and you know what's going on, you can backstab now because you've got 2 guns facing this one direction, and Hunt Baby's worried about the push coming through Arcade.
That might be the call. They just maybe don't have a lot of time or people in the right position to do so. This smoke is essentially dead. There's nothing you can do now. That player cannot move, or at least they don't know if he can move. One repel out to break room, and he's going to feel a lot of pressure now arriving at nade. Cooked and not quite ready. An EMP sent out to burn that ADS, and this nade should arrive. But Hunt Baby stays alive. 20 seconds, 4 versus 4. If they do not clear the smoke now, this smoke can get 1, maybe 2. The crossfire is there. Kaid can lock it down. The swing of smoke doesn't arrive. He gets left in deep, you know. They don't know it yet, but 1 repel in the break room. That opening is there, but Groom with that C4 gets himself traded by Leonski. 3 versus 3, but 9 seconds remain. Mango in a good position to have a crossfire. Can he do it? Can he shut it down? 000 arriving. They can't deny this case. Surely not. Leonski shuts it down. He holds the line. And JLINGZ on the cusp of match point. And that will be Turco. Shuts it down. JLINGZ. They find it. Finally get themselves to map series point.
We have just witnessed a unicorn. JLINGZ have planted the diffuser.
Oh my... You're right. They don't do that.
They don't. That's what, 4 maps of them we've casted in a row where they've not got a single plant. And it came down to round 11.
Is that their 3rd plant of the entire Challenger League?
It is.
Let's go. Woo.
Positive signs. Lamparty Hotel, though, what are you made of? This is it. Do or die. You need to win 2 rounds back-to-back on defense to force overtime, or JLINGZ will live to fight another day. They will get themselves a little treat of moving forward in that lower bracket. For Lamparty Hotel, this is it. Hunt Baby, Grun, Mango, Avon, Yuki. 5 men taking on JLINGZ for a spot in the next round.
a chance to fight to keep your place alive a little bit longer. That's what the prize is today. No gold, no glory. Just another day in the trenches if you arrive at victory. So, JLINGZ, match point. This is what they want to be. They're finally in this position. Can they get themselves over the line? Can LAN Party find one last gasp of energy, one last push to get themselves closer? Or is this all they have to show this season?
Have you seen the brain dead fog mats? By brain dead, I mean it catches attackers by surprise. One on yellow stairs, one on red stairs. That is, one of those will catch a player by surprise because you're not going to expect it.
Okay, maybe not the one by Yuki on arcade. I don't like you.
People don't push that stairs.
Right, but you walk up that platform, right? You're going to see it. You're not going to walk into that one.
You think so, but
I hope so. If someone walks into that one, I don't even know what to say. How have we managed to dissect every single Pog mat that's been played so far?
Because they are Pog, and you want to talk about them. Anyways, this is match point. JLINGZ. We need one attack to get through to the next round. If they lose 2 in a row, though, we go to overtime and all bets are off. Quick is already inside cash with 55 seconds gone and beginning to make a move. Draw spots that laser gate that's been put down by Aruni, which just prevents the drop through the hatch, which is job complete. It forces them to use utility to clear that position, so Draw will begin to move. 1 minute and 50 seconds, and well, JLINGZ, they've got inside the map, but I don't even think they've managed to spot out a single defender on the LAN Party Hotel side.
They've not got a lot of information yet to work on their side, but again, they're slowly getting themselves into these key positions. So I'd imagine those opening picks will arrive soon. We see yellow ping, so they've already figured out what they're dealing with problem-wise. No reinforce or no rotation set up between the main site and office, so that's going to be forcing a difficult choke point now as waiting room becomes a little bit more potent and dangerous. You need to now open up these walls, get yourself a direct avenue. I'd imagine that's going to come from initiation, but now all of JLINGZ, the primary forces, all accumulating inside of this area by waiting. One player out by Cafe could be huge on this arcade window to try and catch and deny rotations. That will be Turco, and that is a fight to keep your eyes on. But the rest of JLINGZ out by waiting room, they know they're there now. What can they do? Can they hold the line? Will that bandit trick work either? Crew will get the opening pick on the Sam, but it doesn't even matter. Hunt Baby finds himself traded by Quick, who's up close and personal. Draw will find one more in the mango, and this might be the collapse. Draw will find a second one now. Here are JLINGZ. They are about to arrive. 4 versus 2. 4 versus 1. Yuki alone against the world and shut down by Leonski. Who else would it be? JLINGZ live to fight another day, and they move forward in our lower bracket.
And all of the doubt, all of the questions that were asked on the very first map of the series, which feels a long time ago, have been answered emphatically by the side of JLINGZ. They progress LAN Party Hotel. It has been a fantastic run for our Czech super team, but they are going to say goodbye. And that's that until SIE quals come up for that roster. But JLINGZ, they dug deep. And as you said, who better than Leonski to get the very last kill of that one and move them forward? And I'll tell you what, they want that rematch with Makers, but they have to go a long way to get there.
A long road ahead of JLINGZ if they want to get there, but I cannot wait to watch our desk dissect that matchup, so we'll go to them next.
JLINGZ live to fight another day. We might have expected this once we started today's game, but after that first map, we were all a little concerned, but they come back and they fought harder than ever. LAN Party Hotel, however, well, this is goodbye.
Goodness. That was very heartfelt.
Sorry.
Okay,
Very sincere.
Where's the pallbearers? Get them in. We've got the coffin ready to enter in with the two coffins for the two teams who lost
We are
today.
dressed in black.
Did a gunshot going off.
Yeah.
Me and Ginny coordinate because we've been sending
There's
things
a gun-
home today.
gun
so we're
salute.
dressed in black.
You're just like dressed very festive.
Dressing for myself. Thank you very much.
Aww. Well, a moment of silence.
Let's have a look at our players for the previous map of Theme Park. I think it's fair to say that Quick has potentially had a live series here, Demo.
If you come against Quick and Ranked, ban your Nook, ban your Alibi, thank me later. That is the general gist.
154 EPS here for Quick. He popped off on the previous map as well. This
He did,
isn't
yeah,
just a one-map thing from Quick. You know, we asked someone to go big, and he did just exactly that.
Tell you, what is it about teams this split where they start off so slow and then they finally hit a gear at some point during the halfway mark and they just go from there? But Quick today, all credit to him. He gave his team life. I'd hate to see where they were if he didn't show up, but then again, I think that theme park, it was probably what we expected from JLINGZ. It was an overall performance. They seemed very comfortable. Very, very comfortable in theme park, and that was the kind of general idea that we thought about JLINGZ all this time was they'll play anything and they'll play anywhere. Doesn't matter to them, they'll have a go.
Yeah, you know what? Let's ask them ourselves. We have Leonski ready for an interview, whether or not they're ready to play anywhere. Hello, good evening,
I'm not
congratulations. How are you feeling?
Hello. I feel good.
I'm glad you feel good. Let's talk about the first map here. Start off with Bank. It was your pick, but unfortunately it didn't go your way. What happened?
I don't know, like, we were sleeping, I don't know, like, on attack, we just, I don't know, just weren't really playing the game properly. And then by the time I think we, like, actually woke up and, I don't know, it was kind of too late by the time it actually mattered, so, yeah, I don't know, we were just sleeping, weren't playing properly. I don't think we showed them enough respect. I think we kind of went in knowing that we'd win and then losing because of it.
Yeah, I mean, you guys, that was, I guess, your warm-up map, and then the second map was a little closer. You guys went into overtime. So what were you able to change between Villa and to Theme Park? Because once you get onto the Theme Park, it was very convincing.
To be honest, we'll beat anyone on Theme Park, but I don't think there's actually a team that will beat us on Theme Park. I was surprised they took us there.
Okay.
So I'm not sure. Maybe if it was like an Oregon or something, maybe it would have been shaky because today we just weren't really playing that well. But to be honest, Theme Park, just, I don't know, like, why are you taking us to Theme Parks? Not smart.
That's a good question. So if someone wants to win against you guys, they have to take it to Oregon. Noted, taking that down. You just leaked it, okay? You have Ascent. That's the game that's coming up next. How are you feeling about that, considering your performance today? You said it yourself, you know, it took a little bit of time to warm up. So how are you looking forward to that?
Well, we play Ascent. I think we play Wild. I might be wrong. I'm pretty sure we play Wild.
You playing?
I don't know who we play.
I'm sorry to break it
We
down
play
to you.
Ascent. Oh, I thought we played Wild. Well, that changes a couple things then. I didn't realise, so I don't know how I feel.
You were looking forward to playing Wild? Was
Very
that like what
good.
you're looking forward to?
I was happy to play, really. I don't really care who we play, but yeah, that caught me off. I thought we were playing Wild. My bad.
Oops. Well, you guys are going to be looking to make a lower bracket run, I assume. So in terms of the confidence in that regards, how are you feeling today?
Very good. I mean, today we didn't play great, but I think a lot of people have Makers as their like favourites to win, or maybe 10-star, I don't know. But we schooled Makers. We actually smoked them. We didn't deserve to lose, so I think we're pretty confident.
Okay, well, you guys had an incredible performance. You went all the way to 3 maps. I'm going to let you have a good night's rest because you do need it, and we'll be seeing you again in December.
Thank you. See you soon.
Thank you. Okay, so Theme Park, ban it against JLINGZ. You heard it here first, guys.
God, he's so ecstatic about the win.
He's so happy about
God,
it.
he is stoked. My goodness.
I think it went 31-17.
He's just played, you know, yeah.
Just another day in the office.
It's just emotionless players, honestly.
Gotta play it cool, though, haven't they?
No,
Gotta play it cool.
Put a bit of respect. You'd be happy that you've like.
Smile. There was a little smile.
No, but that's his permanent state of just facial expression. It's just, it sounds as if he's smiling, but he's not really. It's weird. But look, come on, quick. Come on, mate. Like, come on.
I mean, to be fair,
bit happy.
You said it yourself. You kind of need to be like emotionless because there's a lot of pressure. So, you know, it works out.
I just thought he doesn't even look relieved. If I'm going off the back of the first map and into the second map and how close the second map was, you're just happy to win. It doesn't matter how you done it.
You'd be the meme of the guy that's absolutely dripping in sweat and like wiping it off as he's like steering the ship or doing whatever he's doing. Like, you would be that meme.
That was literally him back in the green room. Like, oh, what is this game?
Just, you know, be happy.
I mentioned that they're going to be playing against the CET. Now, because we sent 2 teams home, the bracket has changed a little. Unfortunately, we have both DEATHROW and LAN Party Hotel that are leaving, and JLINGZ are going to be playing against Ascend, not Wild. So, are we expecting this to be a little wild?
I think Wild Unlimited could be a good game. With the way that we've seen Wild play so far.
Can we cast that game, just out of curiosity?
I'd quite like to cast that game, I'll be honest. We should throw our hats in the ring for that one. But on the flip side, I think Ascend JLINGZ will be a good one as well. The lower bracket is really shaping up quite nicely. Obviously, there is the main event, if you will, 10-star makers up there in the upper bracket.
The other two can have that. I want the lower bracket games. They're funner.
Well, you want to lose your mind watching some lower bracket madness, don't you?
Yeah, give them 10-star. I don't mind, give them. Honestly, because I kind of want to cast JLINGZ as well, because we haven't had a chance to do that yet.
We haven't cast him yet, have we?
No, not yet. But no, Wild Unlimited for me just screams content, I'll be honest. You know, for a certain...
like sub-sounds for like a certain
guy out there who likes to use me for royalties and whatnot.
Do you get a cut?
No, I think it's brilliant what he does. You know, I think it's so good what he manages to pull off over there. So, yeah.
Well, JLINGZ managed to put off a win, but LAN Party Hotel, since we're saying farewell to them, you know, it was nice having them, but JLINGZ, they still have to go up against Ascend. So today's game in general, I think we started off with certain expectations from both, you know, DUNLIMITED, from JLINGZ, LAN Party Hotel, DEATHROW, every single team. We were kind of expecting it to swing a certain way, and maybe for the first series, it did. For the second, it did as well, but we have to go all the way to 3 mappers. So in that regards, do you feel like we can't really predict any of these games at this point?
I would still say it's fairly predictable. I think the way things have been around the course, maybe not the way the maps have went and certainly how series have began, but it seems to be the eventual winner always does end up being what's kind of expected. I would say really the only thing was DEATHROW probably should have been a better performance today from them. Yeah. But all the other games, I think you can agree that Maker's 10-star probably would have been called at the beginning. I think Wild showing up, but then maybe not showing up was going to be a bit of a given. I think CL's went as the way it probably should have.
I think the results...
There's been no big upset yet. That's probably the key thing.
We haven't seen the big upset. I think there's no result that's the upset. Just the journey to the result hasn't necessarily been as clear as it could have been for any of these teams. But they've got a nice little break now where they can go away, have a look at all the tape, because there's loads out there now. Every team's played. There's multiple maps out there for every team. So you can go away and really start to do some homework. And it'll be on the teams that put the work in this off period of a week or so, or whatever it is that we've got while the major is running.
Yeah. I mean, do your homework, stay in school. Eat your vegetables, touch your grass. I think that's good advice.
It's your favourite, that, isn't it?
Touching grass is my favourite, yeah.
Yeah, you can tell she wasn't raised in Siege, can't you?
Yeah.
With that patter, you can tell.
You don't like touching grass?
No, well, it's not really a Siege thing. We don't really use that terminology here, do we? We're a little bit more high civilized, you see, in this esport.
What would you use?
Just go outside, usually.
Outside.
You know,
some sunlight.
You know, get off your keyboard. What are you doing? That's probably a good one. Never touch grass. No, we don't use that. No.
What is you just don't like touching it?
No, it's just.
Or it's just like not.
Just, you know, leave the room. You absolute sweatbag's probably the best one that we get to see a lot of the times, isn't it?
Well, tell us what you really think, Demo.
Yeah.
Well, it's just common sense, isn't it? There's too many
common
sweats.
Sense is not so common.
There's too many alibi crutches.
And nooks.
That is going to be. I think that's going to be a feature that me and Demo will do for one of the desks when we come back. Okay. Is we're going to do a full desk on alibi and nooks.
I'm actually up for that. I think we could definitely do a good segment on why.
Cosplay or.
Do you think this is?
We're not known for our cosplay, Ginny. I'll be honest with you.
You can always give it a try.
My goodness.
No, I'll take that as a no. Ollie looked to be like 50-50, but you're just like straight out though.
I mean, which one am I going to cosplay?
Whichever you like.
Alibi or Nook. Both of them are very short, very sneaky.
Do you want to put the mop on your head, or shall I put it on my head? Which one?
Exactly. It's just not going to work, Ginny.
Just rock, paper, scissors for it.
We are not built like Alibis or Nooks.
I mean, you can like crouch under the desk. It would kind of work.
No.
No.
Maybe we'll feature some cosplayers. Send in your photo of cosplay and we'll maybe show it on the stream.
Oh,
I don't know. I'm making loads of promises I can't keep right now.
I don't think you cleared that with production. I don't think you cleared that.
Okay, I think that's it from us here for CL. That was playoff day 4, and we still have 3 more coming your way. But as you know, our lovely casters here mentioned, there is a break, and we'll be back on the 2nd of December 2022. Just in case you guys didn't know what year it was. Now, before we sign off, I want to give a clap to both of you, because I clapped for Whippin and Gibson earlier. Ollie got upset, so there you go.
We don't need your petty clap.
We
don't need that.
No, I think you guys did amazing.
Thank you, Ginny.
You're welcome. So we're going to be signing off. Have a good evening. Enjoy the major, and we'll be back.
He's going to be searching through the drone hole. That will not be good enough. We're going to see map 1. But he's going to continue here and now. IWI closes things out with a nice shot.
Hotel take blank, and they take the very first map of this series.
And they need it. The ire, cometh the Sam as they manage to win that one, and we're going to
shut down by Leonski. Who else would it be? JLINGZ lived.